基础。在 World of Wonder 的早期，我们发现了一张闯关解谜的这个地图，当时我们还没有做碰撞的检测的玩法机制，但这位玩家已经巧妙地利用摩托车被击倒作为开关，让我们非常的惊艳。
With 6 years of development, Pubg Mobile has become the largest co-creation platform in the Battle Royale genre. More engaging content and greater creative freedom are the ongoing goals of World of Wonder. The boundless imagination of players is the foundation of achieving all of this. In the early stages of World of Wonder, we discovered a map featuring a puzzle-solving gameplay mode. At the time, we hadn't yet implemented collision triggers gameplay mechanism, but this creator ingeniously used the destruction of a motorcycle as a mechanic to open a door to the next step. It was an incredibly impressive and creative design.
目前，我已经成为了多元展示的文化展示的这个载体。那很多创作者也在上面表达本土文化和家乡特色，比如这张古巴比伦地图，还有沙特玩家喜欢的 Paddle 球的玩法，都是在向全球的玩家呈现中东的魅力。
Currently, World of Wonder has also become a platform for showcasing diverse cultures. We see many creators using World of Wonder to express local cultures and hometown features. For example, this map of ancient Babylon and the paddleball gameplay favored by Saudi players both showcase the charm of the Middle East to players around the world.
有全新设计的，也有二次创作的。在 War 中，玩家之间的这个创作交流非常的活跃。比如刀刃球玩法，最开始是一个6v6的版本，有超过1400万次的游玩。之后又有创作者做出了一张节奏很快的1v1的版本，超过了1200万次的游玩。目前，各种刀刃球玩法的地图已经超过了18000个，那总共有2.3亿次游玩，非常的火爆。
Among these maps, there are both entirely new designs and recreations. In World of Wonder, the communication between players is very active. For example, the Blade Ball initially started as a 6v6 version, which was played over 14 million times. Creators then developed a 1v1 map based on the official template with a fast pace, which was also played 12 million times. There are 18,000 map variations based on Blade Ball, with a collective play count of 230 million, which is very popular among players.
每时每刻都有成千上万名作者在创作和更新地图，比如主题类的机甲对抗、角色缩小的玩具兵对战、激烈的地区争夺，还有逗趣的派对游戏等等。无论哪种类型的创作者，都能实现创意，给玩家们带来更加丰富的体验。
Every day, tens of thousands of creators are working on and updating maps. These include themed battles like mecha battles, toy soldier skirmishes with shrunken down characters, intense territorial fights, and humorous party games. No matter what kind of creator you are, you can manifest your ideas and bring richer experiences to players in World of Wonder.
今年 Pubg Mobile 将会继续的扶持和激励创作者。我们计划推出总奖金100万美元的 PDP 创作计划，以及200万美元的 War 地图创作大赛，助力每一个创意腾飞。
This year, we will still spare no effort in supporting and encouraging creators on these two projects. First of all, we will provide a $1 million prize pool as creative incentive for PDP, and will launch a World of Wonder map creation competition with a $2 million prize pool to support and elevate all creative ideas.
而上面提到的游戏玩法和玩家创作内容的背后，离不开游戏安全的保驾护航。作为一个竞技游戏，公平与安全的游戏环境是不容突破的底线。我们非常重视每个玩家的对局安全和体验。
As a competitive game, maintaining a fair and secure gaming environment is a non-negotiable bottom line for us. We place the utmost importance on the safety and the experience of every player's match.
这半年，我们累计封禁了900多万个作弊账号，其中500多万个是在进入对局之前就已经实时封禁。游戏内的外挂举报也下降了40%。在游戏外，我们对传播作弊内容的账号进行打击，累计下架了超过2500万观看量的外挂内容，实时封禁了超过4000个直播开挂的账号。
In the past 6 months, we have banned a total of over 9 million cheating accounts. Amongst these, more than 5 million accounts were banned in real time before entering matches. Additionally, the number of in-game cheat reports has decreased by 40%. Outside the game, we have also targeted accounts with content promoting cheating. We have removed over 25 million views of cheating content and have banned in real time about 4,000 live streaming cheater accounts.
这些成绩离不开巡查员的支持与贡献。当前整个巡查员的规模已经达到了300万人，累计巡查的时长接近98万天，协助封禁的账号也超过了100万。
These achievements are due to the relentless efforts and dedication of our investigators. The number of investigators has reached 3 million, with their total investigating duration almost reaching 980,000 days and assisting in over 1 million account bans.
通过我们持续的打击，游戏的环境得到极大改善。在这里，要感谢所有的玩家的配合跟支持。
Through our continuous efforts, the gaming environment has greatly improved. Thank you to all of the players for your cooperation and your support.
回到赛场，这些年我们见证了很多战队和选手通过不懈的努力一战成名。
And let's return to the tournament. Over the years, we have witnessed many teams and players achieve fame through their relentless efforts and determination.
去年 PMGC 的冠军来自蒙古的 Ewc， 从2020年的时候，他们就开始参加赛事。作为一支草根组织的战队，从外卡赛一路打进首届 PMGC， 在3年后依然保持核心战队的阵容，最终成为世界冠军。这个奋斗历程获得很多玩家的关注，大家也深受鼓舞。
For example, our PMGC champion team from last year, IHC from Mongolia, began competing in our esports tournaments in 2020. Starting as an underdog team, they made their way from the wildcard rounds to the inaugural PMGC. 3 years later, maintaining their core roster, they ultimately became world champions. This journey of perseverance has garnered a lot of attention from players, and I have personally been deeply inspired by it.
在战队选手和玩家的支持下，我们的电竞赛事也成为了全球第一的手游赛事。希望我们这次交出的这份答卷能让大家满意。
With the support of competitive players and gamers, our esports tournaments have become the best in the world for mobile games. We hope that we have delivered a result that satisfies everyone.
当然，更直接的就是现在，全球最优秀的 Pubg Mobile 电竞选手正在 PMWC 的舞台上为热爱和梦想奋斗，让我们一起为他们加油！
Of course, a more direct example is right here, right now. The best esports players from around the world are on the Pubg Mobile World Cup stage, fighting for their passion and dreams. Let's all cheer them on.
最后，再次感谢所有的玩家、创作者、选手与合作伙伴一直以来的支持。Anyone can be the one to play, to create, and to win. 预祝决赛队伍赛出水平，加油！
Lastly, thank you to all of the players, creators, esports players, and partners for your ongoing support. Anyone can be the one to play, to create, and to win. Best of luck to the final teams. Let's go!
السلام عليكم، معكم باور كمسك
ومعكم باور بلو. عندنا
اليوم تحدي تيمي والتيم خالد بلو. تيمي عباره عن الدبابه العراقيه الحجي، وعندنا المحور الاسطوري كانتي وافضل لاعب هيدان.
وبرضه يا جماعه انا عندي اليوم ايزي وستان وسعد، وهذول التيم اللي انا متفائل فيهم خير.
التحدي كالاتي، استاذ خالد بلو راح نلعب 3 اقيام، اللي يفوز 2 راح يعاقب التيم الثاني يفجر بالونه مليانه مويه على راسه. بسم الله نبدا القرعه. نشوف ايش اول جيم راح نلعب. تيمي ضد تيم خالد بلو. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تبدا القرعه. اول جيم راح يكون تي ام اللي هو مستودع.
حلو.
نشوف ايش ثاني جيم. ثاني جيم راح يكون معنا قصر باور، وثالث جيم راح يكون معنا روم واو.
always so cool to see about the future of PUBG Mobile down on the stage. And we've got something a little bit special to start off the day here before we get into the exciting last day of competition. We're diving straight into it, Blank. The show match with some amazing players here on a bit of TDM to kick us off.
Love me a bit of TDM. If anyone knows me, they know that I'm a big fan of TDM. Getting in there and just getting the shots through, getting it done, getting yourself to the 40 elim points to take the win is always a big deal. And also at the end of this, we will have some balloon popping action over in the studio.
Oh yes, that forfeit if you lose the show match. So a lot to play for and a lot of fun with some big names. I'm sure some of the fans that are watching in the STC arena are going to be enjoying this one as well. There's been a lot of love for Al Hadji and the Power Boys over the course of the main event. Let's see if they can get it done here in the TDM though.
Right now it feels like Power sort of matching up with the boys on the other side of things, with Blue Team trying to do their best. Get themselves back into the picture. We got a little bit of rivalry as well with some of the Power players on either team here, figuring out who's just the best. And right now, it really does feel like Power, or at least Al Hadji, is getting the meaner end of things versus Satan and Saad.
Yeah, Kante as well, though, showing just how lethal he can be with 5 eliminations already racked up, potentially a sick fear as he puts the damage back onto Satan. Moves around the corner, nice engage, cleans up on that one. Little bit more to do on the jump, and it's not going to be easy for him.
Easy, round the corner, looking for a spray out the side, but he gets torn to pieces. Ripped out the way there. 18 elims now, almost halfway for
racking them up.
Red Team.
Trying to build those up as quick as they can, but Kante sprayed onto. The man's going to go down, bit of frustration. It's nice having the player cams as well. You can see him popping off in the show match. Blank, getting a bit closer.
Yeah, a little bit. Satan. Blue Team, 15 elims. Falling behind now with 21 now found. And Al Hadji, bit of a carry over on Power. Seems to be carrying Camster as well.
Oh, close.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. And hello, Alice the Camel. You have one hump. Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2024, the final day of the 4th week of the tournament. 8 weeks in total. By the end of today's broadcast, we will officially be at the halfway point. We will have crowned 9 champions across 8 different games. And today, it's all about Pubg Mobile World Cup, the Overwatch 2 semi-finals and grand final. My nickname is Quickshot, and welcome to the sofa, Toby and Mac. And I had to send Jace home because of a terrible prediction. I said I was going to do it.
It's fair. I can't believe I watched him sit on the first floor yesterday after dinner, and he was there for 4 hours. I went down again 4 hours later, and he was still standing there, and I was like, mate, what are you doing? He said, Quickshot sent me home. And
that's okay.
I
That's
don't know
exactly what happened.
Yep.
That's how it played out. Toby, how are you doing today?
I'm good. We're getting the finals of Pubg Mobile, so honestly, I couldn't be more excited.
Couldn't be more excited. Okay, he doesn't care about your game, by the way. I see you. I hear
Bro, it's Granny Day. It's grand final
Well, listen, today is a particularly special day on Ewc Central because it is our interview special edition. As we only have 2 games to play, one finals that starts when our broadcast is over, and I'm down 1 man because I fired him, I figured we get some players on here, we get some guests, and that means we're going to be hearing from a whole plethora of people throughout the rest of the broadcast. Let's also take a look at what is happening as far as the games are concerned. As I mentioned, only the 2 games. So week 4 will be concluding. Overwatch 2 will be starting at 6 p.m. local. That's in about 3 hours and 57 minutes. And the Pubg Mobile World Cup has already kicked off. Mac, what are you excited about?
I am excited about everything today because I've really enjoyed watching not only PUBG, but also catching up with all the Overwatch. There were some good games last night, but we get to see potentially the 2 best teams playing Crazy Raccoon against Falcons, and it's just the semi, so the grand final is going to be a tough act to follow.
Please tell me we're going to get some more competitive matches, because it has been a little bit one-sided. Obviously, the 2 events on your screen, you know where the streams are by now. I'll be saying them about 100 times throughout the show. So buckle up, grab yourselves a snack and drink, and let's dive into the EWC Catch-Up powered by STC. Now, of course, as I've already mentioned, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational has concluded already. So I wanted to take a quick look at how the finals played out. And while the gameplay is on screen behind me, Smart Omega Empress ended up winning the entire series 3-0. Great, one-sided victory. But you really need to comprehend and understand how big of a deal that is. Team Vitality and their female roster have been undefeated for over 1,000 days. They won 20 consecutive tournaments in a row, and they were swept by Smart Omega Empress. A phenomenal performance from yet another phenomenal Filipino team. In Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it has been traditionally the Indonesians and the Filipinos that reign all. And with the exception of MSC, once again, Filipino squad is on top. The full bracket is here behind me, and you can see Omega Empress, they dropped 1 game to Homegirls, 0 to VSG, and 0 to Vitality. Fantastic work to Omega Empress, and now, of course, we're going to turn our attention to the Pubg Mobile World Cup. We're on day 3, meaning there are 6 matches remaining before we crown our World Cup champion. Let's find out what happened on day 2 with Genero.
Day 2 of the main tournament here at PMWC is done and dusted, but what exactly does it entail? Don't you worry, because I got you with the recap. Starting off with match 1. It genuinely felt since the entirety of today that Reject started off the day with the momentum that they built yesterday. Unfortunately, not enough for them to get chicken dinner on the first map, because Vampire are the ones who end up losing it to Boom Esports. Match number 2 is where things start ramping up a little bit, because Vampire are the ones who genuinely thrive in the chaos in the last few moments. And they do get themselves a chicken dinner. This is a team that we've been waiting for to step up to the plate, and they have finally done it. They get the chicken dinner, they get the elimination points, but it still brings the question, is this going to be enough for tomorrow? However, match number 3 is where Rejects really amp up the pace. They get the chicken dinner, something that they have been wanting and fighting for so hard for the last couple of matches. They secured the bag with that, and this is actually such a nice one because it puts them pretty high up in the standings and currently having a pretty comfortable lead, if I do say so myself. Match number 5 was a little bit of an unexpected one. The Xavier managed to get themselves a chicken dinner and the placement points as well. Not necessarily enough to push themselves too far ahead in the standings, but still remember, it's only day 2. We have 1 more day left tomorrow. And the final match of today, A7 Esports once again swinging out, coming through with that chicken dinner, and they are looking so comfortable at the moment. I'm excited and looking forward to tomorrow particularly. But let me know what you guys think of the game so far.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure hearing from you, and I really appreciate the full breakdown of all Day 2's games. We'll be taking a deeper look into how those matches played out, discussing the ramifications. For now, what's important to know is the top 8 of the teams and the teams that will get points towards the club championship. Alpha 7 currently sitting at 117 points, 10 above Reject, and a further 15 above Talent Esports. With only 6 matches remaining, it's going to be an intense close to the Pubg Mobile World Cup. Now let me turn my attention to Overwatch 2, and let's hear from Jake how those quarterfinals played out.
We're here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, where the 16 best teams in the world of Overwatch have gathered for the biggest competition of the calendar year. The winner takes home their share of $1 million. It's $400,000 for first place. The stakes couldn't be higher. Our 4 remaining semifinalists. First off, you have Crazy Raccoon, the winner of the OWCS Major in Dallas. No one could come close to defeating them. They are our undefeated champion so far. However, having not dropped a map yet, they face their potentially toughest test in the semifinal against Team Falcons, a team with many different looks, full of champions and MVP players alike. They could be the one team that has a real chance to take down Crazy Raccoons here in front of the hometown fans in Riyadh. On the other side of the bracket, it will be Zeta Division, Japanese org full of Korean superstars challenging NA's last hope in Toronto Ultra. Both teams fully stacked with amazing players. In fact, everyone is in this final top 4. I think many would call Zeta the favorites in that side of the bracket. However, this is a Toronto Ultra that is living up to the potential of the roster. They're finally hitting their groove and performing to their potential on land. Truly, anyone could come out of this bracket. Any finalists are possible, fighting for their share of $1 million and a number of points in the club championship. It's all on the line here today in the Esports World Cup.
Thank you so much, Jake. As I mentioned a moment ago, the semi-finals and finals of the Overwatch 2 tournament will start at 6 p.m. local time. And you can see here as far as the bracket is concerned, in the round of 12, all 4 teams that were eliminated do not accrue points towards that club championship. And in our quarterfinals yesterday, really only one series going a little bit competitive as Space Station Gaming were ultimately eliminated, the strongest team coming out from Europe. We'll find out today, Crazy Raccoon, Falcon Zeta, or Toronto Ultra, who will be crowned the Overwatch 2 champion of EWC. That does it for EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. So, gentlemen, what do we make of yesterday's matches? We're going to do a deep dive later, but what's your gut feeling? Toby, I'll start with you.
I love the fact that, or I should say the way that Gennaro broke down all of the PUBG leaderboards there, because that means I don't have to do a whole lot in this segment in particular. So thank you, Gennaro, for doing my job for me. No, I think we talked about yesterday. We had some Alpha 7 representation on air here as well. The story that they have with always being first into the final day, and then
I'll tell you that. I want to jump in really quickly. If Alpha 7 break the curse, it is because of the work they've done with their sports psychology and the mentality side of it.
Yes, definitely.
Gut takeaways from Overwatch 2?
I think we're finally going to get some closer games today, because every game so far seems to be mostly a whitewash. The closest thing was in that round of 12, and the only remaining third-place team coming out of the groups is Falcons.
Well, we'll find out a little bit more. As I mentioned, today is the EWC interview special episode of our Central broadcast. So we're going to kick things off with the very first interview of many throughout the course of the next few hours. This is coming from Makers, New, but it's spelled Noi. You have to do it right. New from Overwatch 2.
I was walking backstage at the arena here, down behind the Kadir Arena, and New popped up, so I thought I'd have a quick chat with him about the DPS matter, what's been going down at the tournament. Again, like Punk, he was playing for Makers, still is playing for Makers, but you do have a long flight home, like us all. DPS matter, talk to me about it. You were worried that the hit scan might have been a little bit nerfed moving into this competition, but what ended up happening?
Yeah, so going into this competition, we saw the patch notes. We saw that Cassidy was really nerfed, and yeah, I thought I was going to be sitting on the bench the whole time. I didn't expect to be getting played, but Ash came out of nowhere and looked really good, so I ended up getting playtime. And we were predicting that there was going to be a double flex meta, maybe like a Tracer Echo, Tracer Venture, like just 2 flex DPS. But it turned out to be more Ash orientated, playing around poke, and some teams are playing dive with the double flex, but the majority of them are playing Ash.
Now yourself, have you had a chance to jump on the Widow? Because I saw Lip today just farming on Widow.
Look, that's a big mystery about me. I can play Ash really good, rank 1, but can't play Widowmaker at all, so
Okay, well, look, we'll leave that one to Lip. What's been your favorite other than Ash?
I've been enjoying playing Tracer, like flexing onto Tracer, and in ranked I've been playing Hanzo a lot more. Into Widowmaker.
Nice. Well, hopefully that continues to go well. But here, you know, the competition, you almost managed to take out Twisted Minds. What was your experience there, and how much did it mean when you almost won that one?
Look, I'm pretty sure by the time that we almost beat them, we couldn't qualify because we already lost 2 matches, but it would have been an amazing upset, and pretty sad that we didn't take the win, but I know that next year maybe, you know, get back here, get a better seed, get a better bracket.
That's it. You know, it's all about focusing on the future and doing better next year. But still here at the Esports World Cup, we have semis coming up tomorrow or today when this is played. Who do you think is going to take it? Obviously, Crazy Raccoon is the easy answer. No. Do you think that there's anyone that can upset?
There is not a chance that Crazy Raccoons gets upset.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it. You heard it there first. Thank you very much, and you for your time.
All good.
And what I found out post that interview, he said to me, "Oh, that was my first interview. I was really nervous, but I think I did a good job." And I told him he did an excellent job.
He did a fantastic job. Yes, congratulations, New. Dad Ash, bro. Nicely done. Why can he not play Widowmaker?
I don't know. I just accidentally exposed him. I didn't expect him to not play Widowmaker.
What I love so much, look, the earnestness and the frank honesty is great. It's just strange to me that you can shoot Ash's rifle, but not Widowmaker's. So,
I guess the scope accuracy, maybe you're not used to the flicking or the FOV. It's just a whole thing, you know. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. And even if you practice it, it's just not as good as other heroes.
Or maybe when pro players say they can't play, it's like, I'm not the best in the world at this hero, therefore I cannot play it.
Still probably like top 0.05%
better than all of us combined.
The one thing that I would love for all of our viewers and everybody listening at home paying attention to the broadcast, whenever we hear these interviews, I would love to track how many times an Overwatch representative, player, caster, anyone we speak to, does not predict the Crazy Raccoon to win. Because I think it is so heavily favored. The question is, will it come back to bite them? The reason I say that is the MLBB Women's Invitational Finals yesterday could not have been a bigger surprise. Team Vitality, 1,000 days undefeated, 20 consecutive tournaments. I mean, guys, look, I know I've been watching the game with Jays a lot more, but you've heard the story.
Yeah.
If you were to draw from your own esports experiences, is there any team, let alone region, that is as dominant as that? 20 consecutive tournaments.
So that's like almost 3 whole years. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in anything. You know, for CS2, it was Astralis. They were the most dominant for a while, but their tirade did not last that long.
No, it's insane. I mean, I can't really compare to anything in PUBG. We never have. We can have back-to-back winners, but even back-to-back globals almost never happen.
20 consecutive tournaments. Now, for anybody that's tuned in that hasn't caught up or maybe didn't pay the closest attention to MLBB, the Philippines, the Indonesian teams and regions are far and away the strongest when it comes to MLBB. Philippines and Indonesia have won something like 92% of all international tournaments for both male and female competitors. And it was a Filipino versus Indonesian final yesterday, with this time round going to the Philippines. Team Vitality, unfortunately, not able to close it out. I am going to apologize to Anna from Vitality, because she was very confident.
They were definitely winning.
I set her up for it. I mean, look, the team hasn't lost before. They haven't in 3 years, right? So I'm not going to say that it was bravado, but I think with how well Smart Omega Empress played, you have to think that something like that crept in. I will acknowledge it could be cast a curse. MLBB are superstitious, so it might have been my fault. But I mean, what was your take as a viewer of that interview?
I mean, I myself and Danica, the nice lady I was able to interview, were the only people I think in the entire world who believed in the upset and so the fact that Smart Omega could potentially bring it home. And you know what, Danica? We have this one together.
The thing that I love so much is you picked them as a troll, and she's
what
a legitimate fan.
I knew from the start.
You lucked out completely. Huge win. 1,000 points secured for the club championship. And for Smart Omega Empress, unfortunately for them, no other teams in the tournament. So that will wrap up Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I'll take this quick moment as well to say goodbye to Jays. Obviously, with the tournament wrapping up, he also has other tournaments to attend to. So he ended up leaving this morning, 7 a.m. He's on a flight at the time this is airing. But for the last piece of content, we asked him to sit down with 2 of the MLBB casters, Naisu and Mirko, and they're going to recap MLBB here at EWC 2024.
And of course, ladies and gents, this is the Ewc Central, and with me right here are two young and dapper bachelors. They are Naisu and also Merkel. They are from MLBB. In fact, one from MPL PH in Philippines, one from MPL Indonesia, and we just witnessed MWI Grand Finals. But before we head into that, you want to do a bit of quick self-introduction, Naisu?
Well, I don't know if I'm that young, Jay's final. What's up, guys? I'm Naisu. Yes, caster from the Philippines for MPL Philippines, and now we're here in Riyadh.
Yep. Hello, everybody. My name is Mirko. Also, a caster, English caster for MPL Indonesia, and yeah, glad to be here. Glad to be interviewed actually by Jace, a fellow colleague in MLBB. It's great to see him here.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because we don't really have the opportunity to share the desk a lot of times, but I'm really going to take this opportunity and going to milk as much out of you guys. So tell me about the knockout stage. What is the general process and thought process, especially quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals? Did it run according to what you expected, Naisu?
For MWI, it was rather quick. I think, especially when we came from the format for MSC, this was really condensed, I feel like. But it also forced all the female players to really bring their A game. So I think I did like it. It was another form of, we had the saying, like, simple, brutal, legendary for MSC. But for this, I think it was even more so because, yeah, it's all single elimination. It's very quick. 2 days of groups, 2 days of knockouts basically, plus the grand finals today. So I loved it. I think it was really intense and pressurous, and you saw the results here.
I really agree with you. I felt like 4 days to resolve everything from the side of MWI, like what you mentioned. 2 days of group stages, 2 days of knockout stage. But Merkel, let's focus more on the knockout stage as well. Did you expect this result?
Well, I think if we take a look at like day number 1 and obviously day number 2, except for the grand finals, everything really went as planned. I mean, I feel like it's very expected when we talk about the women's scene. For the longest time ever, it was dominated by Bigachan Era, now known as Team Vitality. So yeah, everything went kind of normally, kind of smooth as well. We've had in the last 2 MWIs back-to-back Indo Grand Finals. So the fact that they met in the semifinals, that was a bit of a bummer. But hey, it's okay. It happened. For MSC as well, PH met in the semifinals too. But what I didn't expect, and I think most people didn't expect, is a clean sweep in the Grand Finals. I think no one expected a clean sweep. Even if you predicted Omega, you wouldn't have said clean sweep.
I love it because my prediction is actually going into Team Vitality 4-3. In fact, this
so
is
it's your fault.
It's his fault.
Your fault.
I did predict them.
You did not predict them?
No.
So Mirbless this time.
Mirbless.
I predicted Falcons, so.
Okay, so jokes aside, I feel like right now, let's gather a little bit on the reaction. Sorry, that's a little bit of inside joke if you follow MLBB circles. Let's get a reaction. Tell me, as a Filipino yourself, Naisu, are you proud of Smart Omega Empress clean sweep Team Vitality, who has never lost a single, who has never get nothing but first for 1,000 days in a row?
1,000? Yeah, I was going to say, it's easier, 3 years, 4 years almost.
24.
24 back-to-back. It's absolutely insane what the record that Team Vitality has been able to accomplish. So even coming into this, I was just like, I don't think this is going to be a sweep. There's no way. Like, I'm all for the Philippine teams, but there's no way. Like, they're literally called the queens of MLBB for a reason. And the fact that, Omega Empress comes in, and mind you, the match before that versus VSG, they also swept.
Yep.
So like when I saw that, I was like, dude, I don't know what they ate today, but like they're here to play, and so they brought that momentum with them into the grand final, and I was just as surprised, I think, as a lot of people that they managed to go ahead and sweep the queens of MLBB, and so now, not only did we have like a new era before back in MSC, now we have a new era for MWI.
I really liked how you packaged that, and I agree. I felt like the food in Riyadh is so good, it gave a lot of buff for Smart Omega Empress. But let's swing it over to Merkel just a little bit. You're from Indonesia, and what's the general feeling when you're like, oh no, they're about to get like clean swept?
Bro, I don't know what it is. I love EWC, but it seems the Indonesian teams haven't really been loving EWC for some reason. At MSC, both our teams got grouped. Here, the team that everybody expected to continue their legacy, to continue the dynasty, their era, again, 24 back-to-back. I don't think we've ever seen that in any tournament, in any esport before. So I really didn't expect it to end here, especially considering it kind of was a boost. Vitality picking them up. They were previously known as Bigachan Era. And I'm a big fan of Bigachan Era. I'm Bigachan in general, if you guys don't know.
Yes.
So I still support all the teams, all of the members here that are playing for Vitality, and I know exactly usually what's going on in the team. And everything looked good. Everything really looked good up until that grand finals.
So it's kind of like a wake-up call for a lot of these MLBB. And let me just pull it back just a little bit from a broader perspective, because we'll be resetting the league a little bit right now. We're going to go back to our respective countries. We're going to go back into respective region, MPLs, whatnot. Now you got MSC, Malaysian team who won, and then after that, beat against all odds, a Filipino team finally make the step. Don't forget, they only just started their women's league, by the way, in the Philippines. What is your general feeling of this episode, especially July so far?
Just as a whole.
As a whole.
I guess I would just put it as one word of like, it's exciting. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, especially with MSC, for all the men's teams out there, it's like, how long has it been Philippines or Indonesia? Like winning constantly, all the international tournaments. And then now you have a team that was undefeated for how long? Like
I can't remember the days anymore.
108 days, I think.
108 days, something crazy, basically. They were undefeated. They go and beat the defending world champions, mind you, Falcons AP Bren, and they did it in 7 games. I mean, I think all of us as casters and even all the fans out there for any esport, you love it when they go 7 games. Like 7 games or whatever, you know, if it's a best of 5, best of 3, you want it to go the distance, and we got that in the grand final. So I think it's amazing that it makes it very exciting going into M6, which is going to be in Malaysia.
We were just joking among ourselves, right? This feels scripted because, you know, Malaysia winning, and then Malaysia is now the host country for M6, which is the upcoming World Series for MLBB. Now, Mirko, what about you? What is your feeling in July thus far for both MSC and MWI? You casted for both.
It's a horrible July. As an Indonesian, I mean, again, I'm really happy, very grateful to be here. I think every single one of the players are as well, but the results have it a bit different too. All of their expectations, especially mine as well. But yeah, I mean, at MSC, I think either way, it's a great story. It's a very, very good thing to happen in at MSC and MWI for the future of MLBB esports, because for the longest time, like Naisu said, it's been Philippines and Indonesia at the top of the men's game. For the longest time, it's even PH grand finals, right? Not even PHID for the World Championship. So the fact that now a new region has shot up by that much and has been able to dethrone the current defending champions, and the same goes for MWI.
Correct.
At least we have a little bit more diversity in the men's, right? In the women's, it's not even just Indo. I would say it's just Vitality. It was Bigatron, and then now it's just Vitality. So the fact that they have been dethroned, I think a lot of viewers are definitely going to be more interested to, you know, follow this esport, and actually are going to be more engaged now that the Philippines are up. Malaysia look good too. They were able to take a game. Homegirls, GG Homegirls.
VSG. There's a lot of fans now for VSG.
So many of the teams in MWI really, you know, impressed the world.
I agree with you. By the way, ladies and gents, just going to drop it right here. It was since 2017, another team has won. Basically, another region apart from apart from Philippines and Indonesia has won any world titles, official world titles for MLBB esports. Now, here's my last question for you. So, Naisu, I'm going to go to you first. Where can they find you if they really want to follow up on a lot more, well, the Filipino side of the MLBB esports?
You guys can go ahead and find me anywhere on socials. Just type Naisu, N-A-I-S-O-U. I'm sure there's a tag here. We have our upcoming MPL Philippines, which is actually going to be very exciting. The new season. It's actually season 14 what we're going into for the professional league. Same for you guys. So yeah, keep an eye out, because it'll be a very exciting season leading into an amazing M series.
Yep. Mirko.
You guys can find me anywhere as well on social media. Just search up Mirko. But if a bunny girl pops up, then put an MLBB in there. It'll definitely help with the search engine. Yeah, I make a lot of content as well, vlogging here around town. So you guys can go ahead and check it out anywhere on social media. Mirko, if you find a bunny girl, MLBB. Put it in.
Yeah, so make sure you type in both the keywords, Mirko and MLBB together. If not, you'll find something else. With that said, ladies and gents, thank you very much to our guests right here, Mirko and also Naisu. And we'll just, you know, catch you guys next time.
Thank you so much, James. You truly did milk them for everything they have. Fantastic interview from Niso and Mirko. I haven't been brave enough to Google it. I don't think you should either. I don't know what it is. I think for the Women's Invitational, phenomenal result. A huge upset. One of the longest running dynasties that exists in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Vitality had finally found their match. The ironic thing of it is going into the match, Team Vitality explicitly said they wanted to play against them because they wanted to defeat a new opponent.
Yeah.
And ended up getting swept as far as that's concerned. I want to take just one quick moment as well. As far as the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mid-Season Cup, MSC, that tournament also had a gigantic upset for the first time in 5 years, something like along these lines. A non-Indonesian and a non-Filipino team won. It was a Malaysian underdog. Every single series, from quarters to semis to finals, every single prediction was there's no way Selangor Red Giants will win. There's no way it'll happen. So it's quite beautiful that both tournaments featured huge upsets. And I just wanted you boys to know because I had to live with it as well. Now you get to
That's amazing. Yeah.
We're going to continue with the show. We will be speaking to one of the members of Smart Omega Empress in just a few minutes. While we get her set up and ready, I want to take a quick look into the Pubg Mobile World Cup very first match. And Reject was eliminated already, Toby.
Literally 30 seconds ago, they went out to Team Liquid, who already have themselves 7 elims. And what's funny here is that yesterday, Team Liquid were one of the first teams out on this. And did we get a replay? It might not be of that exact fight. This is the first match of the first fight of the match, I believe, as IWNRX were taken down.
We're obviously catching up with this live. We're not watching the game.
There you go. They did get taken down.
There we go. Okay, right.
But no, I mean, it's impressive to me that Team Liquid, who won their first Sanok match of the entire tournament in the group stage, now looking good again. They have lost a player, but 7 elims already with only 10 teams left to play. Even if they fall out here, racking up 7 points in your first match is a good way to start the day.
The problem is Alpha 7 are still climbing ahead as well. So yes, but you might be fighting for second place there.
And there we have the fight. There's just 2 left alive. 4 rejects, only 1 elim so far. And I mean, yes, you have the DPS in hand. Yes, they get the first knock, but the util comes through. And there's just nothing they can do against it.
That's spicy. Liquid have not been getting high elim games. So if they make a last day resurgence, you got to remember they were on the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
Yesterday they started to do well, and now it looks like they're going okay. Although in this clip, we are going to see 2 get knocked. So we'll see if those reses manage to come through or not. We do, of course, know that the rejects get knocked out in this fight.
Liquid is actively trying to end the Alpha 7 curse. The Brazilian teams unite in trying to claim a Brazilian win here.
I'm trying to understand here. So I think our feed, did that go back a little bit in time is my best guess. So we can actually watch Reject. Yes, okay, so there we go. That was a fantastic job. That was awesome. All right, so when we jump back in, TJB, Boom, DX are out. And at the moment, Alpha 7 is just playing for the elimination. Placement point, sorry.
And this is what they do. And I mean, I talked about it yesterday. I'll briefly say it again today. Look at how they're playing right now. They're set somewhat safe. They have 0 eliminations, but they have all 4 players alive.
Yes.
Some of the best teams in the world in PUBG PC do this exact same thing as well. Now is when they start flexing out. Now is when they start taking fights, because you can easily get your double-digit wins even without eliminations early on, because now they can fight 4v2, 4v3. They will have the upper hand in almost every engagement they take when they're going in like this.
During this live look-in as well, Talon went from 3 members to only 1 alive. He was getting locked into the edge of the blue at the moment. You can see he is just struggling, hoping that he can live through this one.
Question quickly, Toby. When you look at this now, right, so it's the first match today, 5 to go. Presuming Alpha 7 do quite well, do you think the other teams are going to start focusing them, try to hot drop them, like suss them out?
Strategically, I say that's definitely a thing to do. The only issue is there's also the mental aspect of if we try to hunt down the best team currently in the world, what does that risk for us? Because yes, we can potentially take them out, but if we start throwing away 3-4 matches in a row, we might not only not get first, but we're also falling down the leaderboard ourselves.
Now, when the players are in game, how easy is it to determine the squad that you're fighting against? Like,
once you get a knock, in this match, everything is off the kill feed.
That's what I'm wondering, right? So, so like, we can obviously in the observer feed see the names floating above their heads. I realize the players don't have that, but I'm just trying to figure out just how quickly they know if they found an A7, they can start shooting.
They are incredibly quick. Again, they know where each other land, and then obviously on Sanok it's a little different because teams get very tangled up very quickly. But for the most part, they will keep track of the kill feed. They'll have one guy dedicated to do kill feed tracking. So he'll, like, whenever there's a knock in the kill feed, he'll go DRX3, Talon 2. Like, they'll just instantly say
Just
this
like
to
that.
each other
Got
to
it.
keep track of it, so that once they come to the late game and they can only see how many players are alive, they don't know amount of squads, they will be aware.
And also specifically to figure out where they are, where their location is. You might hear some shots really close to you, and then in the kill feed, when you see someone get knocked, you'll see not only who did the knocking and who got knocked. So you can keep track of where they are using the sound.
See, this is how you're teaching me. Thank you, boys. Okay, let's look at the circle. Toby, give me a little bit of a expectation.
I mean, this is a picture-perfect high ground ending, literally king of the hill. Who better to sit on that throne right now than Alpha 7? They have the high ground control, and in third-person perspective, mobile play in particular, high ground is, absolute win con. So if they can maintain control of this hillside, make sure that they're not getting pushed up on from behind by, for example, a Solo and Talon, they should be in a very, very good position.
So see how that Alpha 7 player is off on his own just towards the lower side of the hill, which we were looking at. What would that role be called for Alpha 7?
So the way I see it is he's playing contain. He's effectively the anchor player, making sure that, like, this is my location. I'm making sure no one comes from here. He's not sat there to take a fight with opponents coming in. He gives the info across, and as soon as they come, he falls back.
It's also the same terminology that's used in Warzone, Resurgency, as well as in Apex Legends. That fourth player that hangs back, or third player in Call of Duty, the anchor, basically.
Also, I like to call him the fire escape. Because if everything goes wrong,
Toby,
this is the guy that has the exit route.
Toby, I know Jace is not here, but that doesn't mean somebody else has to pick up his let's redefine terms face.
No, this makes perfect sense. This makes perfect sense.
See, Jim, is this Jimmy? I can't see the
It's
player.
the emergency exit player.
Whoever the player is on that giant rock, he climbed the fire exit to get on top of the rock. Also, have we seen the Skyrim horses in this game yet?
No. But then again, there isn't really a whole lot of vehicle use on. I know we just saw a car there, but in general, Sanok,
Can I explain that really quickly?
Because I know we all know vehicle use.
In Skyrim, the horses can just climb vertical hills, and you can drive up vertical hills in this game. So
I feel like WoW did it first.
But okay, well, WoW then. But there's Skyrim horses. I tell you what, they made it first. Skyrim popularized it.
Fair.
How's that?
Fair.
Okay? Yeah.
Fair.
Take that.
Again, Alpha 7, you can see, and as you were saying before, the way they're flexing out, they have a person currently prone in the watchtower on the southern side. He has a perfect overview. And as you can see here, perfect timing, thank you, observers. Not only is it a person in the watchtower, it's the in-game leader set here making plans, looking towards the south side. Now 2 players up here. They know they don't have to aggress. They've seen Reject get eliminated early. They know DRX and Tiamba are out as well. And as far as I know, they took out one of the Talon players too, so they should know that they're wounded as well.
Just for a bit of a history lesson before any action kicks off here.
You have about 15 seconds.
Okay, well, let's not do the history lesson then.
Okay.
The lesson is
it's on. We can go further. They're not going to move before the circle pops. Everyone's inside the circle now. So they're going to wait for the next circle.
It does feel like it's going to heat up pretty quickly.
It definitely will. Once this next circle pops, everyone will know what's going to be prime real estate for effectively the remainder of the game.
Did you know that if you look in the top left of the screen, you can see the remaining players?
I did.
That's the maximum number of elimination points that you can secure.
No, because you can't take out your teammates. So you have to subtract how many teammates you have alive. Also, this is something we can see. The players don't see how many teams are alive. So if they see 5 alive, they go, yeah, there's 2 teams, but you don't know if it's at least 2 teams, but you don't know exactly how they're split.
For the rest of the day, can I request from production we have an agree counter for Toby?
An
just
agree
to see,
counter,
or even a defense counter.
Can I be honest? Can I be honest?
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of graphic support, so what we need to do is... So talk. If my mic's dead, you need to talk.
I thought you were fixing it. You're good, you're good.
You're on now.
Am I on now?
Yeah,
Microphone back?
yeah,
Hello.
yeah.
Okay. So, Toby, if you would like to check in with the casters, you can. You have that power available to you.
I like talking, though. I like also being the caster. But you know what? This is the end of the game. We're setting up. I want to hear from the casters how they're going to break down as things are a little quiet now, but are going to get spicy. So let's hop on over to our lovely casters.
For Alpha 7 right now, I do think that there is some immediate moves that need to be taken. Creo, good sprays on Twisted Mind. Start things off. They scatter back behind the rocks here.
Keep your noses clean, keep your heads down. They found Linux. He went for the long rotate round the back, but arrived on their portion of the map, and they did not want to give him any free space. Nice connection from Ratto Boy. Puts the pressure back on, but it's so uncomfortable for him. Zone burning away at the HP. Bullets when he peeks up. I think he accepts his fate and knows that he's about to go down. So Revo takes the credit for that one. Zone rolls in. We say goodbye to Twisted Minds and Finn the Herd some more.
Vampire slowly have worked their way up the tables, I would say. over the last day. Still looking fairly decent. Typical Vampire fashion, though, is that, come alive towards the end. But this tournament, it's not a case where other teams leave the door open. They've closed it and locked it tight. Just two teams really battling out towards that top end of the lobby. Mafioso barely can peek out before the bullets whiz past his forehead.
This is making it a bit more uncomfortable now for Alpha 7. Using a lot of the utility they had available to them, haven't had many opportunities to restock in some time. There's the clap back. Good peek on the angle.
Yeah.
Revo heals himself up, wins out that fight versus the Tianba man. Vampire still got their eyes on it. They see the quick rotate and know they're starting to advance.
Yeah, Alpha 7's trying to squeeze as many points as possible out of this game. A quick step up with the nade that comes through, but they're trying to angle these nades back on towards that overlook. Should be decent. Nice bounce on it as well. Jumps out the window and into danger. It bounces over the balcony and blows his legs clean off as he vaults.
Great bounce on the nade. The psychological games there proving to be the bigger piece of the pie and making it awkward. So Alpha 7 just focusing on those eliminations, just focusing on taking smart fights. They get an opportunity to grab a little bit more loot as well from the boxes that Tianba leave behind. Alliance and Power at one point seemed like they could be a problem, but since then it's gone quiet. They set their attention back on the Liquid. Opening nades, cast across. They get close. If you get a nice nade through the doorway, Liquid could be on uncomfortable waters. Whoa, these are almost primed. The DBS is closing the gap though. Problems could be arising here. Liquid need to put the foot down.
Mythic just leaving a trail of mines in the front side, and like a mythical beast himself, will swing the jaws down on Alliance. You got Cluck on the side though, and they will clean them out. But what a defense Mythic had there. 8 eliminations on the game, and you're right, they were limping along with just the 3 players. Seems to be a curse that they cannot break. 4 elims for Alpha 7 once again into a top 5. A huge game for them to start off the day, and another lovely spray from Revo.
The energy's there for Alpha 7. They're playing with aggression now. They're starting to see the potential pathway towards victory, and they want to beeline straight towards it. Getaway maneuver from Vampire. They didn't like the fight they were thrown into. You crash into Power. It's an upset on the battle back. Al-Haji goes down, but Revo is still stealing away eliminations. Nades over the top. Swept. Lucky to be alive. Alpha 7 still see opportunities for more points. They close the gap. They're pushing on down. They want to finish this one with so many eliminations. Nades on target. There's the follow-up. Schweppes is blown away. Al-Haji, he's probably going to be talking out of commission now, and it's all about Alpha 7. They're just thinking about the last few pickups, take down the last 2 men, and close it with a chicken dinner and some points off the back.
Alpha 7 looking for the technical back-to-back from yesterday's game where they hit a high streak. Now looking to finish off Power and absorb some of that for themselves. It will be the last player here, and Alpha 7 takes themselves a chicken dinner at the start of the day. Yesterday, finishing strong, starting today strong. The Brazilians in the crowd happy about this one. Potentially, the curse can be finally lifted as they get a lovely lead to start things off. But it's not over yet for this team.
It's just beginning.
What an amazing game there from Alpha 7. And we saw a quick glimpse of Petala, one of the CEOs for the organization who I had the pleasure of speaking to yesterday. We will come back to Pubg Mobile World Cup and discuss the ramifications, discuss the scores, and see where it goes from there. For now, I have a very special guest joining me for potentially the last Mobile Legends Bang Bang piece of content of EWC 2024 from the Central broadcast. I'm joined by not Ayanami. Did I say that right? Fantastic. I obviously know you are the champion of MWI. Thank you. I would love for you to introduce yourself, tell some of our viewers who you are and where you're from. You're welcome to have water if you want to.
Okay. My name is Gwyneth Diagon. My in-game name is not Ayanami. I'm from the Philippines, specifically from an island called Cebu.
Okay.
A little one in the middle of the Philippines. and I'm 21 years old.
Cute. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit, where does your nickname come from? Because not Ayanami implies that there is an Ayanami, right?
Yeah. Well, Ayanami comes from an anime. It's a mecha kind of anime. Yeah.
Which anime?
Neon
Genesis Evangelion?
Yeah.
If you know JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I'll show you. I've got Star Platinum on my arm later. Anyways, let's talk about the tournament.
Okay.
You surprised the planet. 3-0 over Vitality. We've told the story plenty of times on the show. 1,000 days Vitality went undefeated in tournaments. 20 in a row.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be the person that stopped that?
Right now, it's still not sinking in that 100% not sinking in.
Okay,
Maybe
good,
like...
Good. I saw your win moment lifting that trophy. You were so happy.
Yeah, but really, that was like 20% still sinking in. Now 40%. I'm still in cloud 9. I'm still on the clouds.
Shock.
That I really can't believe that we won the game and we swept them.
Yes.
And it's like the first time they've been swept. That's
the first time they've been swept.
yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Everybody at home, you're watching Smart Omega Empress celebrating.
Yeah, it's almost like some of the teams can get 1 point from them in a series. They're never undefeated, right? This is the first time we've swept them, and we didn't know we could do it. We just had our mind on the game. Just 100% on the game, not thinking of it.
You really didn't discuss with your teammates, with your coaches.
That we can do it.
It could happen. It's happening.
No.
You're 1-0 up.
No.
And just focus. You're 2-0 up.
No.
And then you smash game 3, and it's just living in the moment.
Yeah, it's just we tried our best. That don't overthink about the future. Nah, okay, just one more game. No, we weren't like that. It's just like, okay, another game 1.
When is it going to sink in for you? How long will it take you to get home? And I imagine traveling back to your family, to your friends, to one of the most passionate esports audiences in the world. I'm very fortunate. I've traveled a lot. I've seen a lot of games. I am terrified of how intense Filipino MLBB fans are.
I think it will sink in when we get home. You know, all the shouting of the crowd, maybe that will be the time it will sink in for me, how big of an impact we did. Like that.
Tell me about some of the personal connections you'll have. I heard stories that when the Selangor Red Giants made it back to Malaysia, that there were some communities that were at the airport and they were cheering for them. And obviously it's fan groups and things. How many friends and family will you be able to turn around, show that trophy to and say, I'm the best in the world? And how will that make you feel?
Like how many
who's supporting you? Who can you show off to?
Well, the whole Smart Omega family, of course, also, and all the Filipino, even in this venue, and also there, it's like for the whole Philippines, I can show them that, for so long, I can say that I'm the best in the world right now. I'm one of the best of the world.
I will tell you something.
Okay.
You are such a humble player and very down to earth. If I were you and I had just done what you've done, I would have been screaming from the rooftops. So I applaud you. That's fantastic.
I wish I can scream, but
you got no voice. Oh, that's amazing. Another personal question. I was shocked at how many Filipino supporters there were, both for MSC and MWI. Did you know that you were going to have like the home crowd?
We were informed ahead of time that maybe a lot of Filipinos will be there, but we did not expect it to feel like a hometown.
Yes, I walked through that arena during the games, and honestly, I thought we were in the Philippines.
Yeah.
There's so many people.
It's like we were in the Philippines, and my teammates said that it helped boost their motivation, their confidence that, wow, the crowd is cheering for us. It felt like our first time for them as well, because on site there's not that much of a crowd. That's the biggest crowd we got on site.
Right.
That's the first time.
Wow. Okay. Now I have heard through the grapevine that you were feeling a little bit unwell, a little bit sick throughout the course of the series in the last couple of days. Is that true? And how are you feeling now? How did it affect the finals? See, that's the truth.
You heard it.
Take your time. Take your time. No, it's absolutely fine.
During the group stage, it was a mild cough and sore throat, I think. Also a headache, maybe generally a flu. I had a flu. But then on the grand finals, Before the start of the first game, it got worse. Like, I can't breathe, and I was on stage already. I was sitting down. I can't breathe. I kept on coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing, and I kept on ducking under the table so that I got a tissue there and throw it when I can throw it. And the marshal were worried that if I had to vomit or anything, I just tell them. But then I believe that, yeah, that before the draft, I can do it. I told my team that no matter how worse my sore throat cough goes, don't think about me. Focus on what you have to do. Focus on the draft. I can do it. I can get through the game.
Can I say thank you so much? You're the champion. You should be celebrating, but you're here doing an interview. It means a lot to me, so thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
I've only got a few more questions, and I promise I'll let you go. And hopefully she doesn't have any more work to do. I'm looking at the bosses back there. Well, I don't know if you do, and if you do, I'm so sorry. Anyways, one thought. How do you think the Vitality fans and players are feeling? I know they were your opponents, and I know you toppled them. If you were to think about their position, how do you think they're going to reflect this? Because this is the biggest lesson that they have ever been taught.
Yeah, if I were one of their fans, I'd feel like this is such a great loss. And I'm sorry, but this is just how fans think. I mean, they show their disappointment really well.
Very passionate.
Yeah, because they're very passionate, and of course they'll be very disappointed because all throughout the game, even before we came here, there were a lot of comments saying, "Give the trophy already to Indonesia. Give the trophy already to Vitality." Like that. Yeah, there's a lot of those things, and even in our country, my fellow men kept saying that, oh, they're gonna lose again in the finals. They can get to the finals, but they'll lose again. Just give them that, blah blah blah. I mean, like.
Do you know what? I'm not saying you will say this, but Smart Omega Empress are here. Okay, I've only got 2 more questions for you. What is next? Are you going to have some time to rest, or what is the next tournament you're going to be competing in?
For now, we're gonna. Oh, we do have a tournament in the Philippines. But I'm not sure I can disclose it yet.
Okay,
but okay.
Please don't. We'll both get in trouble.
Okay, let's just keep it that way. And then
you have a tournament coming up that you will do well in.
Yeah. And another one internationally. Not gonna disclose that yet. Also.
Okay. See, look at this. We've got the exclusives here. Not Ayanami. I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to take a risky one. Do you like the fact that all of the female teams are called queens? Does that make you happy? Is it? Because to me, it's a little bit overplayed. I just think you're a world champion.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. Fantastic. That's what it is. I'm going to give you one last opportunity. If you speak to camera number 1, say something in your mother tongue. I'm assuming Filipino. I apologize if I'm wrong. Greet your fans, greet your organization, and send something back to all the viewers who know you in your language.
Can I use 2 languages?
Even better. Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Tagalog. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta namin, lalo na sa mga tao sa venue na sobrang cheer sa amin, tsaka sa mga tao din outside sa venue na nag-support sa amin at namigay ng kung ano-ano, yung mga good luck. It means a lot to us. And for our Smart Omega family, thank you so much, Boss Froy, for coming with us. Thank you, Sir Pat, sa suporta. Kay Coach Q, kay Ma'am Christine Go, and kay Boss MVP. Thank you so much po sa suporta. And sa mga Bisaya na mga kauban, and sa mga Bisaya nga pamilya na nasa Cebu, thank you kayo nga gatagan mo ninyog chance nga i-prove na mo kagalingon. Unta dili na mo masuko na mo kay nadaog na jud mi karon. Thank you kayo.
Thank you so much. Not Ayanami, world champion, best player on the best team, World Cup winner. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
We're going to move on. We're going to speak to Sarah from Pubg Mobile's Reject, and right after that, we'll see you back on the sofa with the boys.
Hello, everyone. I am joined by Sarah from Reject, one of the top teams in all of Pubg Mobile right now, the winners of the last global tournament, PMGO Brazil. First off, Sarah, congratulations on your performance in the tournament so far. You're up there in the top in the race for first alongside Alpha 7. Tell me, how is it to now be in the finals, being up there in the race for first?
Actually, like, we don't care about anyone, like the who is the top one. Like who above us, but we just do the things that we can do. So nothing changes.
Okay. Now you've played, I mean, you come out of the champions of the previous global tournament. You won in Brazil, then you come into the group stage here. You make it to the finals, but it was a little shaky to begin with. I want to ask you, what are maybe some things that didn't go so well in the beginning, where now you're starting to play really well again?
Yeah. Because like we changed load before the tournament. Like Divine, my teammate Divine, was used to be IGL like last PMGO in Brazil, but this time I started to play as IGL again. So we didn't have any time, like enough time for the practice as IGL. So that's why we couldn't play well in the group stage. But in the main stage, like my sense is coming back.
Okay.
Because I was used to be IGL also, like 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah.
So it's starting to come together now with 1 day left to play. And I have 2 more questions for you, one of which is, what is it going to take for you guys to be able to take out Alpha 7, to have them once again maybe finish second? What is the formula for you guys to win tomorrow?
At least I still alive.
Stay alive?
Yeah, stay alive.
Just stay alive and you can win the games.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Lastly, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to some of the Japanese PUBG Mobile community, because I know when you guys are here, the only team from Japan in the finals. How big is the Japanese community? Is there like a big following for you guys, or is it very difficult?
Yeah, maybe so.
Okay, so please, if you want to, give a shout out to the Japanese community in Japanese. If you want to, just tell them to cheer for you tomorrow.
Okay. いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。今2位ということで、首位まですぐ迫るポイントまで来てるんですけども、そうですね、また2連覇するってところを見せたいと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。
And there we have it. That's Sarah from Recheck. Will they bring it home tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. So make sure that you're watching along.
Welcome back to Ewc Central, where we had a little break, of course. Quick apologies about the audio issues, but we are back and we got a lot of PUBG. And not just PUBG M, but also PUBG Mobile casters. I'm joined by the one and only John Allen, as well as Hot Jukes, aka Allen, aka the boys. How you doing, boys?
Doing good!
Huge. Lovely.
I need to sit further over here. Yeah, no. If that's the volume. No, absolutely. We're pumped. It's the final day. Alpha 7 let out strong. And so they're trying to break that curse. That's the whole vibe of today.
We are currently knee-deep in map 3. Map 2. And we are going to be jumping in shortly to have a look at map 2 and talk through it with the boys over here. Also, are you right on that side of the couch? I feel like I'm in between a family
It's fine. I mean, you just came in last second, so let me host this segment. And I'm just sat here waiting to be introduced because you only took them two.
Everyone knows you. You're just there. You're like a part of the furniture now. Now, boys, he's been here 2 weeks. So you, I guess. So talk to me about what the storylines are in your opinion. We've heard his thoughts already, and what's going on here in game 2. Jukes,
I mean, obviously the big one is, can Alpha 7 finally get a trophy on their hands? They've been waiting to put that belt around them for so long now, and they started off, better than they could have possibly hoped for. I mean, they crushed it. They broke the record. 25 grand already is going to be in their pocket, so, they're already putting stuff on layaway, so they're feeling good. But other than that, it's just teams going to be trying to hunt them down at the last second here.
Yeah, that gap at 136 to 109, that's a really difficult gap to close, right? When you consider that they're not going to be staying on 136, almost certainly, right?
When in mobile do we start seeing teams actively hunting the one team that's in the lead? Does it ever happen? And in a tournament like this, who would you say could potentially make the run? Because I'm looking at Reject right now and going, there's still a bit of a gap down to Talon. Obviously, maybe not in game 2, but if we come game 5, game 6, and they're not going to catch up to us, so we're not going to lose second if we try and actively take out first.
Yeah, I think me and Jukes kind of disagree a little bit on this, actually.
Okay.
Because I think that in general, you just don't really see that sort of style, especially with the amount of money that's on the line from first down to second, down to third as well. Like, you go for that, it's a risk. People can jump up past you when you go for that strat. But I feel like, Jukes, you like to see a little bit more action.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, Jukes?
Dude, nothing pisses me off more. I'm not even gonna. I am so frustrated. I don't know why.
When teams try to win?
They don't want to win. They don't want to win. I don't know what they're doing this entire time. They just go and sit and play the same game over and over and over again.
And just to emphasize, who are you referring to?
Everybody else. I mean, why not? This is. You have to wait until the rest of the year to try to get your hands on this cheddar. I mean, you got second place is 200 grand. Yeah. First place is $400,000. Why wouldn't you try to do everything you possibly can to try and hurt those teams and get that money? But yet, time and time again, we see teams just do the same thing. They're like, oh, it don't matter if we need 20 points to win. We're just going to do the same strategy. Who cares?
So, like I said, we disagree.
Yeah, it does definitely. It does definitely sound like it, as we now once again head towards the south. I gotta ask you, because over in PUBG PC, there's a lot of both conspiracy but also superstition when it comes to circles. There's a lot of, we've seen the heat map, we know where this circle's supposed to go, and a lot of people go, but it's random, bro. And then they go, no, it's not, I figured it out, bro. I know the algorithm now, but I'm not leaking it.
You don't see
the
numbers
how is it here? Because we've seen a lot of military games in this tournament.
This is abnormal. This is an abnormal number of, I think, kind of funky finishes, right? The most dramatic one was at the end of yesterday. I don't know if you guys caught that. The Miramar game, the final match, ended up on the South Island. Now, it's not like the South Island here on Erangel. The South Island on Miramar, the Los Higos Islands, are tiny. The idea that it could end up there, you're talking like 1 or 2%.
So this has been
actually wrong. It was 100%.
Oh, true. Yeah, 100% of the time on that match, it was on that final line.
Yeah, that is true. It's only happened one time. 1 out of 1.
That's right.
Pretty good statistics. I could be a PUBG Mobile caster.
Let's go.
Analyst. Even.
Yeah, there you go.
But look, so for this one in particular, we're going south again. Who do you think is going to be? But we've only lost Team Liquid. And there's still 53 remaining.
I mean, you could argue that we've lost Boom as well, but they still do have one player left who I believe is not on military yet. He's the Boom fan.
Oh,
yes.
we went
I've been tracking your predictions.
That's right.
Seems like the only one that's not doing so great is actually Trevor's, right?
That is true. He's currently sat in a chill 14th position as he finally gets out of his chair to comment on what we're doing while we're on air, Trevor. No, I think it's interesting to watch this leaderboard, because a lot of the teams that are on here kind of are expected to be, as we now see Trevor's team in trouble again. I will say, though, for me, Talon,
Okay.
I mean, DRX is one team because they went all the way down to the top. They went all the way to the bottom. I've already talked to both you and some of the other talent from Pubg Mobile about them.
No.
But I feel like a team we haven't really gone over too much is Talon in all of this. Where are they coming into this tournament in your tier lists, and how do they compare to how they perform now?
Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I don't think anybody was really expected to be sitting in third off the rip here. Yeah, so if the fact that they're doing so well in this tournament is huge for them. And they're not that far off. Literally like one good solid chicken dinner, and they could be in the run for first place. But eventually, someone's going to have to stop Alpha 7. Like, you have to. If you want that World Cup trophy to be the first.
Don't get him started.
Calm down. The thing is, you misunderstand it, because no one needs to stop Alpha 7. They do that themselves.
That's very
History
true.
has shown that is true, I must say.
There are 16 teams playing against Alpha 7 right now.
Yeah.
We did get an interview with Alpha 7's, one of the CEOs yesterday, and they talked about how much coming into this event in particular. They've had like mental training, they've had all, it's like, do not let this get to your head. You're ahead in the game, keep that lead. Play it as if it's a 0-0, maintain it instead of going like getting scary, second guessing yourself, so on and so forth. And it seems like, at least for the start of today, it has definitely paid off.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, they started off so well here, and this game is going to be real interesting with this zone. I love the fact to hear that, PUBG, and Pubg Mobile, we all wear our tinfoil hats, right? When it comes to like where the circle's going to go. I don't think any of these teams predicted it, but you can just see, IHC, look at that soul, holding it down.
He's doing pretty good stuff, and taking down Power as well.
Actually surviving, climbing the leaderboard as well. They're now set up in 13th. There we go. Slow and steady. Doesn't win the race, but they'll get there eventually.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. I mean, these guys coming in as defending global champions with this roster, right? That was the big thing. At the end of last year, they won the major global tournament in Pubg Mobile, and the way that they did that was through just frag after frag after frag, right? They were super aggressive. They were just churning out points like that. They just haven't been able to do it here, though.
I have heard from other talent, and I want to put you in the spot here. You're in the hot seat now on the other side. Was that a write-off, though? Yes, they were world champions, and no, that's, of course, incredibly impressive, but was that a one-time, one-and-done sort of thing? Or I see, I see Jukes pointing at you. I want to hear Jukes take for that exact reason.
Okay.
Was it a one-off? Just spill it.
Yes.
Yeah?
It was a one-off.
It was a one-off?
Yeah, it was a one-off. Yeah, and it's unfortunate to say it, but, we're looking at their performance so far in the tournament, and I think everything just indicates that right now.
But what is it to you then that you can have a team that is, currently at 13th place, go out and best effectively a lot of the exact same rosters that we're seeing here? What is it that worked out for them that in this tournament just clearly isn't?
Yeah, that's kind of like the hard thing here is, when you reach a different tournament like this in the finals, like edge style play no longer works, right? Because in the earlier tournaments, you could play edge, absorb, points like crazy from weaker teams, but there's no weak teams here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And at the end of the day, if you get that fortunate circle, you have to capitalize on it, right? You need those double-digit elimination chicken dinners, and at the same time, you can't depend on that, right? You still got to put up points consistently regardless of the situation, and they just haven't been able to do that like some of these other squads.
So, I was just going to say that was a bad example, but over the course of the last 2 weeks, just watching how good teams are at throwing and stacking their nades, no matter what kind of nades they are, it's gotten so good over the last couple of years. Because I used to watch like normal PUBG, like PC PUBG.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen.
Look, I know we're on different sofas right now, but
Look
we're
at
about to
me.
come across the
Leave me
I'm sorry,
alone.
I didn't mean it.
Hey, leave me alone. PC PUBG.
That's a really good point.
None of us moved.
It took a while for the nade meta to evolve in PC PUBG 5 years ago or whatever. But on mobile, it just seems like everyone is so good at throwing at utility.
It's true. I think the interesting thing about the usage utility for the most part in Pubg Mobile and in PUBG is timing of when you use that utility, right? If you expend it in, say, right now, you can't have that for the final circle. You're taken away from having the ability to create cover for yourself with the smokes, as obviously bullets can travel through that cover, but visual cover for yourself with the smokes, being able to isolate and control positions with HE grenades. That is obviously hugely valuable when everybody is kind of forced to be at arm's length from each other, right? When you have a little bit more distance to play around with, it's less valuable to use them then. So you'll sometimes see teams holding on to a lot of utility in these earlier stages, or the mid-game, really.
Yeah, towards those last circles, especially yesterday, it was on one of the Erangel maps, there was multiple moments where you just see like 17 smokes
Oh, yeah.
all through
Yeah.
at the exact same time.
The smoke train.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you now. If we were to take a screenshot of the leaderboard right here, say game over, this is all done. I know we're at a bit of a distance and you need your binoculars to really zoom in on it. But if we were to screenshot this as of right now, what would be the biggest surprise to you? It can be both for good and for worse, but what would be the biggest surprise to you in terms of how teams have played in the final?
4MV.
Yeah, 4MV is number 1.
4MV.
Like, honestly, it was a shock. I talked to so many of the coaches from all the other teams, and they were all like, we're really scared of 4MV. We think they're the most aggressive squad. And one of them actually said like their biggest weakness was the fact that they do go out of the circle. Alpha 7.
Okay.
Getting knocked down
They
there.
hurt you, man. They hurt you.
You're right. Mafioso now playing that edge. But this is why I think Alpha 7 is so strong, is because prior to this, they had been playing those edges for so long. That was their meta. They finally realized it doesn't work. But when it goes down,
Let's go!
They're gonna go down! That's what's gonna happen.
That is a distraction play and a half. Pay
I love that.
attention the other way, comes swinging around with the buggy and clean up. This is actually huge. No one in top 5 is alive, and we've only just broken into placement points. This could really tighten up the leaderboard quite drastically.
This is a really nasty circle as well. I don't know if you've been tracking it over the course of these past couple of shrinks, but it's been centered around the western bridge on the military island, which is that big island to the south of this map. And there's a lot of water that's still in this map, which forces teams to play closer together than they would like, and it gets messy. And I think that's what we kind of seen.
But I will say something, though, right? Well, going back on that last point you made, there's another team that I think is a big shocker, and that's Vampire, right? Vampire, they won this thing last year, right? They won the midseason tournament last year, and now they're sitting, what, in 11th place?
Yeah.
But they have a chance right here and now. If they
We spoke to Satani like at the start of the tournament. He was like, yeah, my goal is top 8 right now. So I think that they didn't really expect themselves to be as performant as they were in previous years. I don't think we expected them. Okay, yeah. Let's take a pause on being sensible. Dude, I love these buggy plays.
It's something that first one, the first time we saw it.
Yeah,
really?
It's good. It's good.
Dude.
I mean, it's so cool because we saw a lot of that in EMEA. We saw a lot of buggy plays coming through. Like you put up a wall of smoke. They don't quite know where you're coming from. They can't juke your buggy as easily. So then you just swing through, out of vision, and then it's like, bang, there's a front bump in your face.
Can I ask you, why buggy? Obviously, I mean, most people probably know I come primarily from a PC background. The buggy is probably the least used vehicle outside of minivans and whatnot. But why buggy? Because it's just such a big contrast.
So the reason why a lot of people use buggies right now at this level is, you know, what they do is they can utilize it by going into those smokes, holding in it. Then they switch to the back seat, and that actually gives them a peer outside the smoke.
The third person
So they can get a really, really good vision on everybody else down there. So it kind of works in that spot, and also, I mean, it takes enough bullets to where you could get those runovers and use it as protection rather than just running on in. So the meta has definitely shifted towards that for sure.
We've also been a huge fan of monster trucks on this show.
Monster truck
what's your take on monster trucks? I'll go for you because I know your take after that.
I mean,
You gotta be honest. It's honest, bro. This is the honest show.
I'm like, it's good in general. It's if you're on the back of the monster truck, you're basically a sitting
You're in
duck.
trouble.
You're as Kalaris on our desk said, you're like a duck in a barrel, which is what he decided to go for, and we keep making fun of him for it. But yeah, it's really, really dangerous, but it's really cool. So like that's the trade-off that you have to take.
Yeah,
it's really cool, dude.
It's really
the American in me, every time I see a monster truck, I'm just like, monster truck, man.
I can tell he's from Texas, right?
That's effectively how we've been reacting on show here as well. The only difference was when we were covering Free Fire, you spawn them out of the air, and you can land them on top of your opponents. PUBG doesn't quite do that, but it makes for a lot of entertainment value.
Not yet.
From the pocket vending machine.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True. You just get them out there, spawn them in, and yeah, you're good to go. Now, out on the bridge we go again. You talked about it just before, John. These bridge fights, they happen in PUBG, but usually in phase 1, with teams are rotating to the island, but some teams here are stuck.
Yeah, they've been sort of embroiled on this mouth of the bridge fight for quite a while. It's been difficult to get down to the South Island, and in general, the teams are going to hold you around on the hills that are a little bit further south, and it's very difficult to move away from that. And given where the circle is, it's safer just to hold your ground, stay there, or stay underneath it. Unfortunately, everybody's kind of had the same idea here, right? So they're all getting a little bit too close for comfort, and health bars are starting to drop.
You know what I want? I mean, since we had Jackie and Blank on here yesterday, they got to break down what ended up being a hilarious game that ended up on Heaven. I want to give you guys a chance to just, I mean, you're warming up to the games you're about to cast anyway.
Okay.
You know, we'll leave the mic on to you. Not that you have to go like super raw cast, but I know you will automatically because you're so passionate about the game.
Yeah.
I'll leave the mic to you. Just take us through anything you wish to talk about for these last, I guess, 2.5 circles.
Okay, I want all these teams to stop being wimps and start pushing like crazy because this is their chance.
Run out of
really,
the
and honestly, I think this is why we're seeing them so down on the leaderboards because they know what they need, right? They need points, and sometimes they just tend to turtle up and just play safe because of that. But this is that big opportunity. You only have a few games left. You should just stand up, push everything. Because I mean, the difference in placement points here is $5,000 every single one you go up until you get to the top 2.
Yeah. DXavier just swept out that south hillside here. They're going to be pushing up towards the north. I think they're going to go for it and actually take control of a lot of the ground. You can see it's 5 teams remaining. 4 of those teams are kind of sequestered on this northern side. DRX, kind of the exception. You can see they're in a little bit of a bunker. They're being wimps, and they are yet to really reap any rewards for their wimpish nature. DXavier launching from this high ground. That's what I was talking about. Teams holding you out on that bridge from this position down to the south.
That's the big DXavier right
But they
there.
are not stopping. They're just going. They're going fast.
Where's this next circle going? Or is this the one that goes to the center?
This is stage 6, I think that says.
It's going to center up at 6 for sure.
We don't know. It's not certain though. It's not guaranteed.
100%.
100% guaranteed.
100% maybe gonna happen.
That's a Hot Jukes 100% guarantee that it's near the center.
That's right.
Yeah, there we go. Center we go once more, and once again a circle that's going to take us miles out into the open. It's again, I mean, if we talk about the algorithm, the tinfoil hat, we've been seeing a lot of open endings in this tournament.
Yeah, the way that I believe it works is for PUBG.
Spotting some toes.
I was about to look at the algorithm, but we're looking at toe shots now. We go for DRX taking shots over to the bridge, gets one, gets 2, they're stepping up. They have got 0 eliminations right now for DRX. This is a team that's nearer to the top of the tables than a few of the others, so getting points now would be huge for them.
Yeah.
To be able to pick those up onto the bridge as well, onto Vampire.
What is every single team doing? They got to move. They got to move quickly.
Yeah, they got to go.
The zone is now
Circle's
closing.
in.
Well, we're going to have one more shift, and then that is it. The zone will go into nothing afterwards.
You can see it here in the background. Left, oh, well, here to your right, there's nothing. There's 2 trees, I mean, maybe a single rock for you to hide behind. Everyone's going to fall here.
Yeah, that's why you see people just try to hold those vehicles towards the end, because you could use them as just like some nice walls. And that's why I don't see a lot of monster trucks, because once those tires get popped, they're not very good coverage, actually, for yourself.
Can I make a weird reference in saying that this is arguably the most Miramar ending we can get on a rank?
That sounds about right. Sounds about right.
In terms of playability and high ground terrain
Especially
and whatnot, it's kind of interesting, and I'm very curious to see how and if Vampire are going to be able to get off. But of course, if anyone's able to do it, Tony K would be the one.
I'm going to go with no, they're not. It's really, really tough to make your way across this. With DXavier, yeah, he's going down.
See ya.
I mean, there is just so few ways to get out of that. That bridge, that sort of walkway on the side is so exposed to where DXavier were holding, because they're holding back and waiting for the circle to actually force them to move out of position, because the high ground is so powerful.
Oh, man.
And so they have sightlines onto that walkway. Alliance have full control.
About time we start seeing DXavier move, though. Like, they really need to get going fast. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. I understand that they have a dominant position, but every single time Alliance or anybody else takes their points away, they're going to just really be limited. So they got to push everybody.
On the sidelines, though, DRX looking to try and push higher onto those tables, and that really is the big part of this match for me. With only 1 elimination, though, it's not enough just yet.
Yeah.
I think he's going to lose. That smoke train that you were talking about earlier, Mac, that's what he's going to deploy up to the tree. But the flip side of a smoke train, especially as a solo player, is people know where you're going, right? Because there's an end of that smoke train.
One
and
thing
so
that
you
I
just
think,
get sprayed down.
one thing I think a lot of these teams are finally starting to realize is the usefulness of offensive smokes, right?
Yeah.
So throwing smokes onto a team, eliminating their sight line, so they have to push out wide into the open with no information. And ever since we've seen teams really start to utilize that, we're seeing a lot of squads be able to win when we don't expect it to. Lamborghini, this is about time. Now we're finally starting to see them move from comfort. and start pushing on the Alliance, because that's the only thing they got to worry about right now.
Suppression on the ridgeline from Alliance is going to keep them at their back for now, but they've got that vehicle. It is smoking, though. This is really dangerous because that vehicle is very close to exploding, which means it's very dangerous to use it to rotate. It looks like they do have another one available, though, so they can push forwards, and you need to be moving down these hills fast when you don't have smoke cover. So it's starting to stand up, looks for a spray, but he's just tracking through that smoke train.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no one's there.
I don't know what Xavier's doing. They need to push all 3 downhill, just keep 1 up top for sight lines, right? Because that zone's going to go ahead and shift 1. Well, actually, it's going to go into nothing. You want center circle the best you can. You have that little hill ridge right there, which would be perfect. Now they're finally starting to move, but it could be just a little too late. No, it ends up working out for them. Barely, though.
This is a really wise play by them, just to add in real quickly. I mean, the way they're able to isolate them and keep them on the edge of the circle here is extremely heads-up play.
Offensive smokes onto them. Just smoke that whole line out so they can't do anything, and then throw every little piece of utility you have. Pre-fire through the smoke. It should be an easy win for Xavier.
That dash forwards by Paragin in the buggy is what has secured this one.
Does it matter that it's a 3v4 and Alliance have the man advantage and also a lot more health in those bars?
It's a 4v4 because of the blue zone.
That's kind of true, yeah. The Xavier line kind of plays for them, right? They are really far. You look at the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see how far up Xavier have pushed. That means that Alliance are only playing with this tiny ridge, and these nades are so much more valuable. Look at this. This is a flush. This is a knock. Oh, it goes long. Okay. And actually, there's an off angle. So the numbers, I mean, they go the Xavier way, but I'm going to have to eat my words, I guess. We've only got a 1-player position here now, but it's Lamborghini. He's behind the rock, and he does have a central position, and it doesn't pay off. Mac, he's a miracle worker. He knows what's going on. You can have my job.
What a throw.
Actually, no, I won't.
Counter-Strike, when you have 1 extra man, it usually means it's a very good thing. So that's all I went.
Logic. We do sometimes use logic on this show. It's very rare, but it does come through every now and again. But finally, honestly, Alliance showing just a glimpse of what they were able to do in the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, that was really difficult for them to win that one. I mean, there was a reason that I was talking about Xavier, and you were saying, Jukes, that the blue zone was that 4th player for Xavier. They, by all rights, shouldn't have won that. That nade that went long was a massive misplay from Paragin, I think it was, in the middle of that Xavier line. That goes right. Completely different game.
Now, Alliance have been at the bottom of the table for a fair amount of time now through this stage. What is the likelihood that they can climb way, way higher? Like, you're saying it's $5,000 per spot. So how much more money could they be looking at if they have a really good day from this point?
I mean, we could see them easily go even to top 2.
It's
crazy.
Well,
I mean, like, it's possible.
It's true.
Theoretically possible. Right?
Theoretically, per match, you can earn 60 eliminations and 10 placement points, so it's 70 points per match.
But if we were to go back and use that logic thing again, I think, I mean, let alone the fact that I believe they just got 17 points over this game, that's like 20K in the bank, easy just off of placement points. They just climbed, and if they get 1, maybe 2. I mean, they almost had 3 wins in 1 day. That's true. In the group stages. If we can do anything remotely close to this today for the final couple of games, we're looking at least top 8. Yeah. Which would be insane from them like coming into this game set in 16th.
Top 8 also plays into the club championship.
And club championship as well.
Yeah. Which would be a pretty big addition.
I do have a surprise clip for everyone at home and in the studio. Let's bring it up. Let's have a look. It's a monster truck clip. We love monster trucks.
Oh, wait a minute.
So that was us pocket vending machining in a monster truck the week before I was here and getting like 2 kills or something. So
what's happening?
Might have been elimination.
The fact
yeah, okay.
The fact that we were not even part of the broadcast week that aired this, and we still got to see this clip 19 times. I mean,
I wonder who's doing that is, right? Who could have possibly made that happen?
Are there monster trucks in indoor games? Are there monster trucks in PUBG PC?
No.
I don't know.
That's a Toby question. Oh, okay.
I don't know, maybe.
Well, I didn't say it.
I could have lost a little bit of respect there. But look, we do have a game for you guys to partake in.
Okay.
And it's going to be a bit more difficult because it's for Overwatch 2. You guys will also play along. But it's multiple choice, so it's just it's an interesting situation.
Can we use whiteboards?
Can you use what?
Can we use whiteboards?
Whiteboards? We want to use whiteboards? Grab the... So,
what does that involve?
Jukes, see the whiteboards there?
Got it.
If you could divvy those out to So you're not.
I'll take
there
this
you
one.
There you go. You got
Because
that
we're
one.
going back into.
We'll get the white
we're going
one.
back into Overwatch.
There
so
you
I'll
go.
have
There's
this
another one.
Yep, yep.
True.
That's,
I will
don't
say
need
for the
mine.
record, in yesterday's quiz,
There's one
I
for you.
had
Oh,
all
okay.
of the answers
Oh, I got
correct.
stickers. I need
So-
I don't have a
You got
pen.
one pen.
I don't have
Pen
a
there.
There's one pen here.
And a pen over there.
No.
You got a pen?
Guys
And
can share.
I'll borrow a pen.
there it is. Wait, no, I'll dive for
Okay,
you.
go on.
I also need
Go on, use
There
those
we
muscles.
go. That's what I'm talking about.
Who's harder
That's
than
that
pens in the
flexibility
show?
right there,
Wide.
baby.
Huh?
A wipe.
Dude, excellent rotation, by the way.
Dude, yeah,
love
that was
this show.
sick,
Thank
actually.
you.
Did you see the zone was actually pushing in
Dude,
from
his-
this side?
his sight
He
lines.
rotated down towards the pens and
There
was
you
able
go.
to pick up the chicken penner? No,
Yeah, sure,
that's
why
not
not?
good.
Nah.
He
We'll
did a
try
pickup,
again next
though.
time.
What are you guys talking about? I lost it. Anyway, let's play the quiz. Let's play the game. It's A, B, C, or D. Write down your
Goodness
answer.
gracious.
Where are we? Name this map. Is it Rat Town? Is it Hayden
Okay.
Pies? Is it Junker Town or is it New Junk City?
I'm 4 for 4, but I feel like I'm gonna lose it with this one.
So,
Make a choice.
I did used to cast Overwatch a long time ago.
Yes.
And I think I might know the answers to this because I think there's definitely one of those on the list that is a map.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about the others.
Okay.
So I'm going for the one that I know is a map.
Okay, I'm not gonna reveal why I picked this, but wait, before you'd say what the answer is, can I explain
doing
why I
A, B,
picked my
C, D?
guess?
Sorry.
Let's do the explanations after, just so we're all there. Have we all got an answer?
A, B, C, D? Are we doing A, B, C, D?
Yeah, A, B, C, or D.
Okay, that's the number.
There we go.
Okay.
We're ready.
All
we're
right,
ready.
3, 2, 1, reveal. What do we got? C, C.
So I picked B because they looked like there's a pie, but I also know that's a bait you would set up. So hey, pies. I was like, there's an actual pie on the screen. It has to be the one.
Well, the answer is New Junk City.
No
but
way.
There's more here. There is some more. So Junkertown is also a map in the game.
Yeah, okay.
It's a different map. You know, this one got added in Overwatch 2. But Hayden's Pies is actually my favorite pie shop, which is like a 3-hour drive down the coast in Australia.
Oh, nice.
Best pies you'll ever get. Shout out to Hayden's
And
Pies.
that's why I
Let's
picked
go.
that one.
There you
and if
go.
you don't know what a meat pie is, come to Australia, I'll show you. Overwatch 2, name this map. Which map is this one? A, New Queen Street. B, Blizzard World. C, Nepal. Or D, Van City. That was actually Vancouver.
Where do they? Okay, so they definitely play curling in Vancouver.
Okay, not that
Okay,
one.
so yeah, I guess that's going to go for my answer.
Yeah.
I think I'm
got
locked
it.
in. I think I'm locked in.
I'm locked in.
We got it all
wait,
sorted.
it
All
could
right, 3, 2, 1. Reveal. D-A-A. So you going for Van City or Vancouver?
Because I'm like in Vancouver, they definitely play curling.
You got New Queen Street.
So
The answer is A.
Yeah!
Congratulations.
Suck it!
Does that keep?
I tried to throw him off because I thought Trevor was going to be on. We did
I mean,
the New Queen Street
you did great.
yesterday.
I had all of them correct yesterday. Just wanna have that.
They're a bit more difficult today. I'm sort of
true.
going
They definitely are.
interesting areas.
Yeah,
We have a third one and a fourth one. Let's jump onto the third
All right.
question and picture. Let's have a look at where we are. Is it A, Tunisia, B, Saravasa, C, Havana, or D, Mumbai?
What are they selling in that market? Maybe we can.
I know what it is.
Okay, if you think you know what it is, I think I know what it is.
I'm gonna best guess off of the car.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't say.
There is also a tuk-tuk-esque car on the right under the multiple choice.
Oh wait,
If
then
that
I'm gonna
changes-
change my
If
answer.
that changes you.
Then I'm gonna change
No,
my answer.
It's also it's a trike, which we had a conversation about yesterday. You guys weren't here for that. We don't want to get back in.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Got it.
I'm gonna
Alright,
change
3,
my answer.
2, 1, reveal.
Ooh.
C.
Wait, you
Are
spelled
you
your
doing
C
C's
backwards.
backwards?
He is. He's been
Yes,
doing it all
I
the time.
am.
D.
I said Havana initially. I changed
Mumbai.
my.
The answer is Saravasa.
How could I get that wrong?
But we do have one more chance for you to get a correct answer.
Yes, I will get one.
I believe in you, Toby.
Yep.
I think you got this.
I think so too.
Let's go
Should
on
we
to the
all help
fourth
him?
and
No.
final map for Overwatch 2 GeoGuessr. What do we got here?
This is pretty.
Is it A, Samoa, B, Fiji, C, New Caledonia, D, Vanuatu?
So initially I wanted to say Seychelles just because of the black rock beaches, but
very
it's
Samoa-y.
not there. Unless if Vanuatu is a city in the Seychelles, but I don't think so.
They're all countries. I went
That's
on the
what
map
I
just
mean.
to check everywhere that was around the same area. Just to throw you all off a little bit. Which one do you think it is?
Okay, I have to say, because one of the guys on our broadcast, Maxman, is a massive fan of One Piece.
Yep.
That straw roof
it's definitely a straw
looks like a
hat.
Monkey D. Luffy hat. I
Okay.
think that's what I'm going for. So
Well,
shout out to Maxman.
So
I wouldn't have got that otherwise.
does that help you? The
Wait, does that help you?
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't help
Oh,
anything.
okay.
It's completely irrelevant.
All right, let's 3, 2, 1, reveal. And what is the correct answer? It is.
We all said D.
Samoa.
I even said it was Samoa-y.
Samoa-y. That's a good action.
Samoa-esque.
Samoa.
This is definitely a harder one than yesterday.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Was it?
I got body.
For me, because I got all of them
Tomorrow I'll
wrong.
give you a really hard one.
Maybe this proved that I just got lucky yesterday.
Maybe you did.
Yeah,
Maybe you did.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, boys, did you like that? Are you ready? Okay, do you want to give us some insight into the Overwatch 2 semis and grand final today?
Who's playing?
The good team and the other good team, because they made semifinals.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Do you want me to tell you the 4 teams and you can just pick one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's Crazy Raccoon, there's
ooh.
Falcons.
I'm done. I need Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, okay.
That's all I need.
Go on Falcons, dude. Why not?
There's 2 others.
Dude,
Listen to the rest of
Crazy
them.
Raccoon doesn't stand a chance, dude.
Dude, Crazy Raccoon, they're my boy.
Crazy Raccoon sucks, dude.
No, they're
it's all
so
about the
good.
Falcons.
You don't know,
Let's
bro.
go.
And there's Ultra.
Yeah.
Okay, before
Way less
we
fun.
let you go, I want to have one final. It's simple yes or no. Does Level 7 win today?
Yes.
Please. Yes.
And you now know
Please.
who cursed them when they don't.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's always Maxman who gets the curse thing going on him. Now it's you, Ty. You two. You guys.
You
It is us, Tom.
Not my Ty, it's you, Ty. Yeah.
I tell you what, over on the analyst desk, 7WG's been wearing a signed Alpha 7 jersey
That's
today.
right. They said they were going to give me
But
one.
it's still you.
And
Yeah,
they
we're
did
waiting
you.
for ours. They're still in the mail, apparently, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, look, we'll see how the PUBG Grand Finals go. Thank you very much for joining us, boys. But
Thank you for having me.
I had a chat with some of the Overwatch 2 pros from M80 on their thoughts about everything. Let's see what they had to say. I would love to welcome my new friends to the couch. I've bumped into M80 and brought them into the studio. Boys, tell me about your experience here so far. How's it been? You know, first off, introduce yourselves, because I didn't. I'm sorry.
I'm Tree. I play DPS for M80.
And I'm Kaluj, and I play tank.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, let's talk about your experience so far here at the tournament. Kaluj, as the tank, are you doing most of the calling? You know, you're leading the boys?
I wouldn't say I'm like doing most of the calling, but I feel like I lead a little bit outside of the game. I help with the bans. You know, I'm the ban wizard. So,
Okay.
you know.
Beautiful. So you had a lot to do this tournament with the ban system coming in?
Yeah, I did. I think I did.
Yeah, okay. Now, it's fresh. It's relatively new in Overwatch to have this ban system. Do you think that there's a specific role that needs to be banned every time, or is it just a map-dependent thing, or is it more just targeting your opponents given the matchup?
I think mainly it's going to be support and tank that's going to be banned. I think it's rare to see DPS bans, just because there's so many characters in that role that you can just sort of play things on any map that are kind of similar.
Yeah.
But I think support especially, I think support is probably the most banned at this event, if I had to guess. I'm not sure exactly.
I think it's Diva.
Could be Diva too, yeah.
It is Diva.
Is it? Yeah. So I'd say like Diva and like all the staple picks right now, like Kiriko and Lucio and Diva.
Okay, okay. Now, on top of your loss yesterday, unfortunately, you did have to go up against Falcons. So that was definitely the hardest team to probably go up against in the round of 12. Going into that game, there's not a lot of prep time, you know, because the picks that were going into the playoffs happened so late at the night in the evening. You have like 12 hours to really get yourselves ready. Were you expecting to be the ones going up against Falcons to try to get a bit of extra prep in, or did you sort of prep for everyone? What's the angle here for you guys?
Well, we did not expect to play Falcons because, you know, we saw that Twisted Minds, some weird rule happened to where they were first seed instead of Falcons. So we were like expected to play either SSG or Twisted Minds, and we ended up playing Falcons, and, you know, we got picked by them. Obviously, don't have a lot of time to prep against a team like that. They can play literally everything.
Yep.
So you just go back, comb through their past matches, and try to figure out what they're best at, and try to get rid of those heroes that they try to play. Yeah.
Now, seeing this ban system be brought into the Esports World Cup, would you like to see that move back to like the contenders, the champs, everything else, the collegiate? I know you guys have been playing in that.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the ban system allows teams to branch out from like one singular meta. Like a team like let's say Crazy Raccoons can get really good at one meta and just dominate everyone else. But these bans like lets teams have a chance to play what they want to play and eliminate them from playing what they want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just good for the game as well. I think Overwatch is a game where the balance fluctuates a lot, and like it's pretty lenient on like one comp at certain times. But I think if you implement bans, then like even depending if the balance is like heavily favored to certain heroes and whatnot, you can still like play a bunch of different comps, and it makes it a lot more fun to play and watch.
Now, with the map pool that was at this competition in particular, I heard that a lot of the maps were sort of aimed towards dive comps. Did you guys enjoy that? Did you think that worked in your favor, especially through the group stage? Or do you think that you would have liked a different map pool in this one?
I think overall it was fine. I mean, it wasn't too dive-centric, I'd say, honestly. It was more like rush comps, like a hybrid rush and dive. So it wasn't like something like on a Brig, Winston comps, which like Korea are really good at. And it's just going to be hard to beat them in a mirror like that. But I think the Lucio Curie comps that are like with D.Va and more rush-centric are actually not bad for us.
Now, there's a saying that you've probably heard of before, which is you win or you learn. So what are the biggest takeaways for M80 in particular coming out of Esports World Cup that you can take back and go into the next season of Champs?
Oh, you got it.
I think it's just an experience like playing on stage for a lot of us, especially me and like I guess some of the newer players like Spectra. Yeah, Liar too, because we've never really played on a big stage like this. So it's just like getting used to that, and playing in front of an audience is always cool. So it's just taking away this experience, honestly, and awesome. Getting better at that.
Yeah, the crowd here is also the loudest crowd I've ever played against. Like in front of the Falcons crowd, I've never, like I was talking and I would hear the crowd through the mic. It was insane.
They were, Avril and I were actually sitting in the audience watching.
Oh yeah,
it was
the loudest crowd I've ever played against.
A lot of noise, a lot of noise. The cheering
awesome.
is crazy, and I think they're playing later again today, so I'm keen to go and check that one out, see how loud the crowd's going again. Any final thoughts, anything you want to say to all the fans that were watching from home back in America for Esports World Cup?
Yeah, to the fans, I mean, thanks for supporting us. We didn't do too well, but I think honestly, over the rest of this year, I think we're going to do a lot better. We'll get a lot more time to practice in, and now that we've gotten experience on a stage and playing against international teams more, with the ban system, if that continues, I think we can do really well the rest of this year.
Yeah. What about you, Kalush?
Well, I don't know if I'm playing anymore after this. I kind of just snuck in here by a stroke of luck. But if I do end up playing, I'll probably try a little bit harder next time around.
Okay. Yeah. Look, one last ride. Not a bad place to leave it. Kalush, Tree, thank you very much for joining me on the couch, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. That, of course, was the ALJ interview. Very quickly before I talk about the interview, Mac, how was the crowd for that Falcons game later in the evening?
Oh, it was great. I could hear it through my laptop.
You could hear it through your laptop. Oh, there's what I thought, the magic of television. I will say this very quickly on that point. Obviously, a little bit of a surprise there for Kalush mentioning he might be lost tournaments. But I know you hear this from broadcasters a lot, talking about the crowd, how energetic it is. I want to frame it correctly, because what I expected the crowd to be like could not have been further away from what it actually is. Earlier on the broadcast, I had the pleasure of interviewing Nota Yanami from MLBB. I'm not being funny. 70% of the seats were Filipino. The amount of support that's come out has been fascinating. Right, quick comments on the interview, then we'll move on with the show.
It was great to hear that they got a lot of experience out of it, and especially the people that are still playing, not Kalush, can take that experience and use that for the future. Playing in front of fans, individuals, and then just stage games as well. That's just so different from playing at home.
It really, really is. Now, gentlemen, let's move on with the show. Let's continue talking about the finals that are ongoing. Pubg Mobile World Cup. Mobile finals are live. We just saw the end of game 2. Fantastic ending in which my Counter-Strike expert, now cosplaying as an Overwatch expert, and outplayed 3 PUBG experts, because 4 is greater than 3. Do you guys want to know what the current standings look like after 14 of 18 matches?
I'd love to have a look.
Let's pull these up, and let's see how many placements Alliance were able to climb up. Now, Alpha 7 only picked up 2 points in that round, but they are still 29 ahead of Reject, and 46 above Talon. Toby, when you see these numbers, what are you thinking?
It's absurd to me. One thing is the lead that they have, but it's the fact that they have 5 wins already after 13 games. I mean, that's absolutely
Where's
insane.
Alliance? What was your guess? They went from what? I think 10th, 11th to, you're going to say...
I'm going to say 12th?
15th to 12th, as I think. Let's go. Let's take a look at the next page. We're looking for Alliance and seeing how many they climb, because I think they got 19 points.
13. But now they're in the race.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, they're like what, 13 points away from
replicate
Vampire.
what they had in the last game, and they're set top 8.
And also, I think coming into the day, Vampire was 15th or 16th, now jumped up to 9th. A couple of decent placements. The problem is it might be too late, but technically you could get, what, 64 points?
You can technically get 70 points in one match.
But you can't kill your teammates. Isn't that
that's exactly it. So you can take out 60 opponents and you can get 10 placements.
Math is because I knew the 60.
What they were saying is like almost $5,000 per position you jump up. So every time you get a couple of points, you get so much more.
You do, but I think as well, these clubs want to get into the top 8. The team that is currently leading the Pubg Mobile World Cup, a team that has led tournaments time and time again, only to fall flat on their faces at the final hurdle, is Alpha 7. We discussed how many of the previous international events they placed first. Toby, just rehash the summary of the story for me.
So PMGC coming into the final day, they were set in first, they finished in third. PMGO of this year in Brazil, in their home country, they were coming off of the first day of the 3-day final in first, they finished in second. And there, in the qualifiers, coming into the final week of play in Americas, in this the tournament that qualified them here, sat in first place, finished in second. So they are so accustomed to leading the show to then just fall short at the finish line.
And here's the finals again. I look at this placement, second, third. And this is in the last year and a half, 2 years, right? So this is very recent history. One thing I did notice about those 3 cherry-picked stats, their eliminations climbed with each year, at least percentage, from placement points to elimination points. So we are seeing them be a little bit more active. So this makes Hot Jukes quite happy, I imagine, Mac.
Yeah, I just want to know, on those performances at these tournaments where they came second and third, were there points where they were sitting in first by a 30-point lead?
They were,
I like that.
I think one of the biggest gaps they had coming into the final day was around 16 to 17 points. So obviously
this is a much bigger gap.
Definitely. I mean, off of the win in game 1, that set them up incredibly well for success. But they still have to stay there.
So listen, both John Allen and Hot Jukes wanted to see it win. There was a please yes. That was a phenomenal question. We'll need to see whether or not Alpha 7 can keep that lead. Yesterday, we got to speak to one of their CEOs. Fantastic interview. Mentioned specifically the mentality of the players. Right now, for our interview special edition of Ewc Central, we have another interview lined up, this time with Alpha 7 Esports' Revel in the ALJ interview.
Hello again, I'm Toby. I'm joined by one of the players from Alpha 7. Please, would you introduce yourself to all the viewers?
Hello guys, I'm Revo.
Now, Revo, you guys are in first place coming into the final day of this Pubg Mobile tournament. How does it feel to be set in first place? You've been there before. Is there anything different now?
We are feeling good. It's not a good day. We have 2 wins, but we feel it's not a good day. So we're gonna fix some things to tomorrow be champions.
Now, it's not the first time you've been in the first place coming into a final day. I know you've talked to some people. We've had your CEO of Alpha 7 joining us on the desk yesterday as well, talking to us about how you guys have worked on the mentality, being in head and being able to maintain that lead. What do you think you can do tomorrow that you haven't been able to do in the previous tournaments to finally bring home the win?
I think we changed so much things, like we changed our mentality, and we're gonna do our best tomorrow to be champions. So it's that.
Hoping that you'll be able to bring it home. Are there anything else that you want to say to the fans out there who are cheering, supporting for you to win the tournament?
I wanna just say thank you because you always support us, and it's that. Let's go Alpha 7 tomorrow.
Let's go Alpha 7 tomorrow. You heard it here first. Let's see what's gonna happen.
I'm incredibly impressed. It's a down-to-earth interview. The fact that winning 2 games out of 6 and looking deadpan to the camera and going, we had a bad day, it does tell you a bit of what standards they hold themselves to, because they're not looking at the wins. They're not actually looking. He's looking at how the team played, and that's where that comment comes from.
And that's exactly right. You can get 2 wins, you can get yourself, let's say, 20 points, but a 21, 22-point day of everything but those 2 wins were bad games. That's not a good day overall. They're used to getting the 50s, sometimes close to 10 points per match, and they want to stay up there. So they're looking back at all the mistakes, especially coming into a day like today, to just make sure they're doing great in all of them.
Mac, just before we continue with the segment, I'm going to give you a quick opportunity. Should you and I together, and you decide this, bail on our respective predicted teams and join the A7 hype train?
You can't change your
It's up to Mac. No. Are we going full Inosa?
I stay.
Okay, well then, I'm a loser. Right, let's take a look at how much A7 are going to win when they ultimately win this tournament. The Pubg Mobile World Cup prize pool is a cumulative total of 3 million, right? 1 million for the group stage, that's been allotted. Survival stage, 380,000, and then 1.5 million will be broken up with a 400k first place, 200k second. There is a player awards and record breaker side to it. I'm going to hand over to Toby to break this one down a little bit. We do have some confirmation here. So what are the categories in there that we need to focus on?
So we have it split into two. There is the whole team portion of it,
team
and
categories?
you have the player portion of it. Teams, we have a lot of money that are going to be allocated, 120 as you saw there, for the record breakers. We get them on your screen as we speak. The team ones are total wins.
Oh, hell yeah.
Amount of wins in a single day. Top 3 finishes and elims in a single match. And you can see here, these are the current records as they stand. Vampire sitting on all of the team ones acquired through last year. That goes to show how dominant they have been in the previous 2 years of play. And then we go down to the player awards. Amount of elims in a single match, total elims over the course of the finals, total rescues, also called like getting people back on their feet, and the longest distance elimination.
I'm telling you, Alpha 7 are going to win because they just got their 5th winner fried chicken dinner earlier today, and it breaks the record of none other than the back-to-back defending champions, Vampire.
Exactly.
So Alpha 7 have already grabbed themselves 25K. The fact the team they took it from was the team that has been denied the 3-peat. That's why I'm believing. I'm still with IHC as
I was going to say, you sound like you're really
look, I'm on
changing
board.
that seat now.
Just one other note for this one. If any record is tied, money will not be given out. It has to be broken. So these are record breakers. This is bonus prize money that can be unlocked. Do you think it's going to happen? Because you didn't give your prediction, Toby. Will they win? I know you said.
I mean, honestly, if you're in elite like this and you don't deserve it.
Don't deserve it.
I mean, I've seen it so many times in tournaments in the past where teams are able to, with very few games, get this, and they just stumble across the finish line. They stop making mistakes. They get into their own heads. And because Alpha 7 has been here so many times, and they've said it themselves, we've done all the prep we had to. We knew we could end up in a situation like this. We have talked to the mental coaches. We've prepared.
Exciting.
They have to be able to bring this home.
Who's this guy to say who deserves the...
Oh, yeah, exactly.
deserves
To be fair,
huh?
did you hear Hot Jukes? The passion that Jukes had for how teams should play the professional game.
Yeah.
You're sassy. Do you not like winning? Beautiful. But, I mean, look, I like it. That's why we're here. It's competition. You've got different perspectives. Alpha 7 have 4 matches to not choke and win this thing.
I mean, he is from America, so one of the most aggressive regions, so it makes sense that he's used to just seeing the team's full speed sent.
I'm going to move on before this carries on any further. Right. Talon Esports is currently in 3rd place in the standings, so let's hear from Misery on stage.
Misery, a couple of questions before I let you go. I just wanted to quickly ask you, you guys have been so consistent day in, day out for the whole duration of this competition, but you kind of need to do a little bit more. So tell me how you guys are feeling right now.
Mana perasaan kalian buat di mulai hari ini? Karena kan konsisten tapi agak kurang, perlu push sedikit lagi.
Ya buat hari ketiga ini we're feeling great, tapi ya emang lagi unlucky aja di 2 game awal.
As you can understand, we're feeling great, but we just unlucky in the first 2 games.
No, it's a fair point. I guess like luck is kind of thrown into the mix, isn't it? When the zone is pulling away from you. However, let's talk about adjusting because like I said, you're extremely consistent, but day 1 and day 2, how have you changed things coming into day 3? What have you guys kind of communicated with each other that you want to change?
Ya, bagaimana kalian masuk ke hari ketiga ini, perubahan apa yang kalian bikin?
Kita nggak ada sih, kita main tetap kayak biasanya, cuman yang kayak gue mention awal-awal emang kita lagi ada momen-momen unlucky-nya lah di 2 game awal tadi.
We don't change anything, we just play our games, but just like I said, we got some unlucky moments for today, so yeah.
A lot of people are saying that. We just want to play our game. And you know what? I get it. So, Misery, you're actually the only one out of the team that has main stage experience. You were here at the mid-season championships in 2022. Have you been kind of giving some of that wisdom and helping out some of the other players who maybe don't have the experience of competing on a stage like this?
Ya, kalian kan dari tim ini yang punya pengalaman sebelumnya di Riyadh itu cuman kamu. Kira-kira ada yang kalian terapin nggak dari pengalaman kamu ke tim biar mereka bisa adjust, bisa nyesuaiin diri di turnamen ini?
Gue paling nge-brief anak-anak ya do and don't saja sih di sini, sama ya beberapa kayak mental talk gitu-gitu paling ya gue bilangin lah kayak ini sama aja sama yang lainnya. Jadi ya nggak ada yang gimana-gimana sih, paling gue ngasih beberapa masukan aja yang pernah gue dapat di 2022.
There's not much, but I just tell them about do's and don'ts, and then I also tell them about some mental pep talk so they can be really adjust and don't really get under pressure in this tournament, and I just try to give them everything that I learned from 2022.
Nice, and very smooth in interviews. I love this. You're a smooth talker, it's great. Talon Esports currently in 3rd position during the final day. We've got 4 more maps to go. Best of luck. I'm going to give you a spud, and I'm going to give you a spud as well.
Thank you.
Best of luck so far. But for now, we're going to go back to you guys to continue day 3 of our main tournament.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banks. Fantastic interview. I have to be honest, though, from my eyes, Misery did not give the most convincing answers. I think, obviously, yes, there is an element of luck into a game that has randomized circles, but I think you can feel the nerves. I think you can feel the tension. Third is by no means a bad placement, but you can sense they want more. Do you think Talent can climb the standings? Do they have the skill to do so?
I think, honestly, if they were to climb the standings, seeing how far ahead both Reject and Alpha 7 is, it would be on Reject and Alpha 7 to stop making more mistakes.
Ooh,
than
or
Talent,
to be focused by everyone else.
The thing is, Talent is already playing well.
Yeah.
They can't catch up.
Talent will forever be burned into my brain because of the owls. Toby's prepared another PUBG Mobile quiz for us. While Toby discusses the area on the map, I don't want whiteboard, so let's just talk this one through. Mac,
okay.
You'll have to tell your story while we look at this. Where's the first area, Toby?
Well, that's for you to guess.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not how quizzes work, where
I
the
tried.
host has to guess them.
Erangel.
So, what you see here is that we are on Erangel.
Angel.
Yes, and you can see that all of the city names and location names have been blurred out, so it is up to you to try and guess as we hop on in.
There has to be some sort of lower
the first
third.
one here. What is this area on Erangel called?
All jokes aside,
quickly.
all jokes aside, we don't even know the baselines of this.
You see, this sounds like a you problem. So, please.
Okay, so I'm going to say the following answer for all 5. Pachinki?
That's school.
Okay, that's what I guess.
Can we get the answer?
What is this one?
Can we get the answer on screen? It is
Wow.
school!
Okay, nice.
Someone has done their homework.
Somebody's played the game.
Well, that's also a fair point.
I couldn't remember the name of the city above it.
Well, maybe you'll have to test yourself on it in just a moment as we head on over to area number 2. We are once again on Erangel as we hop up towards the
Can I
north.
just check, is Pachinki even on this map?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Well, I mean, I'm not... Well, now you...
not in the quiz, is it on Erangel? That's the question.
Yes,
Great.
it is.
That's what I wanted to
one
know.
of the biggest cities on Erangel. This one also one of the bigger ones up towards the north.
Okay, so what I remember, I can remember...
You've said the name of this city before.
I know that I have, and I also know that our producer has tried to get the pronunciation correct into my head. So I think it was something like... Yasnaya Polyana.
Production. Are you talking to Trevor behind the scenes? Are we getting cheating?
This is what I remember. I remember the name being said.
Okay.
Also, to be honest, I do have the names impromptu now for at least of multiple choices.
No.
We need this. This is a fact. So you technically
Why are the quiz answers on Trevor's
Because whoever designed this quiz, whoever designed this quiz did not think about the contestants on the quiz.
Oh, it's multiple choice.
Yes.
That is true.
That's how it should be.
That is how it should be.
Yes.
That is just like, I did not realize this. Okay, you know what?
Okay.
Head on. So we will get the multiple choice you guys want. It's fair. It's only
I
fair.
thought that was all the answers. I didn't realize that was multiple choice.
Honestly, I'm a bit funny. For professionals, you guys have a lot to learn. Okay, next one.
Moving on to area number 3. We're once again on Erangel.
Okay.
And we hop further down towards the southeast. Is this?
Oh, okay, let me take a guess. Let me take a guess.
You have a guess first.
Okay, so the options I have, prison, ruins, mansion, or farm.
Correct.
I don't think it looks like a farm. I don't think it looks like a... I'm going to go with mansion.
Okay.
I think it's mansion.
Yeah, mansion.
Both on mansion. I can tell you that the mansion area is about 700 meters north
What?
of
Is it?
where
So
we
what is
are.
this?
This is, in fact,
Prison?
drum roll please, a prison.
Oh. Do you know what? Honestly, this is going to sound so dumb. If we'd zoomed in and I could have seen the buildings.
Yeah. Excuses are plenty. I will say, though, fun fact, this is the first area that I ever dropped in my first ever game of PUBG.
There's no ways you remember that. You're a liar.
I remember the first place. I remember my first win in PUBG ever. You will remember your first win ever 15 years from
Actually, you are right, because I remember my first Warzone win.
you're
Is it the one that's down in the cliff?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I didn't realize that was that far.
We go elsewhere also on Erangel as we now look at area number 4, far towards the southwest. We had a game end here yesterday with a player hiding behind a boat and a 2v4 win for TJB. You were both hyped like crazy people when you watched it. I think I said the city name 15 times during that broadcast. So is it Milta, Primorsk, Pachinki, or Lipovka?
It's not Pachinki.
I know that much as well.
It's not Milta.
I don't think so either.
I'm pretty sure it started with a P and was Primorsk.
I think
it could be Lipovka, but I can't remember.
Okay, he's going Primorsk, I'm going Lipovka.
And the answer is... Primorsk! There we go.
Oh, my word.
Southwest area of the map.
Okay, first of all, that was awesome. And just before I give some breaking news that I have just heard, I think PUBG players know the maps of their fake cities better than they know the maps of their hometowns. I want to discuss this at a later date. I have just heard from my production team that in match 15 of 18, the second or third squad eliminated is Alpha 7. And we are watching the replay from the leaders. The current first place team being eliminated with 3 maps to go.
And importantly, eliminated by the third place team who is trying to climb up set leaderboard. This is
oh my word.
3 games still left to play. I mean, they are getting completely dismantled.
That is destruction. They did get
the pressure.
Immediately turned around. Talon just jumps in.
Talon that took
So was that a third party or was that like a 1v4?
No, I think that was just that.
Is that a 1v4?
You said teams are on the hunt here, right? I think this is Talon reading where Alpha 7 is positioned and just full on collapsing on the building.
I formally apologize to Misery. Just moments ago, I blatantly looked down this lens and said, I didn't think you were playing confident. I eat my words.
They know that this is still early stages in the game, obviously. They know that Alpha 7 loots in Georgia Pole, which is to the northwest of where they were. They know how they rotate into this area. They know if there's that in a split position, which is something we talk about oftentimes, where we have 2 teams or 2 players from a team in one building, 2 in another. If they read that these guys are the 2-2 split, if we just all 4 collapse 2 guys and they can't get there in time, we can have 1 4v2, execute it quickly. Then when they come up, it's a new 1v2. They just dismantled the top team in the world right now and in the tournament.
I want to just dial it back. If anybody wants to learn to play PUBG, the description that Toby just gave was fantastic, but you do need to slow it down. Mac, what did you see?
So it's a full 4v4 here. That's just what I wanted to start with, and only 1 Talon member survived. So Alpha 7
so let's watch the facts. Because Alpha 7 got the knocks, or at least some kills early, right?
Yeah.
So let's watch this kill feed now. Talon get 1, instant bounce back, 3v3. 3v2.
1v3?
It's actually a 1v3.
I called it. 1v3.
It's actually a 1v3 from Yoro.
Yes. So just with respect here, the 3 of us made a good team here because I think we all noticed something different. But crucially, 1v3 to eliminate. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. This is, of course, not the primary stream. If you would like to continue watching that match, you can do so. youtube.com/@EWC. We are halfway through our broadcast, so we're going to step away from this game very quickly, and I want to remind you what Alpha 7 as well as the other squads are playing for. This is a reminder on how things are going to work in the Club Championship.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
And of course, the EWC Club Championship right now is pretty solidly in Falcons' hands. To be fair, they obviously have a significant number of teams representing the club. More impressively than that, you have to respect the fact that across so many titles, across so many industries, across so many mediums of play, they have assembled, acquired, or put together the best and strongest competitive teams. The fact that Falcons didn't make it into Pubg Mobile was a shock. The fact that Falcons didn't win MLBB, the fact that Falcons didn't win and make it to the finals in Dota 2 were huge shocks. So, I mean, when we look at this club championship, I even said to the APAC, head of APAC, I kind of hope you guys play second a couple times because I want the race there. And they are struggling in some titles, but you can't deny the success they've accrued amongst teams like Team Liquid, for example, Vitality, making finals as well. They're on my top 10 board. I mean, it's great to see.
It definitely is. And I will say just a little bit biased in the fact that we know how close these PUBG matches always come. They go right down to the wire, final match. I want Falcons to not really do anything, but then get back in for the final one so that I get to cast the final match of the PUBG PC tournament, which will kind of round out the whole club championship chase and have it be not only about winning that tournament, but also the club.
You know what I love so much? I love so much. We're discussing clubs, we're discussing multiple teams, multiple games, and you found a way to make it about yourself. So let's talk about what the clubs can win. In terms of the club championship and the money that is available to them, it is significant. 20 million out of the 60 million total prize pool. Whoever wins the overall club championship will take home $7 million for the club. Second takes 4 million, 2 million, you can see it on your screen. The reason that I think it is important to remind everybody, we are halfway through the event. Yeah. This is week 4. There are 22 tournaments, there are 21 games, 1,500 professional players. My voice actually broke on that one.
Can I ask, just to steal the host role for a quick second? You have been here 4 weeks.
Correct.
What has so far been the most epic moment in those 4 weeks?
Oh, it's funny. No. It's funny because it's the small moments that come to mind. I'm embarrassed to admit I don't remember the Mongols Counter-Strike player's name, but after they won one of the Resurrection stage, the interview and seeing his face, contrasting that to what I saw from Gaming Gladiators in Dota 2 and then the Vitality goals for MLBB. The keys stand out is probably some of the bigger moments. I mean, what about you guys? You've both been here 2 weeks respectively as well.
I mean, we had the interview with, now I can't pronounce her name, but one of the MLBB winner.
Not Ayanami?
Exactly, from Smart Omega. I think their storyline alone is incredibly wild.
Who was it? It was not. It might have been someone. It might have been someone.
Yeah. But just an absolutely incredible story that they got to, create literally before our eyes.
Mac, give me a memory before we move on.
Probably Na'Vi doing it in Counter-Strike. Like, it's biased as hell, but it's just it, man. But they weren't expected to do it, and they played so well.
The entire production team wants you to know monster trucks. And Booyah. Booyah.
We never got in on the Booyah thing before it was forced on us, because we weren't here for the first 2 weeks.
Welcome to the Cool Kids Club. I mentioned the trophy. I think I'm going to be a little bit selfish, and I actually want to explain again how the trophy system works. So we'll break down how teams reacted to it, but let's once again remind our viewers at home how the trophy system works.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
And of course, you can actually see the keys being placed into the totem, key frames, I should say. The thing that I really love is I had the pleasure of seeing this video a couple days before the opening ceremony, which is back on the 2nd of July.
Yeah.
And it was a small group of people. The videos hadn't been released. The keys, the trophy, the crushing had not been publicly announced. And our small little group of the people in rehearsal watching shows, must have been 8, had watched this video. We all screamed. And I legitimately had a thought going, are we just that nerdy or is this universal? Every week we've had new guests, we've had new talents, we've had new teams, we've had new games. And every single week the reaction is unanimously, oh my word, that is insane. I mean, Mac, watching keys being crushed, the boulevard of broken keys, I mean, it's just fantastic.
It's been great. Like watching all the Overwatch keys being crushed is crazy because they go hard on the pedal and have snapped a couple of times. Which
They've got the mechanics.
Yeah, good mechanics, I guess. Good stepping, good stomping.
And of course, the thing that I love as well is depending on the game, depending on the rivalries, depending on the histories, you get to pick 3 of the keys to form the base of the trophy that you win.
Yeah.
The Falcons players were sassy in Call of Duty Warzone. For Resurgency, they had a team that was fairly low ranked in the playoffs, and it was literally just like, we don't like them, we want to get rid of them.
Do we have info on who the MLBB winners?
It will be somewhere. I don't know if it's immediately first at hand, so maybe we can get that a little bit later and talk about it. I mean, what do you think, PUBG? If A7 win this, are they going respectful and like, you know, opponents that did well? Yes, that's what I want.
I hope not. I think there might be a reverse psychology thing where because Brazil is such a strong region, they might want to have the other Brazilian teams on there as kind of like a tribute to the region. Because we heard from Knight as well how they practice so much like only with one another. There might be a tribute thing more than a disrespect thing.
Interesting.
Could be.
That's actually nice.
That's just me theory crafting.
That's actually nice.
What else I would imagine.
I mean,
yeah, sorry.
it is, to be fair. No, it is. But like the thing is, it's intriguing to me because I automatically assume it's conflict. It's teams that you want your trophy above them, and I hadn't once contemplated you could do something out of respect with this. So it's a new perspective.
Yeah, I suppose.
Let's also quickly remind everybody about the event schedule, what games are still to come. Obviously, throughout the day, the Pubg Mobile World Cup will be concluding. We'll start the Overwatch semi-finals at 6 p.m. local. You can see us second row, right-hand column. And it is a week number 4. Next week, Rainbow Six Siege, Honor of Kings, Apex Legends. For Honor of Kings, week 1 guest, Initialize, will be rejoining us. You come back to see me as well at some point, Toby.
That is in week number 8, but I don't really get to see
you're doing Ren Sports?
I'm a phenomenal driver.
You heard it here first. Toby has promised to do guest appearances on our show because he's not coming for our show.
I had one more memorable moment that I just wanted to bring up before we move the conversation too much further forward, and it was shawarma, because we haven't said that word this week, and Sunstand would be so disappointed. We need to say it one time.
Can I tell you something? So you guys obviously worked with him for a week, right? So he was with me the week prior, and we had Bunny from Free Fire and Jays from MLBB. And look, Suns fan is a self-professed, jaded old man. And over the course of 7 days, Bunny and Jays warmed him up, and he became so lovely and friendly, and like the uncle that, you know, folds balloons and is at the cookout and stuff. It was wild to see. Even he got in the monster truck madness.
That is
true. Which is quite shocking.
Yeah, I could be carried the monster truck madness for a while.
He did. I mean, you had to drive the monster truck to shawarma. That's how that worked.
True.
Right, let's carry on with the Ewc Central interview special, because after the break, we'll be kicking off our preview of the Overwatch 2 semi-finals and finals. But before we get to that, let's hear in from Ence's Rack Attack in the ALJ interview.
We are down in the Kadir Arena, and unfortunately, Ence got eliminated, but I have managed to find Rack Attack, and he's going to tell me exactly what he thinks might have gone wrong, and then his experience about the Esports World Cup in general. Let's quickly start with yesterday. So you managed to take out Fnatic. That was a huge win, 4-2. What was the game plan going into that one, and did it go to plan, or did Fnatic put up more of a fight than you thought?
Well, we were really confident with like our picks and bans, you know, maps, all that stuff. We thought we could counter them. We ended up doing it. We abused their teamwork like a little bit. The ball was a real big problem for us, but you know, I died like first twice, and we had to like sit down mid-game, talk about like what happened. We fixed it and ended up taking the map.
Nice. Now let's move on to today. Unfortunately, let's use that word, you did get drafted or picked by Crazy Raccoon, so they are the strongest team coming into the tournament. What was your thought when you found that out, and what kind of prep did you do leading up to this, knowing that it was going to be a hard game?
Definitely unfortunate that we got picked by Crazy Raccoon. You know, you felt it in the atmosphere that, you know, they're such a dominant team, as shown. They'd play that same ball comp if they wanted to, but better. just like crazy. So sat down, woke up early in the morning, ate food, got to reviewing practice, and didn't go the way we wanted, but you know, happens.
What's your thoughts on the format? You know, with the higher seed obviously getting to pick their opponents coming into that, that's a huge advantage. But it doesn't give you a lot of time to prepare for those matches. So what's the thought as a professional player coming into this, knowing that you also got loaned into this tournament, so you wouldn't have had a huge amount of prep time?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you to Ents. They were super nice, very welcoming for me. It was a really good experience to work with like such great players, atmosphere, all that. And then the tournament structure itself, like the best of 7 after the group stage, it's really cool. Of course, I want the lower bracket just so I could run it back maybe against some other teams. Whether we would have won, I don't know. But the best of 7, super good to keep like long, intense, energized games, and you can really abuse the teams who start to wear down after time.
Yeah, very good. Now, I just want to know your thoughts on the ban and like the ban system that's been implemented into this tournament. Did you enjoy it? Because I've had a chat with some of the analysts, some of the other talent that you can hear are working right now, and they enjoy it. They think it's good because it's not just always the meta picks for the compositions in all of the maps. Do you think that it is something that should be incorporated into more Overwatch competition, or do you think that it should just be left the way it was?
I actually did really enjoy it. I think going back to date in every single meta ever, like after enough time, you solve the game.
Yeah.
And go to like the game was solved. Like without, huge patches to change it up every once in a while, like just banning something will change the entire game outcome. Upsets have happened and will keep happening if they do it. But my one thing is, if they switch it in like one tournament, I just hope they do it like across the board, just to keep it simple and keep it nice for everybody.
Now, this is obviously recorded today, not tomorrow, but we are going to show this tomorrow. Yeah. The big game, in my opinion, is going to be that VP Falcons game. Do you think that VP can upset Falcons and stop that Crazy Raccoon Falcons matchup happening in the semis?
I don't think they could fully stop them. I think they'll give them a run for their money. I mean, VP, we practiced against them like a good bit, and at first, coming back a few months ago before bans, we were like, oh, this team doesn't seem that bad. But once they start banning your picks that counter the comp that you've always wanted to play on, if you're VP, makes it really hard to take them out actually. So I give it like a 4-2, 4-3 maybe.
Yeah. Now, lastly, of course, the competition has been great. How's your time been here at the Esports World Cup? What's been your favorite thing, especially just about the Boulevard?
I actually haven't had much time to explore.
Understandable.
In the other tournaments, I've kind of gone out pretty early, so this is the one time where I'm locked in full time. But so far, I've been treated great. The fans here are actually very, very, very nice. So shout out that the food, amazing, everything about it. I love it.
Beautiful. And that has been Rack Attack. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Ready, set, go.
with Ratto Boy.
Ratto Boy!
Yeah, it was a really good play, right? Playing yourself in the swamp area, you eliminate 4MV, and the moment you have to even go over the side of that ridge, right, you just got a little bit of a slope towards the field, so it keeps you very, very safe from all of the stars still in the field. So that was a good play and a really good use of the terrain and third-person perspective.
Yeah, Reggioso's cool, but he's no Ratto Boy here. I mean, admittedly, Reggioso did really well in this.
Where's the sound? Huh? Where's the sound?
Oh,
there you go. Oh, yeah.
Something's missing.
Oh, yeah. Damage, but Reggioso, to be fair, Max, like he had basically all the limbs for his team. They're really coming out alive when they needed it.
Yeah.
And the nades you were talking about.
He doesn't just need the Mini 14, just all of the nades, just chuck it to him and he's going to be okay. Because when you play on that mountain area in the middle of the field, man, if you have a ton of nades, it just dips all over the place. If you know where the players are, one nade is going to result in one knock pretty much 100% of the time. And playing that dip itself, actually, for Reject, it was very interesting. We had an interesting back and forth talking about Reject, not willing to play that high ground whatsoever, going into the dip and hoping to make it into the very late stage of this match.
Yeah, towards the Siren location, Radio Tower, whatever you want to call it in that field, it's one of the best spots to play in that field, hands down. But the fact that they abandoned it, knowing that there was probably going to end up being pushes towards them, sometimes it is a bit nade baity.
Yeah.
So actually moving all the way to the west side into what was just a trench between fields was kind of smart, I suppose, from Reject. Normally you would just stay up there and wait for teams to come along and just take them out, but yeah, Reject thought otherwise.
Well, I thought it was interesting, actually, with the position that Reject had in the dip, like you mentioned, plus we had Boom at the radio tower. TJB did this, like, we're going to go in between Reject and Boom, and then we're going to have, like, two players on the other side of Boom, and we're just going to give you a big hug or something, but obviously it didn't work out in the end, and that's what started Reject getting his eliminations, but I was really confused to see TJB kind of crash that way.
Look, if you want to crash one team, not two at the same time, okay?
Yeah.
It's not quite how things are going to be working in your favor for Boom Esports. So, sorry, not for Boom, for TJB. So it was a little bit of a struggle bus towards the end of that game. Though, actually, one team that's very interesting that you wanted to talk about also a little bit, Kalaris, was actually Tiamba, right? Playing that dip north of where Yoru was playing for Talon. They were able to make it very far in that game, despite a lot of teams having taken these strong positions super early in this game.
Yeah, great clutch by Yoru, by the way. But, I mean, Tiamba, the position that they had, as you say, technically in a circle like this, it gains heightened priority because it is one of the more defensible locations, considering that we're kind of near towards a field ending where everyone's kind of crawling around having a bit of a hard time. You've got to be careful, as we saw Tiamba eventually, despite 8 limbs, did get kind of dismantled. Shan, again, actually also another great performance. We had a lot of individual awesome performances in this one.
I agree. I just want to say, by the way, watching with like the Indo and Arabic talent and seeing Yoru go down to that nade at the very end, you could hear just everyone, one side screaming, yeah! And you could probably guess who that was because it was Power's nade. And one side screaming, no! And you could probably guess who that was because their team died. But yeah, no, obviously Yoru, I think for him, he's the MVP of Reject, to be fair, because he ends up getting the basically 1v4 against Alpha 7, allowing Reject to close the distance when it comes to these numbers. But we can see Tiamba here in this last match, only 800 damage done, but 8 eliminations. So they were pretty clean and concise with all of those.
They are trying to challenge for some of the top spots now. I'm going to be honest, from group stage into this, I'm surprised Ling Yu is not actually playing for them as a starter.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever works, right? If they can get up towards top 5 and try and claim some more here, fair play.
They started off in 7th position, right? What was that?
No, finish your thought.
Okay. Then they started off in 7th position at the start of the day, and now they went up in 4th position, and that's a good improvement, especially because they took Sanghok seriously. So, feel like they are trying to have a more serious playstyle and approach for these rotations.
Why? This is like an Enderman.
Yeah.
Why is he so close?
When he's
Max. Rogue was playing again instead of Alex for
true.
We're talking about like all these roster swaps, and we had that happen. We wondered why was Rogue not playing during the finals because he played in the group stage, and now he's back in on the final day. Why? Why? I don't understand.
You could have just said that instead of, oh my god. What are these jump scares happening?
It's crazy.
Whoa, wow, it's spooky time here. Okay.
All the lights shut off in the studio, and we just circle around.
And Seven just appears behind him.
No, but Rogue was very impactful in his fight versus Boom, right? Like he was playing around those dips, playing around with some utility in particular, so he was able to clear all of that northern eastern chunk of the circle. So I really like what he was able to do. But this was a very interesting game. I feel like for a lot of teams, but at the end of the day, I feel like Vampire were given a great opportunity to survive late in this game because Reject went in the dip, which denies you all of the information and angles you could have of Vampire, which allows them to maintain their cars in working condition and to just zoom about and get very easy information.
We've not actually talked too much, though, about our winning team, Twisted Minds, and how that was able to kind of facilitate our victory, right? Being in the swamp and really not many teams wanting to challenge their position, and even like holding off a little bit here and there, moving across the road, having those kind of little dips to be able to work with when everybody's so keen to be prone, not kind of give enough information away and things like that. I mean, you were even talking about kind of the fake smokes to a degree, try and throw off things. You need to have a lot of tricks up your sleeve to try and throw other teams off when you're going to kind of make these transitions.
I mean, because they were in the swamp too, they had one car that was still in working condition. So you just zoom about because of third-person perspective, you're getting information pretty much for free, and you can just maybe have some more precise nades to throw onto Vampire Esports to make sure you confirm that win. So a lot of utility, a lot of like small plays that allow them to get the win at the end.
I'm going to jump in really quick because we're starting to run out of time here on the desk, and I want to see overalls and how things might have changed, or more importantly, what's this gap looking like towards the top of the table? Because it was about 30 points going into this game. It has been brought down to 19 points, so Reject is in.
Welcome back to Ewc Central, the interview special edition. And throughout the course of our 4-hour broadcast, we are covering all of the respective games. MLBB Women's Invitational wrapped up earlier today. Pubg Mobile World Cup is ongoing. And the Overwatch 2 semi-finals and finals will be starting at 6 p.m. local. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce one of the members of the broadcast team, Avril. I have to ask, are you a Levine fan, or where does this come from?
No,
Don't shake your head at me. Where does it come from,
I know him
Avril?
as Big Kev.
Okay.
No. Maybe like 10 years ago, 20 years. No, it's actually not from that. It's from a completely different game. I don't know if you guys want to lie. It's from Unreal Tournament.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. I haven't played. Wait. So is it one of the character names?
It's one of the weapons.
Oh.
Yeah.
I am so, wow, you just out-boomed me. Avril, could you just introduce yourself to our viewers? We obviously cover all the different games. We've got a mix of people, so tell them about yourself and where you're from.
Yeah, sure. So I'm one of the color commentators from Overwatch. Been part of Overwatch League for the last 3 years. Here for the Esports World Cup, on the commentary team, obviously. And just trying to bring Overwatch to the world through the World Cup and, introduce everybody to it. Fun fact, though, people might not know this, but Mac and I live together.
Oh!
That's part of the intro as well.
I've mentioned it many times over the weeks. But
Wait, that's, yeah, but not on broadcast.
Yes, I have.
Now the viewers
wait till my roommate gets
But he's not listened one time.
But they've not visualized that. Like, who's this person that
To be honest, every time Max starts speaking, I just zone out. So that's pretty normal. Right, so the reason that we have Avril here, he's joining Mac because we needed a real expert on the broadcast. Toby and I are going to be here to try maybe dumb things down just a little bit. We're going to be starting to set up the semi-finals. We're going to talk about the 4 teams that are still alive in the tournament, maybe break down some of the gameplay. And I think, Avril, since you haven't had a chance to share with our audience, your perception of the playoff bracket, the matches that have gone whatever direction, what do you make of the results thus far?
Yeah, mostly as expected. We had a few upsets, mostly in the group stage, but for the bracket, for the playoffs, everything has gone just about how you would expect. The one major difference here, though, is, there is a Korean team that has been eliminated. So coming into this, Korea is the most strongest region. They've been the best region for the past several years. There are 4 Korean teams in this competition. One of them is Fnatic, and they were like the 4th seed in Korea. And so we still thought they would probably be one of the top teams, should still be a top 4 Korea, but they got eliminated by a European team. So at this stage, it's like, things have opened up a lot. And because Crazy Raccoons and Falcons are also on the same side of the bracket as well, one of the top 2 favorites gets eliminated in the semifinals and doesn't make it to the final.
Do you feel like that is the final? Crazy Raccoon Falcons?
In a way, it is. I think those 2 are the top 2 teams. They have been for some time. I would like to imagine between Zeta Division and Toronto, somebody could challenge as well. But at this stage, I think Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, that's been the storyline for, the entire year, not just for this tournament, but for all of Overwatch, yeah.
Now, there has been a lot of influence through the week from my information, pretty much directly from the brain of this guy in the screen right now, Avril. Hey, he's taught me everything. I hear him yelling from his room. I've learned plenty as well.
Did you make your predictions based on knowledge he shared? Because
mostly
I have your predictions.
Yes, let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Can you judge them and be brutal? Come on, Avril.
I'm going all right.
Yeah,
This was before I knew like the reseeding and everything.
Oh,
so.
right. So you went Twisted Minds over Toronto Ultra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that might have been a fan play,
That
but a
was
local
a bit
fan
of
play.
copium.
Okay, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think aside from that, yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Toronto over Twisted Minds. I think most of like anyone who's like a super fan of Overwatch probably would have gone for Toronto. They're like the #1 team from NA. Twisted Minds, they come to this one with a bit of a changed up roster. They've had some roster issues over the time that they've been around this year. And yeah, they're like a good team, but I think they're just not quite on that level yet.
Interesting. Okay, so do you think Crazy Raccoon Zeta Division's your final? Crazy Raccoon finish it?
Based on this bracket, Mac should get everything right,
Okay.
except for the 1x there.
Yeah.
He's about to nail it. Assuming like
Okay.
if you pretend Toronto Ultra go through to Zeta and then Zeta win, then you got the whole bracket right, basically.
Okay, this is awesome. Right, what we're going to do now is something we have not done at all over the course of the 4 weeks of the Ewc Central broadcast. We are actually going to look at specific moments, specific maps from the quarterfinals of the Overwatch 2 tournament. And while we'll be able to queue those up, we'll take some time, chop between the cameras and the gameplay, and I'm going to be asking Avril and Mac to kind of lead the conversation here to explain to us what we're going to see from the teams in the semifinals, things that maybe are very good, things that maybe are really bad. Which is the first map we're going to look for? Which one did you guys want? It was
we will be looking at Falcons Runasapi first.
Okay, great.
Should be seeing that in the first semi-final of the day. I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do. Of course, this is one of the push maps. We learned about that the other day. And also, Toby, you are here. I haven't heard you for a few minutes.
Can I say this really quickly? What I'm going to be doing now for these next maps playouts as this goes through, Mac and Avril will be leading the conversation. Toby, I need you to help explain to the viewers that are not necessarily Overwatch aware, and then I'm going to be the correspondent between our production team, right?
So every time I hear a word that I don't get, I'm going to
Yes,
do this.
perfect.
Then,
You know, we've had practice because
he taught me the game the other day.
The first day I arrived in Riyadh, it was Toby's first day playing Overwatch ever. I just taught him the game kind of on the spot. So hopefully we had a little bit of practice explaining the game to newer people.
One MVP game over Mac, by the way.
Yeah. He did well. Toby did good.
Yeah.
Okay, now first thing, Avril, why did you want to look at this map? Why was it important to highlight when we think about like a pre-match that we're doing right now?
Well, this is the push map that has been chosen the most. So we do have a map selection system. It's kind of like a drafting system where if you lose a map, so typically we play either BO5 or BO7. Right now the playoffs are playing a BO7, sometimes referred to as first to four because draws can sometimes happen, but typically BO7. And when you lose a map, you then become the team that chooses the next map, and you can choose between any game mode and any map. And so far, if a team does go to push, Runasapi has been the most popular map.
Okay. Now, I want to know, we are watching Proper playing on the Cassidy right now.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was farming on the Cass, but going up against Lip as the opposing hit scan, how do they compare? Because Lip was... We'll see that later. Lip was going off, especially on Circuit Royale, but him up against Proper, who is actually better?
Well, they're good at different heroes, here's the thing, because the DPS pool in Overwatch as far as the role for, you give the 3 roles, damage, support, and tank.
Yep.
The damage role, the DPS role is the most similar to other FPS games where you look at the Counter-Strikes of the world, the PUBGs for Toby's sake as well, and then also, especially if you look at the arena shooter side, if you played Quake before, or Team Fortress, or Unreal Tournament or something, it's a lot of those types of designs in terms of weaponry and aiming styles. So Lip and Proper are both DPS players, they're both damage players, but Lip is more considered a specialist on the hit scan role, so we're talking about the more like general, you guys know what hit scan is.
Yes,
right? So
we taught this on the broadcast as well. No, it's
I was
great.
like,
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, you're already off to a flying start. You've explained the terminology, you're catching yourself and slowing it down. What I will say is, we've got 8 minutes left on this push side, right? So is there a specific time frame that you'd like us to skip forward to? Like, what is it about this that we can learn from in terms of this map?
Yeah, I just think the first 5 minutes of any push is a lot of jostling for position, because what you're trying to do here is, if you look at the top of the screen, just in the middle where the timer is, on the left side you have the blue teams, like their meters gain, the right side is their meters gain. So it's kind of a tug-of-war game is what push is, and you win push by having the largest amount of distance at the end of the map, at the end of the 10 minutes, or you have to finish the entire map, which is to go all the way to the end. If you can see the orange bar and the blue bar, go all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And so the first 5 minutes on any push is kind of just a lot of the small back and forth north, just kind of gaining small meters. And if you see those little diamonds in the middle at the bottom, see there's 5 diamonds. The middle one is just open for everybody. And then the next diamond to the left and the right, so second from the left and second from the right, those you have to end up capturing. So you start in the middle and you push the little bot, and it hits the diamond, the capture point. You'll see it on the actual map itself. When we round this bend, it's that little blue thing on the side. I don't know if you saw
You're saying that VP have done well, basically, because they've got further distance, got close to the cap. Am I understanding that right?
They're off to a good start here for sure. And, it's a lot about momentum. So you want to fight, then you start pushing the payload, and then you'll have to win probably another 1 or 2 fights to be able to push the payload to the checkpoint. Once you get the checkpoint, your spawns open up, so you unlock more of the map control. So that means your spawn location on the map moves forward, so that when you die, you respawn a little bit closer to the action.
Now, we had Jake on the other day, and we were looking at the push game mode while he was here. He said when you hit the checkpoint, you know how there's the pause and the robot sort of stands for a moment while everything resets? He said he scratched his butt. So is that a colloquial term, or does he actually do it on some of the maps?
I've not paid attention. I mean, we'll see it. We'll pay attention here. We'll see if the robot actually does the thing or not.
We spent the following 2 days actively trying to see if he scratched his butt, and we have still yet to see
It's a community term. We like to call it the butt scratch. I just call it a cap because you just cap the point.
Okay,
will we see it now?
I want to bring Toby in if they cap this point. Toby, what is your question? Like when we're watching this, are you understanding who is in the lead of this game mode?
Well, I mean, I suppose that with the bar in the middle, the one that has it the furthest in their direction are the ones in the lead.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right, we're approaching 5 minutes on the clock. I'm going to challenge you guys to summarize this map, and I want to start looking at some of the others as well, because we have a bunch of maps that we can use.
So when you're here towards the first checkpoint, Team Falcons are starting to gain the lead. If you were Virtus Pro, what position around the map that we're looking at right now would you try to control to go for a good team fight and win control of the objective?
Well, you just have to kind of, we're an overview of the map now, so you can see Virtus Pro, the orange team, they have to just kind of come out of their spawn, go through the building, which is a shortcut, and just immediately try and take control of the payload. So the thing that's interesting about this type of game is you have an active objective. So I think in a lot of different types of shooters out there, this is, especially like a Counter-Strike, the objective is static, right? This is your bomb site, A or B, etc. And then maybe in like a Battle Royale, the circle moves, but like otherwise it's still like fairly static in terms of, okay, here's the circle, your objective somewhere in here. But in a game like Overwatch, the map is, it's a reasonable size for a 5v5, but the objective moves. So where the fights take place and where it's important to be is entirely based on where that robot is, where that payload is. So it's completely, it changes throughout the entire game.
Okay, so I'm going to ask production, let's drop out of this map right now. I will give us a chance to like sort of summarize things that we've learned, but once we do get out of this map, I want to line up Falcons Runasapi as the next one. Now, the reason that I'm going to be taking charge of this one, and that was what we just had, correct?
That's what we just had, yeah.
The one I want to go to is their opponent's Crazy Raccoon. I'm reading too far behind. I want to bring up Crazy Raccoon Runasapi, and the reason that I want to look at it is kind of contrast. I want to do Runasapi because if we've just done Falcons Runasapi, this was the map that they ended up losing. Is that correct?
Crazy Raccoons have won everything so far.
There we go. So Falcons ended up losing Runasapi, if I'm reading that.
No, Falcons won.
Lost Suravasa.
Yeah.
There we go. You see? This is why I'm learning as well. It's a challenging game.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon hasn't dropped a single map. So.
Fantastic. So the Raccoon one, what I want to try to do is in contrast. What do they do differently? Can we see it? Because I'm sure Toby's in the same boat as me. It's quite a complex game to understand and to evaluate who's going to do better. And therefore, if we see this map between these two teams, what can we anticipate?
Quickly, while we're setting this one up, do we want to drop the breaking news? Because
Toby can do it.
Oh, I don't want to.
You have to give me the breaking news.
Do you want to do it together?
Breaking news. You heard it here first. Alpha 7 has just gotten eliminated in 16th place, the second game in a row, and
it means there's no risk.
Story cannot repeat itself 5 times in a row.
We'll have to teach Avril what that means a little later. Because right now I want Avril to teach me what is Crazy Raccoon doing. Can I? Actually, here's the challenge. Can you explain to my dumb League of Legends brain how to understand which team is better between Falcons or Crazy Raccoon on this map?
At the most basic level, you're going to see Crazy Raccoon, I think, just generally be in the lead more versus ENCE than Falcons were versus Virtus Pro.
Okay.
The complexity really comes into the hero choices. So the most obvious thing here is if you just compare the hero lineups between what Crazy Raccoons and Falcons are playing, Max is on the Zarya here, which is generally considered a good matchup into the D.Va, which is a really strong tank pick for a lot of teams in this tournament right now based on the current meta. So it's, you got a League of Legends background.
Composition differences,
so
right?
we're talking about, this is when you not quite drafted, when you're selecting your heroes, your characters, your champions, etc., you are picking towards where your strengths are and what you're trying to counter on the other team. But because Overwatch is an active game, you're constantly swapping, you're constantly able to go back and swap when you die or go back to spawn or whatever. You have the option to, be flexible with how you're going to pick things along. So teams also have their own different styles where some teams really favor a certain type of hero or composition built around a hero.
Wow.
That's their team style. And Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they're both teams that have, the most complete, versatile teams that can play just about everything.
I mean, the explanation's fantastic, and I'm immediately looking this. We're 2 minutes in. Crazy Raccoon have got nearly the distance that Falcons, got towards the end of that 5-minute clip in less than 2 minutes. Right, 50 meters pushed. It took 5-6 minutes for Falcons to hit a similar distance. They were pushed back, in that particular matchup by BP. So you can immediately tell just how much either the skill disparity or their approach to the comp is impacting the push.
Yeah,
right?
there's definitely a lot of skill disparity.
Yeah.
I think Ents, unfortunately, they're not quite on the same level as Crazy Raccoons. Maybe they're just the case that no one in this tournament is. But also Ents, they have less flexibility in this matchup than Crazy Raccoon do.
Right.
They have more limited player hero pools in terms of what they're capable of playing. So yeah, they're definitely limited on that regard. And you also have, Mac brought up the fact that Lip is on this roster as well. He's a sort of hit scan specialist player where that's really his role. Proper also can play the hit scan, but he's more along the sides of like a projectile damage player. So in this game, we talked about hit scan damage.
We explained this yesterday.
Also projectile-based damage as well.
Toby, what's the difference between a projectile and hit scan?
Hit scan is point and click, and it goes boom. The other one has travel time.
See? Mac's done a good job. Do you know what? Avril, you've done a good job training him. Yeah. Gentlemen, we've got a lot of maps that we'll look at. What was one of the key takeaways? I know, look, Avril, we've thrown you in the deep end here, right? But I think, give me a summarizing thoughts. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. If this map comes up, what will be the differentiator for who will win?
I think the number one will be the fact that Crazy Raccoon do have a dedicated hit scan play in Lip, and for Falcons they have two what we call flex DPS players, which are more along the lines of playing the non-hit scan roles. Proper is also an excellent casting. We have the clips here, we have the gameplay here, but Lip is considered like probably the number one hit scan player in the world for all of Overwatch.
If I translate, are you telling me whoever's DPS does better could be the biggest things? I'm just trying to oversimplify it.
We have.
You see.
No. Well, the thing is, it is a team difference as well. But,
because you have to enable your DPS. Like you have to compositionally create space for your DPS to put it down, right?
Yeah, sure. And I also think of the back line as well. Shu and Charong on this Crazy Raccoon support line. I consider them to be the best supports in the game right now for their respective roles. So there's two support players that have their own specific hero pools as well. And I think these two players are the mechanically best supports, and also they have probably the best general hero pools for their role, especially Charong on the main supports, we call that position.
Okay, I'm going to stop us here because, again, I want to step out of this map, please, and if we can line up Raccoon's, Crazy Raccoon's Circuit Royale map. Mac, I'm going to give you the floor now. Why was Circuit Royale come up? I know we talked about it a little. We've got a couple more Circuit Royales to show you for the other semi-final. So I think the request I have will be between Avril as well as Mac. Let's break down the Raccoon versus Falcon. I just realized the animal's fighting. Semi-final while we look at the Circuit Royale footage.
Well, essentially, we wanted to look at Lip and his highlights, as many as he could here on Circuit Royale, because he was playing the Widow. We did find out, throughout the days as well, that Widow was just such a strong pick, and Circuit Royale's sort of one of the maps that you're able to play Widow throughout the whole map, because it's just such tight angles, such long lines, and it allows you to just dish out huge damage if you're able to always be in the right place at the right time, which the best players in the world will be.
I mean, that's something we talked about where, like, you asked me, is Widowmaker going to be a factor in this tournament right now in the meta? And I said, generally, no. But the thing is, there are specific maps where Widowmaker is extremely good. So for the folks that don't know, Widowmaker is the long-range sniper hero in this game. So if you think about the perspective of Counter-Strike, you're like the AWP on the team, right? You're the one-shot person, extremely, highest burst damage potential into a single player kill. There's no other hero in the game that can take down a single other player in one shot. So
Can I ask a question real quick? I see them talking to each other in like in-game chat. Hey, can you wave real quick? Thank you. No worries. Is that a thing? Like, do they just banter back and forth, or is it like all chat on, or what's going on?
All chat's on, and players love bantering. You know, we've had back and forth like, should all chat be on? Should it be off? And you guys said Jake on the other day, so we had years of the Overwatch League where all chat was banned because of Jake.
You're kidding! No, wait, hang on. Are you memeing like the robot scratches his butt?
No. Jake was
This is awesome!
He actively got them to deactivate all chat.
But then later on, as the years went by, you know, we said, this is good banter, this is good content, we're going to enable the all chat again, allow players to like kind of trash talk each other, and you know, they kind of just meme at each other, type in. It's really fun. It's good for the personality of the players, and I think the fans love it.
There was one element that I will mention. I think the fact that 12 out of the 20, 15 out of the 20, 18 out of the 20 players are South Korean. I think that helps somewhat. I know there are mixed nationalities in terms of the rosters as well, but I think when you do have so much national pride, so many dominant South Korean players, it's crazy. Now, Mac, why was this on our list? What do you want to talk about from the Crazy Raccoon perspective here on Circuit Royale?
This on your screen, I'm learning while I'm watching. He's always got his crosshair at the right position at the right time, and he's so fast to react anytime anything crosses into his crosshair.
This is a very different type of game style, because this is the thing about Overwatch as well. You have, many people think, okay, well, you just kind of have 5 versus 5, you run at each other. Yeah. It's this big melee brawl, but then you have this style of gameplay where it's very poke heavy. You're playing a much slower game of Overwatch where you're sitting behind the shield, the Sigma, which is the tank being played by both sides. Yeah. It's a much slower tank. You want to just move up, turtle. It's more front to back gameplay rather than a bit of a mix of backline engagement, whatever. So yeah, you can just see the teams are very much just slowly shifting around in terms of positioning.
Toby, on a scale of slow to Overwatch, where are we on the scale?
We're definitely in Overwatch territory.
It's just, the thing is, I understand the point you're making, Avril, but again, for a lot of viewers, and even a lot of our production team who are sitting watching this feels slower, only because I've watched days of Overwatch, but it is still so quicker than other games.
It's from 5th gear to 4th gear.
Yes, yes, exactly.
We're not speeding anymore.
But like, to me, it's like an entirely different pace. I'm like, okay, this is very slow Overwatch now, for my brain.
I still feel a little overwhelmed, and that's why I keep bringing Toby in for backup, because I'm like, I know I'm not the only one.
I'm just sitting here nodding my head.
But you have to remember as well, watching the best teams in the world, they play at a very fast pace, because you can't afford to have wasted time. In a game where the clock matters and the meterage matters in terms of the distance, you can't waste time. So you have to be very sharp with your movements and your decision making.
Final thoughts. I want to move on to the semi-final as well.
I'm very, very sure we're going to see this, and this is the point where you'll see Ents. They've still got 4 minutes to push from here to the next checkpoint, and if I remember correctly, they get held here for the next 4 minutes. So this is where Crazy Raccoon essentially win the map. They're going to be able to get a really good push in the next half of this map in particular, and that's why I was picking this one to sort of highlight why it's going to be in between them and Falcons. Falcons also play this map.
So this is also crucial for me again, and I'll see if this makes sense for Toby. If you look at the top of the screen here, right, it's Crazy Raccoon who are defending. I'm presuming I've read this correct.
Yes.
And over the course of the 7 minutes of gameplay, Ents have only got this thing 80 meters forward, right? So they've hit that first checkpoint, about to 2. So this, in theory, is good defense from Crazy Raccoon. Production, can we step out of the Circuit Royale? Max shaking his head, and I would like to line up Zeta Circuit Royale. Now, this is learning. We've got 2 semi-finals coming up. They start at 6. When you leave, there's going to be a discussion amongst the 3 of us about whether or not Toby and I have learned anything. And I may even ask my production for their chime in. So as we get Zeta Circuit Royale, we now get to look at the 3 of the teams and kind of discuss some of their impact. Mac, why are you shaking your head when I said it was good defense?
Well,
kind of like
they got to there really quick. It was good defense post the clip.
Okay.
For the next 4 minutes that we didn't watch, but hopefully we'll get to see something here from Zeta Division. They're on the defense. Space Station, they managed to... there were so many points where they could have won this match. But yeah, Zeta Division are going to be starting here on the defense. What I want to talk about now, before we talk about specifics of the map, is the ban system. I've already spoken to a couple of players. And what I have noticed, in the first day, you were telling me there were troll bans, but what I found out throughout the ban system, because it's kind of just evolving day to day, right? Some teams wanted to play specific tanks, so they would block a tank ban by doing like a Roadhog ban, which wouldn't get played as a tank, but they might have wanted Reinhardt and didn't really care about banning their opponents. So because it's a role-based thing, you can't ban a tank if your opponents ban the tank. What's your take on that? And do you think we're going to see more of that today, or there's going to be more individual specific bans?
I think it's the best thing to have happened to Overwatch Esports so far. This is, for the people that don't know, this is a brand new kind of rule / format introduced for the World Cup. Maybe something that'll continue forward for the rest of Overwatch Esports, but it's something that's been talked about behind the scenes, you know, among the community, among like, you know, personalities or whatever for a long time. Like, do we want to introduce bans? Because, you know, we look at some of the other games, you start looking at the League of Legends of the world and other types of things where like they have drafting, Rainbow Six, they have some sort of drafting sort of system as well.
Yeah.
And Overwatch is a game where like it's complex, but you know, sometimes you want to give more power to the players to control what should be allowed to be played in and what's good to be played in. But on the professional level, it gives you the opportunity to sort of target the other team or play a sort of game where if the other team does have a particular strength, you can maybe do something about it outside of the game to sort of, you know, knock them down a peg, but then also you know, accentuate your own strengths.
Did it impact the quarterfinals or the semifinals?
I mean, right now,
because that's I want to use that learning to frame it for the semifinals.
So that's what I was going to ask, is because we did see both the teams playing Sigma last map, but there was no Ryan ban. But I've seen a lot of Ryan bans on Circuit Royale in particular. Is there a reason Zeta's gone for the Ryan ban, a space station known for their Ryan?
Yeah, Hardy, the space station tank player, is the best Reinhardt player in the world.
There you go.
So that's the problem. That's space station specialty, right? They have a particular style as a team. So we talked about the fact that a lot of teams do have their own style, and the ban system can either help or hinder that. But it also is a system where if you're space station, you want to protect that style, you might want to ban a tank or you might want to ban a position that will protect that style. And you'll actually see situations as well where you don't even necessarily have to, you know, protect or ban the Ryan. You could also ban other heroes that support the Ryan, for example, the Lucio or the Baptiste, which is the current support line of space station. So it gets a little bit more in-depth than that as well, because it doesn't even have to be the specific hero you target. You can work around it and target the enablers, and that's deeper gameplay as well, with deeper, like, in terms of the banning strategy.
Can I ask a somewhat generic and out of conversation question?
Go, shoot.
Why a Formula 1 car? It's barely like I feel like when
look at the ground. Circuit
Royale. It's like
Monte Carlo.
Yes.
Oh my word!
But it's going so slow.
It is.
It's Monte Carlo.
It's Monte Carlo.
This is Monaco in the future. It is.
Monaco.
Yeah.
Monte
So
Carlo.
if you actually,
right.
I think it's what's the harbour called? One of you guys might know, but there's a giant harbour that you race around in the actual
Monte Carlo harbour.
Monte Carlo harbour. And the track is called Monaco.
Okay, that makes. Had I read that it said Monaco on the ground right there, I would not have asked that question, because now the theme makes sense.
Okay.
Now the theme makes sense.
Apologies,
Thank you.
I've cut you like 4 times. No, go for it.
No, the harbour is in the game. So if you like ever explore this map,
it literally says Monaco.
And Blizzard, like Blizzard look, and you Blizzard have put a lot of details. If you look around the map, you actually see the harbour with all the boats parked in it. Super yachts. You actually see the race cars.
I wish this was not.
I'll say it's fine, because that's the thing. There's Overwatch. There's so much going on. You're trying to pay attention to the things that are moving.
Not paying attention to the
just
text
there
on the
and not
ground.
moving. You just don't think.
Production. I think we're done with this one. Can we drop out for a second? I need to understand. Who did better on Circuit Royale, right? Like, so we just took a Crazy Raccoon for a little bit. We just took a little bit of Zeta.
That was Zeta.
Thank you. That is Zeta.
You were right.
Thank you. We're going to go to Toronto Ultra in just a second for this next one.
Okay.
But can you tell me who you thought performed better?
Crazy Raccoon, because they have, again, on this particular map,
Yes.
Widowmaker, which is the sniper hero hit scan, Lip is the best in the world. Zeta don't quite have that, but beyond that as well, I also think that Space Station put up a really good fight versus Zeta, which is maybe, it's a good look for Space Station, but maybe not a good look for Zeta.
One more question before we jump into that next map, which will be Toronto on Circuit Royale, so we can compare and contrast.
Yes.
But for Zeta, what makes them strong? Because obviously it's not their hit scan DPS, it might be something else like the tank. And what makes Toronto Ultra a strong team, and how are they going to go head-to-head this evening in the semi-final?
Well, Zeta have a lot of depth as well. Like, they're just like Crazy Raccoon in that kind of way. They have a good roster depth with a lot of different heroes that can play.
Yeah.
Their strongest player, in my opinion, is Alpha Yi, the flex DPS player. He's a Pharah player mostly for this tournament, but he can play a bunch of other stuff. And he's been probably the primary carry so far. Beyond that, I think they have the best Winston player in the world, which is, you know, the Monkey Gorilla character that dive in.
What's his name again?
And Fearless is the best at that hero in the game. And Fearless is probably one of the best main tanks, generally speaking.
I mean, honestly, I just think someone is just one of the best players.
Who?
Someone.
Yeah,
Winston.
who?
Yeah, the Winston
Who?
player. No, who's not in this game? Someone.
Who?
Someone.
I was making an owl
I'm
joke.
not being funny. I know that this is a joke that's been made probably 10 billion times in Overwatch World. I think it's a terrible nickname. I think it's so hard. In case you haven't picked up, the Winston player, the giant gorilla with bare arms, his nickname is Someone. So it makes it quite interesting when you listen to the commentary. I'm going to be brutally honest, and I still struggle to understand the nuances because we just watched Circuit Royale twice. We can see it a third time. And I think I get the feeling...
This is Shambali.
It's a Shambali?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's all right. We'll still watch it. Okay. But yeah, so what makes Shambali different from Circuit Royale? And out of those maps, what do you think we're going to see this evening, especially in this map between Toronto and
so the thing that we're trying to pull off is got like 1 million maps, 10 million team names, and not a lot of time to prep. So the reason I wanted to do 3 of Circuit Royale in the row, again, so we can see it, so that people like Toby and I, because I hope Toby is as confused as I am.
Yeah, stylistic difference.
Can you clearly see Crazy Wreck? Not clearly. Can you see the argument, like kind of understand where I was coming from? Crazy Wreck can look a little better than Zeta.
You're trying to see if we can differentiate the performances on the same map.
Yes!
I get that.
So we can teach our viewers. Oh, okay, got it.
I get it. I mean, I understand it, and I know what to look for, but there's so much going on that I think it's... I mean, but that's, in a weird way, also what, to me, gets me into games, is that I know I'm good at video games, and I want to understand. Like, I hate that I don't understand what's going on, but it just means that there's so much more depth to it, that it's just surface level. It's not enough. Like, you have to dive in. You have to get competitive. You have to really get the feel for, like, the passion for Overwatch to properly understand it. I think that's what honestly makes games, at least for me as a viewer, that's what gets me pulled in to them. The fact that you have to invest in order to appreciate to the level that, I mean, you guys do are passionate about the game. Because for me, I mean, watching a game of football, the ball's in the net. That's all I need to get here. It takes much more, and I think that's a big value to the game.
It'll be interesting as well because we did highlight Alpha as one of the better DPS players here at the tournament, but the difference is we've spoken so much about the best hit scan players in the whole tournament that we haven't seen too many of the projectile-based guys or the flex DPS. So if we did get a chance to see him with the Alpha, then that'll be an interesting watch.
Mac, you and I have got a little confused. We're following along with some notes. As I mentioned, we prepared a lot of assets for this, got ourselves a little confused, myself included, so apologies to the viewers.
Yeah.
Toronto did not play Circuit Royale in the quarterfinals. Okay. So the one that we have is Shambali. So we won't be able to do the comparison on that specific map, but what I will say is this. We're keeping you, Avril, for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us in our craziness here today. What is important about this map, and how could it become impactful in the matchup for Toronto Ultra semifinal?
So the thing is, Circuit Royale and Shambali, they belong in the same map pool, so the same game mode. So we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that as far as the map picking or drafting goes, loser pick. So you pick, if you want to pick from the Escort map pool, you have a choice between Shambali or, Circuit Royale. There's another map that hasn't been played so far in this tournament called Dorado, so those are your choices. Yeah. And so, certain teams might favor certain picks in terms of what map they prefer to go to. And Toronto Ultra, they're probably fine on either of these maps, but I think their specialty so far is in playing something we call the double flex support, which is their support line being both like aim-heavy supports rather than the, more, how would I describe it, less aim-heavy or more utility-heavy supports. So yeah, supports that require more mechanical aiming skill, and they've been leaning more towards that. This tournament, they've been kind of shying away from the dive, so you see someone on the Winston here, but I actually don't think Toronto want to play that much Winston. They want to focus mainly on their strength with putting Mary on the Ash, which is another hit scan as well.
I just have one request before we keep the conversation going, because we've watched the start of all of these escort missions, but not the end, and the end is where it gets really interesting. So if we could roll this forward and give us like 4 or 5 minutes towards the end of the map, and we'll watch that instead of the start, that's where things can get a bit more interesting.
I love that. So you got a question while
now you start diving into the whole conversation of team comps and like which roles do you pick and choose between. I know obviously with every game there's a certain patch and there's a certain meta that kind of follows with what is right now OP, what is right now terrible. Yeah. Is there still within set patch, Errol, is there a lot of like variety? Do teams come out with the really different comps, or is everything, while it's different heroes, still somewhat similar?
That's the beauty of the ban system, is it adds a lot of variety. So I think we've had problems in the past where things get stale because one meta composition comes out and then everyone sort of has to play that because it becomes dominant. With the ban system in play, now you can sort of play around with that and ban things that might become OP, or just have a sort of system where you can actually add more variation to a meta. So that's another reason why I think bans are so good.
Yeah. So what you've just seen is incredible defense coming out from Zeta, and this second half, this second half?
Yes, it was.
Which That was the second half?
I think it was, yes. 99% sure.
But anyway, it was I'm confused. The whole point I was going to say is if we got to watch the overtime, you saw him hold on overtime, and that's where the exciting part.
Let's take a breath. Let's take a breath. What I think I want to do is explain briefly to our viewers at home the point of this entire segment, right? I wanted to come away with a couple of key bullet points for what to look for in the semi-final, and also use the footage as a way to kind of explain the basics. We won't do any more gameplay. I'm going to hold on to Avril for just a few more minutes while we actually summarize this, because I think it is crucially important to acknowledge that when we watch a game like Pubg Mobile, let's be frank, it's a simple game to watch.
It's very easily digestible.
Okay, when we watch a game like Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I think you guys probably watch a cumulative total of 6-7 games, right? At least on this.
But MOBA knowledge comes in.
You've played League of Legends. Could you understand what was happening in the game? Let's be brutally honest.
In MLBB?
Yes.
Yeah, for the most part.
And the difference is the team fights in MLBB look no different to Overwatch, right? It's challenging.
It's just a different perspective.
Yes, exactly, right? So it's very, very challenging. Avril, you have been a very good guinea pig, but let's talk about the semifinals, and Mac, maybe a couple of specific questions. When we have the Trash Pandas taking on the Birds of Prey, you got me? Crazy record. There we go. Who do you think, which play is going to be difference makers? Which map, which hero bans? You know, things like that are going to be important.
Yeah, I think you go back to the DPS a lot here. I think Lip is the player to watch out for. Hit scan is gigantic.
I literally wrote that down. See there? I'm learning.
Crazy Raccoons, you want to lean into the fact that Lip is the best hit scan player in the world and at this tournament at the moment. But I also think just the support line for Crazy Raccoons. So the Lip as a play, and then Shu and Shorong, their support line in terms of their ability to play more flexible picks. They can play more of the double flex support, which is the double aim type of support heroes. And for Falcons, I mean, I would like to see them lean in more towards the projectile DPS type of heroes. They have the specialty there. They have Proper and Stalker, which are probably two of the best players on that sort of position. This is all like very
But then they have to ban D.Va, right? Because if they play that, you have to get rid of the shield.
I actually think both teams actually enjoy playing very similar heroes because they both cover in terms of hero pools. If you look at the entire teams, including the bench roster and substitutes as well, they can cover a lot of the same bases. Where I think Falcons don't want to compete with Crazy Raccoons is they would probably ideally not want to sub Sir Majed in to play one of the support positions. Because he would have to come in to play the double flex support, whereas Crazy Raccoons don't have to make a substitution.
What I've learned is Falcons and Crazy Raccoon play very similar comps, but the problem is Crazy Raccoon is just that much better at playing it. But for the other semi, with Ultra going up against Zeta, my brain was going crazy. They play different styles. So do you think that's going to be a more versatile and interesting semi-final to watch?
I think it'll be a closer semi-final. I think that should be a more competitive semi-final. Crazy Raccoons are looking maybe a little bit more, quite a bit more favored than Falcons at this rate, which is not good for Falcons. But Zeta Division, I think they have a more flexible team overall than Toronto. Toronto a little bit more one-note coming into this tournament in terms of where their strength is. And so their DPS player Merit has been like 95% playtime on just one single hero so far.
Zeta is the only team that has beaten Crazy Raccoon recently, or in the last couple of months, right?
The only team that has ever beaten Crazy Raccoon is Falcons.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Right, Toby, last question.
I just want to ask real quickly, because I did the same thing with Danica that we had on air yesterday. I want to ask you too, is there anyone in all of the talent, like a team that does not have Crazy Raccoon to win this tournament?
I'm pretty sure we all have Crazy Raccoons to win tournament. Our pre-tournament predictions, we had a bit more of a mixed take.
Okay.
But now
everyone's on the Raccoon
I think everyone's on the Raccoons wagon. Yeah.
So if I go, I don't think they're gonna win.
Yeah.
Then we'll see the Vitality upset from yesterday in MLBB.
Say it officially to the camera.
I do not think that Crazy Raccoon will win the finals of this tournament. I think they'll make finals over Falcons, but then they will lose to Zeta, because I didn't remember the other name.
Yes.
Zeta.
Yeah.
Zeta will win the whole thing.
By the way, I made a note for Zeta versus Ultra. Winston bare arms someone. That's the difference maker. So if Winston gets banned, they lose. That's what I'm going with. Okay. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Can I tell you something so much? Can I tell you something? Avril did the most amazing broadcast technique. He hid his smirk with his mouth because he knew what a ridiculous thing that I was saying. Avril, I'm going to say thank you to you. We've got another show to go. You've got an hour to go before you get ready.
Give him a second to plug his social.
That's literally what I'm about to do.
I thought you were going to get rid of him.
Please say goodbye to our viewers. Send a message. Encourage the viewers to watch the games. They start in an hour. This is your time. I think you can talk to that camera. I think it's
sure. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes.
Obviously, the Overwatch tournament is going to be on EWC Gold, I believe, is the name of the channel. I'm going to be casting one of the semi-finals coming up, so pay attention to
Which
that.
one are you casting?
I'm doing Zeta Division versus Toronto.
Can you give me a bear arm shout out just one time? That they have the right to bear arms, and then that's it. Please give me one. Don't say my name. Just drop that line.
Okay,
I know it's for me.
I'll fit it in there.
And what's your Twitter? Just give it a shameless plug.
Twitter is x.com/I'm Avril.
You could have just said what it is. I am
AVRL.
I'm AVRL. Okay, I'll give you a follow. I'll tweet it out.
What about your Twitch, Avril? You're always bloody streaming on that.
We're done. There we go. There we
go.
Avril, thank you so much. So right there for me. Right now, we're going to head to an interview with Team Falcon, Surmajade in the ALJ interview.
I have the absolute pleasure to have Surmajade from Falcons on the couch. Surmajade, mate. Do you prefer Sir? Do you prefer Big
Just call me Majid. Just call me Majid.
Majid? All right, cool, beautiful. Well, we've got that out of the way. Do you want to give yourself an introduction? Of course, you did really, really well at the Overwatch World Cup last year. Now, since that, you've joined Falcons, and so far, you're doing pretty well here at the tournament.
I mean, it's actually a really good tournament. I played 2 maps, lost them all, but, you know, there's more maps coming. Hopefully we win it tonight and tomorrow too if we qualify. Overall, best tournament I've ever played. Everything is like perfect. Production, stage, you know, setup, everything.
And home crowd as well. That
home crowd is
so loud.
It's the best crowd I've ever played, and it's incredible.
Yeah, the chanting, the fun. I just spoke with M80 before, and they were saying that the crowd was amazing, even though they were mostly just cheering for you guys last night.
Yeah.
Now, talk to me about tonight's game. You will be going up against Virtus Pro later this evening. What are the expectations going into that? What's the prep been like? Are you going to play a couple of maps? Because I know you guys have 3 supports on your roster, so you sort of have to shuffle that around.
It just depends on what maps they pick, what hero ban. So it depends on the situation, so we'll see.
Okay, so give me a situation. What heroes do you need? What composition needs to be played for you to be in the game?
Just mostly double flex.
Okay.
Elari. And yeah, me and Fielder always play.
Okay, cool. So you're like the hit scan support guy when there needs to be a bit more
Basically,
damage. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Now, this tournament so far, has it been meeting your expectations as a team, you know, gameplay-wise, not just all the cool stuff that's going on around it, but yeah, so far competitively, has it worked out in your favor? Because you're now on the same side of the bracket as Crazy Raccoon, so if you do win tonight, you have to play Crazy Raccoon tomorrow, and that's a beast that needs to be tamed.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons are a really good team. We always play them like in Korea, Dallas, in the major. You know, we struggle sometimes. But with the hero bans, I think our team can like hopefully win it.
Okay, what do you
trust
think?
them.
Prio bans, is it specific roles for Falcons, or do you sort of try to target the opponent and know what they're good on to try to move that and try to aim their comp from the opponent in a particular way?
We usually just like see the team, what they play, what's their weakness, you know, and pick them up, bounce, you know. Our coaches got that. We have a really good staff.
Yeah. It's good when you have the good staff, so you don't have to be the one to do all the research. They're just like, you need to ban this, you need to play this, this is what's going to give you the best opportunity. So for the 2 games you have played so far, or the 2 maps rather, did it go well for you? I know you're obviously here, you're still in the tournament, so it did go relatively well, but in terms of in-game with the new patch, is it working out for you in particular?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Blizzard dropped a patch 2 weeks before the tournament. They nerfed Elari, you know. Otherwise, people would like see me more. But yeah, just two weeks before the tournament, they just nerfed my hero, and then, you know, it's tough. But hopefully we can, you know.
Blizzard, please.
I'm blaming Blizzard for this.
You've nerfed Elari. You've nerfed the screen time from Majed. That's just terrible form. Look, I'm coming after you. That's look. Any words for the fans out there as well? Of course, you know they've been enjoying you. Have they been coming up to you while you've been walking around the boulevard as well? Has it been a great time just experiencing everything here?
It's an insane feeling. I just want to thank like everyone, especially like my family, everyone who's like cheering for us, for me especially. It's just the best crowd I've ever played in. I don't know. You could like. It gives you motivation just to play. You can hear them in game.
Yeah.
It's insane.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It's got to be a great feeling. Majed, look, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for joining me here on the couch, and good luck this evening, especially if you jump in the game.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. See you guys in the semifinals if we win.
Oh, that was a fantastic end to the interview. And also, I'm really, really grateful that Mac managed to get to sit down with Majed yesterday. Coming into the series, I mean, we heard from Avril. We've heard from pretty much every broadcaster. We've heard from the journalists as well. Like, Crazy Raccoon are very heavily favored. But when you are heavily favored, it also comes with the pressure. It means you have to live up to that. And that local crowd is going to be behind Falcons. I mean, it's going to be up to Majed and the boys to surprise them. Even Toby predicted against them. What's your takeaway?
Camera's on you.
Camera's on me. My takeaway, I mean, I just explained it 5 minutes ago. They're going to choke. We've seen so many top contender teams that were supposed to win it all crumble in the finish line, and it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's going to play out as my predictions went, because then I'll get my predictions right. Nice. But also, I wouldn't be upset if there wasn't upset and there was a new champion crowned. I'm hoping that Zeta can show us what they're made of.
And of course, we're going to try our best to understand that game. Thank you for watching. I mean, honestly, it probably is one of the most complex. I feel as confused watching Overwatch 2 as I do watching Dota 2. There's so much you have to learn, and you learn it from playing the game. You also learn it from understanding the terminology, from understanding the slang. So welcome to another edition of Ewc Central teaches you gaming slang. We're going to start with a Pubg Mobile one, probably one that I'm going to have to guess, because Mac, you may know this. The term is sponging, okay? So Pubg Mobile, if you've thrown up the confused face, I might make you guess first, because I think I might know.
I thought we did this the other day.
Oh, no, we've discussed it. So it appeared on broadcast because Toby taught me last week.
And you literally brought it up today.
And I forgot,
so, yeah.
and I've discussed it. So what's your guess? What is sponging?
Oh, I'm trying to remember because I know that he said it on broadcast.
Okay, I'll throw my guess in.
No, wait with your guess because I know that you know. So I'm gonna let him go first.
You don't know how bad my memory is. Okay, sentence. Let's go. Drop it.
Sponging is where you soak damage and then you heal up.
Okay, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. So I don't remember exactly if it's top of the table or bottom of the table, but sponging is when a team is picking up either placement points or elim points and are either in a position where they are at the bottom of the table sponging points from someone who could use it, or you're all the way at the top of the table and you're sponging them from anyone below you. So
it is only the last one. It has nothing to do with the bottom. It is only the top teams. It's when the team ranked a lot, like ranked up on the top of the leaderboard, is taking points away from the teams that effectively need them to catch up to them. They're sponging up or soaking up all the points.
You know what?
For the other team.
Is it the opposite of smearing?
Hold on. I want to pick a fight after the show because when a sponge is full, it can only absorb so much water.
But these sponges are unlimited.
That's not how
sponges.
Yeah, but again, you're redefining a term. Okay, let's look at the next one. Overwatch 2, what is a C9?
That's it.
Now, this is going to be a challenge. It is a team, so it's something that a Cloud9 team has done.
Yes.
And that's why it's been associated to them.
Yes. So when you pull, do a C9.
Based on what we've seen, the thing that C9 is most famous for is they are down 1-2 in a series. There's no way Cloud9 can come back from that, and then they lose. Right?
I thought they were most famous for dropping 3 teams in Pachinki and just losing an entire series because of it.
I rest my case. Teams first. So, a C9 is when a team is on the verge of winning a map in overtime and they fail to stop the team winning in overtime. That's my guess.
My guess is pulling a C9 is something an individual player can do when he goes out and single-handedly takes out the entire team.
Oh, but then it would be a player name. But okay.
Well, I mean, no, but yeah.
Let's go. What is it?
Quick Shot is much closer.
Okay.
Toby.
Fair.
C9, it was from when the game first came out and, you know, C9 had a team. Essentially, there's an objective. Say it's escort, right?
Yes!
Push it into overtime.
You can read it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so essentially, it's when you just don't go on the objective and you lose the game.
When a team is winning a fight, but overextends this game. When C9 are 2-1 up, and the thing is there's no way they can lose right now, and they lose the next 2.
They forget to touch the
so
objective.
They effectively,
you know what?
Game's over.
So they pull an Alpha 7.
They do. No. Jack, I'm not being funny, dude. You got to work on these memes. Like, we got to work on these things. But look, you got memes named after you. Okay, this is another one. This one comes from me. Gentlemen, what is jiggling in the context of Apex Legends, which will be coming to EWC next week? You should know this one.
Wait, is it just
Wait, so in English, jiggling is just laughing, right? Like, hey. That's jiggling.
Giggling.
Wait, what's what's jiggling then?
That's why I'm asking you.
Well, what's like the official English term?
What's a jiggle?
I can't tell you.
What a jiggle is?
No, because I'm thinking giggle and I'm thinking juggle, and it's neither of the two. What is jiggle?
Honestly, you could be jiggling while giggling and juggling.
So what does jiggle mean?
Okay, I'll demonstrate it because if I use it in a sentence, you'll figure it out.
Okay. Oh, jiggle peeking. Ah.
Okay, give me a term. Give me a definition.
Okay, so it's when you're moving around to avoid the opponent being allowed to do headshots on you.
Let's bring up the official definition while Matt gives me his.
It's jiggling the corner when you're behind a cover and you're just peeking out like this constantly.
There you
essentially.
go.
So,
Rapidly pressing AD on the keyboard to move side to side. So
my brain. The fact that I don't get that for my brain.
Jiggle is to move very quickly side to side.
I'm well aware. My brain was just completely.
Well, actually, that wasn't bad because
once he understood what the term was.
Yeah. Once I said jiggle peeking myself, I'm like, oh.
Can we celebrate for a second? Because we just went from one of the hardest learning lessons of all 4 weeks of EWC. I have failed nearly every single one of these quizzes.
True.
And I managed to get one right, managed to get close to it, like deducing info. Guys, we're getting smarter.
We definitely are.
EWC is teaching us. And what I'm going to teach you now is PUBG Mobile World Cup updates, because we had breaking news that Alpha 7 were eliminated in match 14 and 15. Is that correct? We have rankings after 16 games concluded.
Now, the news would be even more breaking had it not been because they get the best of the worst situation.
Slow down. So this is match 16 map ranking.
This is the result of the most recent game that Boom ends up winning. Congratulations, Mac. The fact is, where are all the teams that are currently in the hunt for first?
Where are they?
None of
They're
them
not on that page.
Finished in the top 8. Look at this. Alpha 7, dead last. But Talon, TJB, Reject, all these teams that are on the hunt did practically nothing to catch up to them in the match. They were spoon-fed. They were spoon-fed a chance to limit the point gap to the top, but both Vampire and Reject just got a single point. And look at this. Therefore, they're still set 18 points ahead.
It's almost...
And Boom is third.
33 points. There was 7 points on that bottom half of the table, by the way.
You know what?
There are 2 maps remaining.
Let me just take it back to the time in the group stage where Boom had one 30-point game. If that happened here, they'd be 3 points out of first.
Okay, so say that again. So
and there's 2 games.
If Alpha 7 did not have that one game that was 30 points, they would be in third at this point in time. But they did. In order for Reject or for Boom to win, to overtake, Alpha 7 needs to have another big fat donut, be eliminated early, and Reject and Boom need to do what Alpha 7 did to get that 30 points they came up.
No, it was Boom that got it. It was Boom that got it. That's why I'm surprised. That's why it's the case. They're currently set in third, and in the group stage they had a 20-elim win. So if they get that again, if Boom can go back off the win they just had there, Boom is arguably the most momentum-heavy team. They just got to win. If they can go in on Miramar now and have a phenomenal game here, Alpha 7 might throw it again.
Can we take a look at the second page here? Obviously, this is looking less and less likely for a gigantic surprise. However, if by some miracle, all the way down to Team Liquid, 2 30-point games, 20-point games, maybe. But the odds are incredibly low.
That would be a first in PUBG history.
You're talking about placement points in Club Championship. You're talking about prize money. I also believe that we have some footage of Alpha 7 as well that we can pull up and talk about, because it is the story to follow. Perennial second place. Team that has been struggling, a team that needs to deliver, break the curse, right? They are still sitting in a good position. There are still 2 maps to go. And again, I'm going to put my emotional interpretation of that. They look happy with where they're at. They look comfortable, but I don't want them to be too comfortable.
If there's a test to see whether the mental coach has done his work or her work right, that is having back-to-back 0-point games with still an 18-point lead with just 2 matches left to play. This is incredibly stressing. They're sat there. They know that the coaches, the owners of the org, and everyone is sat in the stands watching them. They want to bring this home for the team.
Gentlemen, I can tell you right now that match 17, the penultimate, the second last, the second time, only 2 more times will we see PUBG Mobile. We will show you what that drop and what the opening circle looks like in the break. As we go to that break, and it's the final break of the day, the final break of the week for us at EWC Central, we're going to hear from Makers Punk in the ALJ interview.
I saw Punk walking past me, and I thought it was a great time for an interview. He did play for Makers. He is the tank. Punk, tell me, what was your experience here at the Esports World Cup? I was so disappointed that you got knocked out in groups, not in your play, but just that it happened.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it was a close game in the end against Twisted. Pretty fun to verse the home team and the Saudi majority of that team. But, you know, it's been amazing, I think, in the arena now today, watching everyone. It's super fun and there's a lot of energy here. And I think it's probably the best event I've been to, you know, having everyone, all the players in one spot. It's been great.
Yeah, everyone's just been so lovely. Your whole team, every time they came up to me, they're watching you, they're laughing over there. Don't look at them.
Yeah.
How did they perform? Were you happy with how they performed? Do you think you guys could have done better? I heard, you know, there might have been an issue with prep coming into the tournament. Do you think you'd change that next year if you made it again?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think for any international event for Overwatch, as Australians, we're going to have low expectations. You know, it's pretty hard for us to practice in general throughout the year and whatnot. And it's a big culture difference between how much people play the game and, you know, are really going after it. So I think, to be honest, like, we're pretty proud of ourselves, and we did have that really good game, and I think we all had fun in playing that and really enjoyed some good Overwatch. So I think to come away with that result, we weren't too displeased, but, you know, next year we'll definitely be punching for a higher spot. So
beautiful. Look, if you did manage to take down Twisted Minds, there might have been a world where we saw you make it to the round of 12, but there's always next year and there's always more games.
Yep.
Now, talk to me, we had a chat off camera earlier about what the meta was going to be like, because there was that patch coming into this and with the ban system. Give me a take on that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super wide open at the moment. I think the main thing that I've seen being really strong is Bapalari. I think there's just a lot of pressure that comes from those supports. But the bans are super important. I think every team has their style, like as we can see now playing the game, you know, a bunch of rush teams, and it's great to shut those down with just a couple bans. So I think the ban system has been really interesting and honestly like a really massive boost into just the quality of the game so far. So, you know, I think it's always hard to get a meta read because every game's going to be different because of the bans. So
yeah, it's definitely been much more interesting. Now, last question: are you ready for the flight home? Because I know I'm not.
No, never. You can never have a good flight home.
It's going to be a long one. Thank you for your time, Pubg.
No worries. Cheers.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Has got the chops to push further up those tables, but right now it's not quite there. They're 10 points behind LOLX IHC, I think they can do it in these last two.
They definitely can. We just saw a nice little finish there from Stoned on Vampire Esports. We're looking at the crowd. You can see them chuckling a little bit here because they could definitely make that big jump towards the money. You know, we talked to Sertani. He was looking for a top 8 finish. A 3rd place finish would be definitely nice, and it is within reach. So they're starting it off strong with a nice elimination off the rip, and you can see teams on that move. I wish we could look at the map feed right now because Alpha 7 is making the most safe rotation I have ever seen them make.
This is crazy right now. They started in El Pozo.
Look at it, look at them.
And they're currently near Torrejomada. There is nobody within 3 kilometers of this.
They went all the way around, and that's smart. Oh! Are you kidding me? What a shift. It would not be a championship round if we didn't get some circle toxicity, baby.
Oh, let's hit the water. Bring your swimming trunks, Hot Jukes. We're going to the coastline. It's Impala. And it is Tianba in there already. They have got a lot of control there. DXavier going to look to push on in, and this is going to get spicy. The northern rotation in, still a little bit more open. Opportunity for Vampire to sneak in on that northern edge, as we're seeing on our screens now. They could potentially find the north point of Impala. Down from the south coast as well, you've got Twisted Minds and IWNRX, both going to be competing for that coastal road. Boom are already in Impala. Vampire are making their way in. DXavier want to be neighbors, and look who's also trying to purchase real estate there. It's Team Liquid.
Everybody's looking for the high ground right now. They're trying to hunt down the highest point in the map. You can see the crowds on their feet. Sertani is staring at the screen, excited here to see his team make something happen.
Oh, dear.
Oh, but Pondbit shuts him down with a nice knock, but the rest of the team is right there to support him.
Yummy is already gone as well for Boom. They're playing as 3. Pondbit survives for the time being, but there's the off angle. There's that third party from the high ground. You can see Newsy there on the top left of your screen. Tony K ascending the stairs now, wanting that flush. Frenzy and Razy, they were able to do something as a duo in the end of that final match, but against the Vampires, with the Xavier around the corner, with everybody else crunching their way into Impala, it's getting a little bit scary for Boom.
Oh, Tony K getting the finish on the Pondbit. That's 2 players down for Boom. And honestly, if you are Vampire, that's the main squad you want to be able to knock out. And Tiamba, though, from all the way across the map, you're going to see Schweppes throw a smoke out. Oh, almost got the finish there. That was too close for comfort.
That door frame just about saving his life. And Vampire can continue as 4. They...
And welcome back to Ewc Central Interview Special Edition. As we said throughout the course of the broadcast, with only 2 games left to play for week 4. And one of the semifinals hasn't even started yet. There's still 20 or 30 minutes before Overwatch 2 games are on your screen. We have one last interview for you. Obviously, we were watching that PUBG second final map. If you'd like to keep watching that, you can do so. youtube.com/@EWC. And of course, the final interview is a special one. It's one for a longtime friend, somebody I've known for 12 years, somebody who made his name in StarCraft and is now doing Pubg Mobile on the analyst desk. It is Caleris. He's joined by some other guy named Max as well, who I think is a nice guy. But what I would like to do as well is just to give a little bit of a shout out to everyone who's joined us, guests throughout the weekend. Special thank you to them. So for this final interview, Caleris and Maxman, please take it away. We have just concluded day 2 of the Pubg Mobile World Cup. And of course, for the main event, there are only 6 matches remaining. I have the absolute pleasure of having 2 of the members of the core on-air broadcast talent team joining me. And I figured it's best for them to tell us who they are, seeing as though we've been catering to Overwatch and MLBB all day. Gentlemen, let's go left to right. Who are you? What do you do? Where are you from?
My left. Wait.
Yes.
There we go. No, my name is Maxman. I've been a caster and also analyst for Pubg Mobile for 5 years now. I'm also known for cursing teams really, really bad. That's my thing. So,
I really want to unpack that. One of the themes you guys won't know about on our broadcast, almost every guest we've had has said that they curse teams, and I think only one of them's been actually right.
Oh, no, he actually does it.
Oh!
Genuinely, it's bad.
Like, I need a doctor.
Mr. Caleris, obviously, I know you very well. Could you tell our viewers who you're, where you're from?
Where do you want me to start?
Listen,
The esports dinosaur.
As the other esports dinosaur / grandpa in the room, where does your boat chill? Where does your mind take you?
Well, that's for this one. Yes, I am also an analyst on the Pubg Mobile World Cup, and I've obviously covered Pubg Mobile since, what, 2018? 2018. Since Star Challenge and Jeez,
Even
that's a long time ago.
By that game alone, you're an old man.
Yes.
But I know you go further back.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Joe, what's the other game that you actually made your name in?
Of course, StarCraft 2, which we will be covering
Yes,
later
we
on.
will.
That's right.
StarCraft 2 is coming to the Esports World Cup. It is several weeks away. The thing is, if we get Killer rolling on StarCraft 2, we'll never get him back to PUBG.
That is true.
It's the first true love. So we're going to pause that, and we'll come back to it.
But of course, PUBG PC as well.
Of course, yes. Listen, you just do everything. I'm trying to learn from you, oh wise Master Jedi.
No.
I'm going to bring you to it. Gentlemen, I know you've just finished your broadcast day, and I'm very appreciative of you taking the time to chat. I've got a list of questions, and I want to start by going retrospective. Let's look at the main event, day 1 and day 2. Reject. Where the hell did they come from, and why did they jump up so much today? Max, what do you reckon?
To be honest, completely unexpected, right? I feel like that's the big sentiment we had on the broadcast. We were like, we didn't expect them to perform that well going into the main tournament because they won PMGO, right? At the start of the year, they perform well. They won a global tournament. But going into this, they just keep getting themselves some great finishing moments, right? And I feel like they are the big surprise competing currently for the first place against Alpha 7.
Yes.
So, like, they might be the first team to actually do a PUBG Mobile Grand Slam, like winning all global events over the year. If they do it now, they are starting history in PUBG Mobile Esport.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you reckon of Reject?
Outside of fighting games, I'm not normally impressed by Japanese pro gamers, to be perfectly honest. But hey, here we are.
That's how I know you're an old man.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden...
You sound like a Dota 2 commentator with that jaded heart of yours.
I know. Oh, I'm very jaded when it comes to esports. No, I love it. But, I mean, the thing is that I had my speculations around their PMGO victory. I was like, are they really the best team here?
Yeah.
But here on this stage, surprisingly enough, they are proving it. And it's not like they're proving it with, I would say, some luck-based moments where they've just got a compound and they're just being able to fight into a circle at the very, very late game. There have been 1 or 2 of those moments, don't get me wrong. However, a lot of their fights look very aggressive and very, very well calculated. So I'm impressed so far.
Please help me on this one. I forget the gentleman's name. It looks like an emo rock band bass guitarist next to Blonde Twink. It's Jake and so it's one of the casters in the game.
It's Wank and Jackie?
Thank you. Jake and Jackie. So whichever one. Whoever the beardy guy is, he legitimately said several days ago that Reject were going to win the whole event, and he didn't know why, and it was just gut instinct.
That's because he has a bit of a soft spot for Reject. He's been saying it since day 1. I think he won PMGO, and he was like, this is brilliant.
Listen, I know you guys are on the analyst desk. Can you ask Mr. Kaplan to introduce him that way? Emo goth bass guitarist. Let's just have some fun with that one. Okay, let's turn our attention to A7. I actually had the pleasure of speaking to the CEO and learned today that the organization was started by a mother and 2 sisters because one of the sisters was, I'm going to use her words, addicted to PUBG Mobile during Corona lockdowns. The organization has started, they've performed very well. They are cursed. They look phenomenal, day 1, day 2. They are currently the #1 seeded team after 2 days of games. And yet they have no idea how to win gold because this is a silver and bronze only organization for a while. Is the curse happening again, Captain Curse?
It's not. This is not my fault. Okay. This one I cannot.
If he talks about them, he's going to be in big trouble.
Okay. I cannot take the blame for this one.
Okay.
But for Alpha 7, I feel like in past years where they did hold on to that first place and then they just fell off at the end, they felt the pressure.
Okay.
Right? They were just trying to take for fights very early on in matches or in the mid game, and they would just falter very early on and give the opportunity for teams to overtake them.
Yeah.
I don't think we're seeing that this time around. I feel like they're very calm and collected.
Petala, by the way, the CEO, explicitly mentioned mindset. Explicitly said coming into this,
Doesn't surprise me.
They're calm and collected. I feel like if there's one global event they could win, it might be this one. Hopefully no curse. So I am very hopeful that they can finally break that.
I will
and
ask
get
who you
first
cursed,
place.
but save it for me till the end, okay?
Oh, okay.
We're going to end this on who you cursed so that I can hold you personally accountable. Kaleris, what do you reckon on A7 before we move on?
So we have been saying for years, it's about time Brazil wins an international tournament. Alpha 7 has always been on the cusp. They have been the one constant in PUBG Mobile Esports over the last 3 years that should have won. That last day, Max is right. It seems like there's a more mature outlook about how they're approaching games. There was a scenario today where they could have easily taken center spot in terms of a circle and probably won out the game with it and gone for some eliminations. But it did put them in a potential pincer position where 2 teams would have been able to take them out.
if things had gone awry. They backed off, went back to the compound, said, look, we can let these teams fight. We won't get as many elimination points, but we almost guarantee ourselves a win if we stay here and then eventually just go sweep them.
Wow.
They finished them like that.
I love that so much.
So,
I'll tell you this, I've not watched PUBG, I've not played a lot of PUBG. I'm one of these like ADHD Twitch shooters, so I'm a dirty Call of Duty guy and Quake person. I am falling in love with PUBG, especially around the numbers, especially just like watching how many games from the survival stage and now the main stage have come down to final circles, and like I'm getting legitimately excited, which I didn't think I was going to.
well, do you know why I actually like it? And it's funny because a lot of people are like, oh, this is a shooting game.
You're an RTS fan.
Yeah.
Because I'm an RTS guy. And actually, I
No,
think
I hadn't made that connection.
It's a strategy game. I don't understand why more people don't make this understanding. Because it's the macro plays that are the more interesting plays to me and will actually win you tournaments.
I mean, listen, I just learned what a botation was, and I'm hoping to see it in PUBG, right? No, it's a bit of a meme, but more importantly, I hadn't made that connection, but I hadn't viewed it from that perspective. Sure. Because the element of shooting, especially on PC, which I'm much more familiar with, was slower than the games that I traditionally play, it wasn't there for me. So on the topic of sort of individuals, just before I get your predictions for day 3, which individual players have stood out? Give me 1 or 2 names and things that come to mind. Clarence, I'll put you on the spot first. I'm sure you can dig something out.
The O's. Regiosio, Mafioso.
There's been a lot today,
There's these two, like for Alpha 7 for Reject, have looked fantastic whilst doing it. They've both taken MVP spots, and every single time, there's moments where they're getting 7 elims in a game, each time, like for these two guys.
I wish I remember the name, but the Dear Xavier player from map 1 of the main event who was stuck in the water, swimming, hiding behind a boat. It was literally map 1 beginning of yesterday. You guys would remember it. We broke it down, and all we were doing was going, swim, buddy! Max, give me a player to just focus on, and then I want to get your predictions for day 3.
Oh, I feel like one of my favorite ones from the main tournament has been that Heaven finish we had with Talon and Alpha 7. It was very interesting.
You guys watched it?
It was amazing.
It was a great finish.
Emo Boy and the other one, Blondie. I'm so sorry. I love you guys.
I was so mad at DRX for going the position that they went.
I can't believe they couldn't climb.
Yeah, they can't
Surely
go up.
they know. Was that just
don't go there.
heat of the moment panic?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, okay, we feel like we're stuck in this situation. We don't exactly know how, if we can scale it or not. Yeah, it was a bit
I was just angry for one reason, because no one sent the car over the cliff on top of the roof. I was expecting that. It didn't happen. My day was ruined.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember who started. I'm fairly sure it was Jake, but because we had 4 people on the sofa, an MLBB caster, Toby, and then the 2 boys, I think Jake took one of the jokes. I think Toby said something lame like he always does. Talons have talons have lots of claws. And Jake then decided what has talons? An owl. So we started making jokes on how owls can see 360 degrees. They fly. It's one of the most
what's this?
It's one of the most embarrassing it's one of the most embarrassing piece of broadcast content I've ever seen. And if you do get a chance to make fun of them, we'll clip it for you. Like it's on Toby's Instagram. It's terrible.
I make fun of Toby every PUBG event.
I know.
Especially how bad he is at Fantasy League.
Yeah.
He's terrible at it.
Okay, the very last question I have for you. We're going to be running this before our Ewc Central broadcast covers the final 6 matches of the day. I think you've got the tables and the scores in front of you, so I just want to get some predictions. I want Caleris to start, and then Max, I want you to tell me what your predictions are and who you cursed prior to an updated report.
I cursed 2 teams, by the way. I'm just saying.
Before we do, we're going to say
plural. We'll keep it.
We are bookending this session with Captain Curse, Max himself.
Perfect.
So, Caleris, who's your predictions?
I have to go with Alpha 7. As much as we've seen so many second places for this team, it's about time they actually win. And again, seems like a mindset change, as you were mentioning. Yeah. I think they've got it this time. I really do.
Okay, believing in it, we'll find out the curse is broken. Max?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Reject, because the idea of a Grand Slam happening for a Japanese team, winning PMGO into PMWC into maybe PMGC, for me is one of the best storylines ever. So just for that chance of that happening, Reject.
Who did you curse prior to what you've just said now?
During the survival stage, I was really expecting Falcons to do really well. And it was one of the biggest disappointments in the past 3 years for this team. Like their worst ever performance, and I thought they were going to win.
You stand there and almost wear their colors on your shirt. You're 1 tone off.
It was the biggest disappointment of their 3 years.
And I started supporting 4MV, and they are having the worst main tournament ever.
Don't actually do it, but those are mic drop moments. And I will hold Max personally accountable for when Reject do not win. And when Alpha 7 pick up that trophy, Caleris will be the reason it happens. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I really appreciate you staying later. Please go home, get some rest, and best of luck on the finals. This is happening on Saturday night. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Cheers. Oh, I have to formally apologize to everybody. That was the worst interview I've ever done. I spoke for 7 of the 10 minutes. I was just so excited to talk to Maxman and Caleres that I just dominated the interview. I'm going to message them later on WhatsApp because I have their numbers. Anyways, that was the last of our interviews for the day. We're entering the final stretch of Ewc Central, and I think it is only appropriate to start to wrap up. The Ewc Club Championship update brought to you by STC. And of course, it'll be no surprise to everybody watching that Falcons continue to maintain the lead with a total 3,500 points in the club championship. Now, they can still secure more points with their Overwatch 2 team, but it is against a very difficult opponent in Crazy Raccoon. That is the first semi-final of the Overwatch 2 final 3 matches starting in around 25 minutes. If you're looking at the table on the screen right now, from the remaining top 10 teams, only Team Liquid still has a team participating this week, but they are currently in 12th place in the Pubg Mobile World Cup, meaning they are not looking to secure points. They need to look for the top 8, continue to try climb closer, bridge the gap towards Team Falcons. We'll find out whether or not they can or cannot do it. It's the second to last map in the Pubg Mobile World Cup. That's it for the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Well, Team Liquid, are they going to get into the top 8? Are they going to get some points towards that club championship trophy?
I mean, they have one, and well, literally a game and a half left to do it, or a game and a quarter, really, because they have one player currently alive in the second to last match. They would need a phenomenal finish to this tournament if they want to get into top 8.
Is their tournament hope still alive? Is their club championship hope still alive? We are going to take a look at that 17th match of 18. There's one more to go following this. Team Liquid have one player alive. A7 are still alive. Now, Toby, you've been watching the circle changing, and it looks like another one's coming in just a second. What do you think of the high ground of the mountain?
I love the fact that Alpha 7, you can see them on the top right of your screen on the map up there towards the northeast. When this first circle initially went out towards the coast, they were the team the furthest away from where the playing area is. They came down there, they kind of brawled, just full speed sent it between 3 teams to claim this specific compound, and the circles have gone in that direction. Now that's Liquid down and out. They will fall in 12th overall, but look at how close the leaderboards are. I know we want to keep our eyes on Alpha 7, on Reject as well, but look at 13th all the way up through 5th place. That's all within literally 1 game performance.
Unbelievable. I mean, look, the big thing as well for teams that are basically 3rd and lower, you're trying to get as many points to climb up now the prize money. Yeah. Trying to climb up because realistically the chance of catching Alpha 7 is being less and less and less slim.
There's 1.5 team left that can do it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or effectively 1, because Boom is not really going to get any points this game.
Yeah, it's really going to tick away as that clock ticks down. Boom could, look, arguably there's a chance that they get 10. It will be maybe a pick-off at some point. It would be insane. But Talon, they had one of the top damage dealers there with Misery, so let's see what he's going to be able to do. Maybe there's a chance that they can get some more elims, try to climb up a little bit, because they are within reaching distance of, you know, Boom.
That's possible if you get a bunch of elims here.
And Tianba as well. I mean, the fact that they're sat up on the mountaintop in a really, really solid position. I'm a little worried for their ammunition situation, because they've been shooting at teams forever, and they're in a position now from where they don't really get to loot people down below, but this is Reject taking casualties, and you see instantly Alpha 7 looking towards them.
Oh, man. We need to keep
one nade here. One nade could be
keep following the kill track on the left-hand side. Alpha 7, just 2 more. Those are not...
They're getting them. They got all of them. They got all of them.
They've got the wipe. Oh my word, they did!
They did.
They just got 3 points off of the team hunting them. This should, I'm saying should, be the nail in the coffin for Reject.
While they have not technically won EWC, it looks like with a decent placement. What's this? So 5th at least. So you're talking what? 5, 6
3 points at least guaranteed in placement.
From the elims as well. So +6.
Yeah.
Meaning it's a 26 difference. Oh my word. Okay, if you're a fan of Reject, you want them to win. That means they're going to be hoping that
they need a double-digit elim
and they need a double-digit elim, and they need A7 to drop.
Tianba has got 12 kills now this map alone. They've jumped from down near under 10th place to, like, I think that was 5th on the leaderboard.
Now is when we get into a very unique situation in the overall leaderboards, because coming into the next game, currently Reject is in a position from where, yes, they could be caught up by the teams behind, but they still have a bit of a buffer. They could potentially say, we're not worried that another team will take over our second because we have our buffer, but if we want to win, we have to take out first. And that's where those hot drops come in. I know you like your dedicated drop spot situation, but this is why I love the fact that you can contest everything, because they could say, we're going to risk being overtaken to try and claim first come next game.
5 kills on the board here for Vampire. Circle's closing. If you take a look at the top of the screen, only 4 squads remaining, 4 members alive for 3 of them.
Yep.
And it's going to be an interesting case to see whether or not A7 can find any more elims, because seriously, they have to be the focus points.
I mean, the fact that that Alpha 7 not only are able to get the eliminations, they have LCT for 14 and 13 elims. That's what you get for having the mountaintop under your control.
Unbelievable.
But for Alpha 7, again, when we look back at the game, and I know they'll break it down on the broadcast itself too, how far they were from the circle. They were miles from everyone else. And still, they could potentially come out with a win here.
Oh, man, where's the monster truck? Come on, someone use a monster truck.
and the turnaround, too. They just went from back-to-back last-place games to be able to turn that, to funnel that energy into a win in this match. Should they go out victorious?
Do you believe they are overcoming the psychological hurdles that have prevented Alpha 7 from winning tournaments?
If this game right here can't be the turning point for them, and they somehow allow for Reject next game to completely choke, because that's another facet that we haven't thought about.
Alpha 7 could hot drop by Reject.
And they should too, because even if they don't take them out, even if they give the points over, if they take out just 1 or 2 players, knowing that Reject needs double-digit wins, they are making a play. Yep, and they have the high ground too. They're waiting. They're seeing this action go down. They're just stalling.
Can I also just say, as a complete aside, the observation tools, the implementation of the graphics, the stats, for a mobile game, it is honestly incredibly impressive. Incredibly impressive.
They take the high ground here. I mean, this is Alpha 7 playing their A game. This is, I talked about them sweeping the edge, just playing control. They have they've effectively kind of herded their opponents into one small corner from where they can just sit up high and take them all out. That's going to be Vampire down. Just 2 teams now left alive. We do see 1 knock on one of the Alpha 7 players, but look at that instantly. They turn around, they turn their attention down the hillside, and it's actually your team. The best thing is, it's the team that they were taken out by in the previous game that they now get to fight for first.
I love those storylines.
All I just want to say is Alpha 7, they are Miramar gamers. This is where they've been doing a lot of heavy lifting. And that's where you want to go on the home stretch, right? It looks like it's working out for them.
Can we call them the Miramar Madmen? That's what I want to call them. It would be amazing if I get an IHC win to close out week 4. Come on. Give me one
more
win.
down.
Give me 1 win.
1 more down. It's 3v2. It's going to peak around now. It's a 1v2.
It can happen. It can happen. Come on, take a Khalil.
Khalil!
Take him out!
He got one. He's got one.
So it's of course going to be a second before we get the leaderboard after this game. Because API has to update and all that stuff. But I do want to just quickly hop back to the conversation that you just brought into me saying Reject could try and go for the win by dropping Alpha 7. Alpha 7 can jump Reject, because they know if Reject doesn't, there's no way Boom or any team below them it manages to get the points needed. So if they jump on Reject and get just 1 or 2 of the players down, the odds that they with 2 players up can get the win and another ton of eliminations, practically 0.
So listen.
What? They're all shaking. Why are they shaking their heads?
Because they didn't win the game.
Yes. That's what I love.
They put themselves to the highest standard possible. It was, honestly, this game was incredibly winnable, and they threw it to the 14th place team.
I will say this again. I formally apologize to Misery earlier when seeing his face. I formally apologize to the Alpha 7 members that I had doubts on, saying you're hugging each other, celebrating a win too early. You cannot count your chickens until the eggs have hatched, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Will Alpha 7 drop on Reject? Will Reject drop on Alpha 7? You have to find out. You can watch that 6th and final map, because by the time it's live, our broadcast will be over. youtube.com/@EWC. We've got a few last things to do before we wrap up EWC Central. There are no active games right now. So how about we look at the Stinky plays of the week? We've got a few different Stinky plays, and let's figure out which one's going to be. The first one, I actually don't know what this is. So let's just get the clip up onto the screen, and then we have to rate it. I don't know, because I'm reading this. Oh, Puckett. Oh! We are so lucky that was sealed.
He saved it.
Oh,
he saved
awesome.
it. I feel like it could have been stinkier
Okay, yes.
It could have been Stinky. Is 10 the stinkiest and 1 the least stinky?
That's on with you, yes.
I'm going to hit it with a 5 because he did salvage himself.
I was going to say 3 because it could have dropped to the ground. Like, a lot of stuff could have gone way worse.
9, 12,
which it did.
divided by 3, so we average out at 4, okay? That's a 4 to 10. It didn't spill anything. It was a seal can and he caught it.
Yes.
So, okay, 4 to 10, below average. Okay, the next one is Pubg Mobile. Climbing mountains is hard unless you have a Skyrim horse, which is not going to be in this clip.
Oh, no.
This is awesome. How stinky is this, Toby?
This is, if you know the game, it's incredibly stinky because they have all the chances in the world to wrap around the west side, get up the hill proper. They know they can't get up here. They know, and yet they try to make winning plays with nades.
Are DRX Korean?
Yes.
So that makes sense, right? Because, you know, Talon, they are from Indo. There's a lot of heavy, like, a lot of crazy mountains over there, whereas Korea, a little bit more flat. So you wouldn't get used to scaling the
Have you been to Korea? Have you traveled?
That's why I asked. I said it's
Have you
mountainous.
Okay, it is cool. I'll just tell you, they have a lot of mountains, but I understand the point you're coming from. No,
I didn't say anything. You just asked me if they were Korean.
You just assumed if Korea's flat. It's really not.
There's a lot of mountains in
I come
Korea.
from the flattest continent in the world.
Hold on. What is your rating of the play?
I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10 because
And how are we going to give his rating of Korea?
Well, mine is
That's a 10. It's a 10. It's the stinkiest that you can get. So
Fair,
10 out of 10. Okay, so that was it. I think we've got another one here. A Crazy Raccoon player stumbles while trying to be cool. Oh, I think this one's for Mac. I'm fairly sure this one's going to be... Yes, Mac. Do you know what I love so much? If you actually look at the technician who's at the controlling press,
he's laughing.
It changes from like concern to then pure laughter.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Give it a stinky rating.
I think that's the moment where you're crushing your opponent's dreams and you going down with them, kinda. I'm going to give that an 8.
An 8, I'm with you. I support that entirely.
I'll say 8 just for the team vibe.
We've gone from the stinky plays to the complete opposite end of the spectrum. And as we close out the night, it's time to look and count down the best plays in our Kidia Play of the Day. The first play that we're going to take a look at is going to be Overwatch. It happened at 12:30 tonight, and it is proper from Team Falcons with the triple kill to seal the series. I mean, Mac, you've got to translate this for us.
With the triple kill to seal the series, yep.
He's got 2. Where's the third?
He's tracking real good. We're going third person. You
Looking
should
for
be able to
this.
follow this one.
Yeah.
Toby.
So I honestly caught 2 out of 3 kills.
I just saw it's a team kill.
Yes.
Do you want to run it again?
That means
Can we run it again?
Do we have time to run it again? I think so. You know what? Let's just do it.
Okay,
It's like
let's
one of those
just
days.
do it. Here we go.
Okay, we're looking for the kill counts. Okay, so
one.
tagging.
Oh, no, that's
just
headshots,
tagging.
headshots. Oh, okay.
So that's the first.
Oh.
The second was, I didn't even see the second.
Oh, there it is.
Third.
Okay, that's fast.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. I
Full
missed the
assist.
second.
No, the second got killed by Archio, but the assist was there. He pumped the most damage, and then the elim went. So in Overwatch, elims are when you're a part of the kill in any way, shape, or form, because sharing is caring.
The second best play is from DOK or Doc from 4 Miracle Vibes with the back-to-back roadkill. Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah, oh, you were sitting over there. You missed it.
Watch this. This is the end of the game. This is the end of the game. And now the distraction play comes in.
Okay, right.
Bait their attention, guys.
Bait their attention. Bait their attention. So where's the car? Where's the car?
You'll see it. You'll see it.
Is it coming over?
It's behind them.
Just wait.
No.
It's behind them.
Distracting.
No.
Distracting.
Oh, I see them coming in.
Distracting. Distracting.
Oh, oh my God. Okay, that was awesome. Look, slow-mo. Great job to the Russian team again.
Boing.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is so. Do you know? I think that deserves a booyah.
Definitely
That has to
play.
Wait, did you guys have you actually seen that Free Fire monster truck kill? Or was that the first time you'd seen the clip?
No, we saw it last week.
We showed it like 4 times last week.
Did we run it last week?
Yeah,
like
a trillion times.
I've been here a month. I'm missing it.
Downstairs loves it.
Okay,
You love it.
Super
Sunsman
quickly,
loved it.
we still have one play that is better than that one, but Monster Truck or the back-to-back Dune Buggy?
Back-to-back
June buggy.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
The number 1 play in your Kidia Player of the Day is Yoru from Talon Esports, eliminating Alpha 7 in the 1v3.
Yeah.
Okay, this this is way cool. I mean, Toby, take this one away.
I mean, it's at this point that we all started going, wait, is there a world where they don't win it? At this point, they're up by 29 points. And Talon's play, I mean, this is also what really brought Talon on up there. They lose 2 immediately. Alpha 7 doing a phenomenal job at containing, but they lose track of their opponents. Yoru comes in from behind, finds 2. Then you have Riro on the roof, jumps down, instantly met by a shotgun to the chest, and there he falls.
Revo just, checking out the scenery on the roof. I feel like I missed that the first 3 times we've watched this one, but now that I knew he wasn't there, mate, might have dropped the ball there.
Unbelievable. It was so great as well. It's like we managed to catch that one live as it happened. And I think we were screaming so much because of the story. It's still going to come down. Who's going to pick up the championship? Who is going to be crowned the World Cup champion? That is what we need to know. For one last time, we're in our last 10 minutes of the show. The Overwatch 2 semi-finals will be kicking off with one Trash Panda taking on a Bird of Prey at 1800 local time. That will then be followed by Zeta Division taking on Toronto Ultra. The winners of those 2 series will then meet in the grand final. These are best of 7s. It's been long days. I mean, Mac, I 100% have learned a lot more about Overwatch than coming into the week.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of those games that because so much is on, you just have to play it. You have to play. You have to shoot. If you like fast-paced shooters, that's how you learn the game the most, right?
Yeah, it's just absolutely chaotic. Even like the segment, we were trying to learn so much from what was on the screen. There was just so much going on, and that is just Overwatch to a T, right? But essentially, what I've learned the most from all of the talent, all of the casters, speaking to them backstage, is that if Crazy Raccoon do not win this tournament, that is just going to be a catastrophic upset if it happens this evening in the semi or the grand final, depending on where it happens. If it happens, that is the upset of the week.
You know what I love so much, right? So both MLBB tournaments, huge upsets in the finals. Alpha 7 theoretically should win this if it doesn't happen.
That would be an upset in the recent performances too, technically.
Actually, the thing is, it would be an upset just because of the score, but it would not be an upset in terms of expectations. No, it would be expectations.
Yeah,
like you can debate it, right? True. Well, look, for the very last time in week 4, it's time to recap the week in our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. And of course, for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational, I had the pleasure of interviewing one of the winners earlier today. Smart Omega Empress dethroned Vitality. This was a 3-0 shellacking, one-sided victory in which the Filipino squad took down the 1,000-day tournament undefeated 20-time back-to-back-to-back champions Vitality. I mean, I cannot express what an monumental upset that is. And for not Ayanami, I had a fantastic conversation with her earlier in the broadcast. Humble as ever, she still doesn't quite believe that that victory was secured. Gentlemen, obviously you learned the game, but we heard the intro. I mean, Toby, when you heard her speaking, what was your immediate reaction?
It made so much sense. I mean, to be able to dethrone a team that has been set up there for almost 3 years is insane. So the fact that she was as surprised as she was is incredible.
And of course, the last catch-up, last MLBB moment is Jays, we miss you. I hope you got home safe and good luck on the next tournament. He obviously stepped out as his tournament finished yesterday. I'll turn my attention to Overwatch 2. Let's start by running down the bracket and what has got us to this point. The matches will commence later today, but Matt, give me a summary of what we've seen this week because there have been a lot of hours of content.
There really has. It's gone for as long, if not a little bit longer than Counter-Strike on these days, and it wasn't expected to go that long, but these best of 7s have dragged out, and I feel like knowing that both semis and the grand final are on tonight, there's still going to be so much content and you don't want to miss it. If Falcons are able to get another win over Crazy Raccoon here and go to the grand final, I have absolutely no idea who's going to be taking it.
I'm going to take a second to do a little bit of a test for Toby and I, and I'll give Toby the opportunity to answer this question first. What are you expected from either of the semifinals? What is something you want to look forward to? Something maybe you learned from Avril, something maybe I've learned from Mac. Do you have something in mind, or do you want me to give you one first?
I'll give you, you can give me one first. Then
okay, so I wrote down a couple of things, which I'll share with you actually. When I think about the matchups, I think the pick and ban meta is going to be very, very important. So I think that specifically when we look at Zeta Division and if someone gets his hands on a giant bear, then I think, or gorilla, or you know what it is, whatever, the right to bear arms, someone can do something in that game. So that's what I'm looking at, someone.
Yeah.
Yeah? What did you learn?
I learned that if you get the right hit scan player, because that's all that matters in this tournament right now, then you're going to win this game. So if he pops up on the hit scan, the DPS master, tournament
that's
over.
What I like to say. Now, Mac, you need to follow my lead on this one, okay?
Following?
In Overwatch 2.
Yes.
Okay, if I can get Mac on a single. What has happened in Overwatch 2 today?
Today, nothing has happened yet in Overwatch 2 except Avril gave us the knowledge.
Fantastic news. Let's move on to the PUBG Mobile World Cup. We officially have the total standings after 17 of 18 games. Toby, straight to you. It is what, a 26-point difference?
16 elim win.
Okay.
16 elim win. We've seen it before. I mean, Boom has done it before.
Wait. Stop. What does 16 elim win mean?
This means that you not only get 16 eliminations in a single match, but you also win the game to net you an additional 10 points.
Doesn't that mean they're in 17 to get 1 point ahead? Otherwise, they tie?
Yes, that is correct, because Alpha 7 would win the tiebreaker with 5 chicken dinners.
I would like to claim that, but it's actually my producer that gave me the math.
It's completely fair. So, to go back to that, a 17 elimination chicken dinner at this point of the tournament, with this much at stake, should Reject pull it off, we would be looking at one of the biggest comebacks in PUBG Mobile history.
Do you believe in curses? In 17 matches, in order to win the game, you need 17 elims.
No.
Alpha 7 are known for being cursed and choking.
71 placement points, so if you reverse that, it's 17.
I have learned about it. Okay, obviously that's the big story for the top of the table. If you look down the rest of it, less than 10 points separating second through fifth, and then an additional 10 points going like fifth through 13.
I mean, you mentioned it, I can't get it out of my head now. I want Alpha 7. They know where Reject are going. Full speed, send it straight in their face, and
give me
claim
your
the win yourself.
Give me your last thoughts on this one, because we'll hype that up as well.
IWNRX completely stomping the survivals bracket. They did nothing in the finals. Alliance completely stomping the group stage. They did nothing in the finals. Team Liquid, mediocre performance here.
The other thing I'll mention as well, I want to be a little bit selfish for a brief moment. Yeah, let's be selfish for a brief moment. Let's quickly... No, we'll do this. That's it for Ewc Catchup, powered by SDC. I'm so sorry for me. Okay, I do want to be selfish for a brief moment before we wrap everything up. We picked our respective teams. You went Alpha 7, so I'm not listening to you. You went Reject, and they're in the top 3, potentially going to win.
I was Boom.
Boom.
Reject,
So they're third,
Reject's
right?
gone home.
Okay, yes.
Where the game is starting. We have to watch this. We have to watch this.
Oh,
so
my
Alpha
word.
7,
Okay.
Alpha 7 usually drops El Pozo, meaning that with this plane path coming in, they would be out of the plane very quickly flying north. So let's see if they leave the plane fast or if they sit tight to join.
Yeah, but the problem is we're not going to see it because you don't see the parachutes. It's going to go straight to the map.
We'll see the map feed, and then we'll see what direction they're flying.
Woo!
So here we go.
Listen.
Alpha 7 is already out. Great. They're not going to hot drop. We know that already. They're going to go north towards El Pozo, but knowing where Reject loots, knowing where they loot, there's still a good chance, we've seen this in PC as well before, that they'll go over, like they know their rotation routes. Yeah. So they'll go, sit up on the street somewhere and just try and cut them off.
Listen, the PUBG Mobile World Cup, the final map of the World Cup in which Alpha 7 will either win or the biggest map 18 in maybe PUBG Mobile history will take place. It's youtube.com/@EWC. We are watching this live. Our show will be going off air very, very shortly. I do obviously need to remind you all that Overwatch 2 semifinals and finals are starting as well in just a few minutes. Their pre-show is already underway. The games will be starting at twitch.tv/EWC Gold. Gentlemen, while we're looking at this, Mac, I'll come to you first.
Yep.
Give a chance to hype up Overwatch and say goodbye for the week.
Look, I need to say, Overwatch, it's going to be stellar. It's going to be so much action. Make sure you watch it
After this one, I think. Listen, I think you have to do it after this.
Oh,
yes!
Oh, we're starting. We're doing the walk-ins. Beautiful,
Oh,
beautiful.
my word. Okay, look, I understand there's a lot at stake, but remember, we are the central broadcast looking at all the games, okay? I love Crazy Raccoon, and I'm a huge fan of Team Falcons. Frankly, they can wait half an hour.
They can probably wait 10 minutes. I think the winner of this is going to be done before we got to the end.
Do you know what's actually really hard? I actually don't know which studio I want to be in. This is actually how I'd want to watch the show.
Yeah, split screen.
Oh, my word. Toby, you get a chance to say goodbye. We've got a few minutes before we do wrap up.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm up here, I think, this time around. Thank you so much. It's been absolutely amazing being here, bringing you all the PUBG Mobile action. If you didn't know the game at the start of last week, I hope you now do. And that not only do you know it, but you enjoy it. You'll be tuning in to watch this broadcast, and you will also maybe start playing the game yourself. Maybe you'll be better than Mac as well. He didn't fare too well.
No.
I'm sure you can perform even better. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Normally, we'll call him Max Well when he does good. We're going to call him Max Bad.
Max Bad.
I'm tired. I want to say as well, Well, it's been an incredible week. We've obviously moved to the earlier time slot. Do not forget, next Thursday through Sunday, 2 till 6. I want to give a huge shout out to the production team. We've had a fantastic week. We've really pushed them hard. And we're going to be back next week. I'm going to have all new guests. One rather sad returning one, but I'll tell you all about that on Thursday. Ooh. Next week, we have Honor of Kings. We are MOBA of the week. Our Battle Royale will be Apex Legends. And I am so excited to see Rainbow Six Siege as well. I've been a follower for their big events. The Hammer is just fantastic and really cool. The Six Invitational is a tournament that I enjoy watching. So make sure you tune in. We'll be back on Thursday, obviously with a bit of a recap on what we have missed. Gentlemen, which game you'd be more excited for? You have to pick one of those three.
R6.
R6?
I'm going to go Rainbow Six because I've never watched it or played it, but it's probably the game I've had the most people say, get into R6, get into R6, get into it. So maybe this is the time I get into it.
Do you know what it actually is? If PUBG and Overwatch met in the middle, I think you have Rainbow Six.
But do they have monster
you also kind of have Apex.
No.
Because it's hero shooter.
Do they
but that's not going Valorant, because it's the 5v5 tactical, chaotic. Bro, I'm being honest. There's a reason I'm hosting and you're the guest for 2 weeks. I'm telling you, there's more there.
But do they have monster trucks?
I'm gonna have to. They have remote control cars.
That does it for me. That's fine. I'm in. I'm sold. Yep, that's good.
I've just got an update.
Like micro monster trucks.
Producer says Dota and Overwatch, and that because Rainbow Six. Do you know the complexity of the map?
That sounds so complicated.
It really is. But it's fantastic. Honestly, I hope you do watch because we'll see you for the big tournament. Once again, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Mac, Jace, as well as Toby, our entire production team, everybody here at the Esports World Cup, thank you so much for tuning in Thursdays through Sundays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., twitch.tv/EWC and YouTube at EWC. We will see you next week. Make sure you tune in. Watch PUBG, then watch Overwatch. That's my advice. Just don't tell my bosses I said that. Good night.